Chapter 1. Tiernan. 362 Days to Self-Destruction. Pain. It was one of my favorite delicacies. I savored the hot lick of a sharp knife, the icy kiss of metal shackles, the explosive heat of bones crushing beneath knuckles. Really, there was nothing better than getting a little fucked up to remind me I was alive. Apparently, though, even I had my limits. I found them in the basement of the Ferrante crime family, zip-tied onto a wooden chair that reeked of shit, piss, and dried blood. My face was swollen from being beaten to a pulp for the last 40 minutes. The first 20 were enjoyable enough. Fuck, I even got a little stiffy when Achilles took out the brass knuckles. Now, however, I'd overindulged. This was overkill even for a pain connoisseur like me. The actual violence wasn't the problem. Death was always an option in my line of work. I just hadn't realized the cause of mine would be boredom. I was half tempted to finish their job and slit my own throat. It was better than listening to them droning on about my little, what shall I call it, art project. My. Achilles drove his fist into my face, sending me careening across the floor. An inferno of blood exploded from my nostrils. I see why the Rasputins call you deathless. You refuse to fucking die. A metallic grunt skulked up my hollow chest. I shifted my body so as not to crush my wrists under my weight, darting my tongue to catch the river of blood snaking along my cheek. Maybe you're just bad at killing people. A forceful blow found my ribs. This time it was Enzo Ferrante, the baby brother. Felt like he ruptured my liver, as if the poor organ didn't have its hands full as it was. Zip it before I skin you scrotum to face, Callahan. When were we getting to the good part? Time was money, and unlike the Ferrantes, I had to earn my keep every night. Enzo spat on an open wound in my face, his saliva irritating my raw flesh. In return, I spat a ball of phlegm and blood on his shoe. Christ, these Lupitines are hand-sprayed by Banksy. Have you no shame? And to think, I send you Christmas cards every year. He did, though I never opened the fucking letters. The Ferrantes ruled 90% of New York. Personally, I wouldn't put them in charge of an automatic door. I reigned over the remaining 10%, and with a deadlier fist. I was the future. They were the past. And they knew it. Some people collected stamps, others coins. I collected my enemies' craniums. It was an economical hobby, if not a little messy. It also sent an accurate message. I wasn't someone you wanted to fuck with, over or in general. Consequently, there was a human skull discarded between us, my little weekend splurge. The skull belonged to Igor Rasputin, the head of the Bratva. Well, ex-head now, evidently. This was what got the Ferrantes' panties in a wad. Mind Igor's cranium. I planned to use it as a pen holder. Gonna be hard to pin letters without hands, Alexander Hamilton. Luca tutted. A flicker of irritation passed over my face, a rare flash of humanity. Luca noticed. It pressed on. What do you think was gonna happen when we called you here? You killed the West Coast pecan in our territory. And you're welcome. Excuse me? If you took better care of said territory, you wouldn't be coming here, fucking your ore, sampling your drugs, poaching your soldiers. Achilles moseyed over to me, his fingers fastened around my neck, his thumbs hiking my Adam's apple up my throat, choking me to death on my own cartilage. Creative. I despise all things mundane, and that included artless murder. Achilles Ferrante was a cold-blooded monster, but hey, at least he wasn't mediocre. His brothers pulled him back before he cut off my air supply, slamming him against the wall. The three broke into an argument in Neapolitan, their lips moving a mile a minute. Waiting for them to stop bickering, I examined my surroundings in boredom. As far as torture chambers went, this one was adequate. Stone walls bracketed the room. It was dark, cold, and packed with medieval torturing devices. The Iron Maiden, the rack, the pair of anguish. There was also a generic knife rack, a chainsaw, and a wall of artillery. It was Disney World for psychopaths, and I wasn't allowed to test any of the rides. The door at the top of the steep stairway was padded with noise-cancelling foam. No one was coming to save me. Not that there was anything to save. No soul, no art, no conscience. I was an animated corpse, bones, muscles, flesh, and menace. Vengeance was my fuel, and it was enough to keep me moving, just about. At last, Luca broke out of the human circle. He grabbed me by the collar and pulled me back into a sitting position. He popped a cigarette into my mouth, flicking his Zippo to torch the tip. So, we got into the good cop, bad cop portion of the night. Yay, fucking me. You killed the head of the Bratva, he surmised, voice shredded by cigarettes. We have good business with them, drugs, weapons, recycling routes. You're costing me money, Callahan, and I like money. You know what I don't like? A clean pair of fucking lungs. My gaze halted on the cigarette in his hand. People who stand in the way to my money. I always find creative ways to get rid of them. Send me the bill. It's not just monetary. Luca kicked the pecan skull sideways. New York belongs to us. When you go around killing people in our zip code, it makes us look like we don't have a grip on our own ground. Where's the lie? My voice was distant and disinterested. What the fuck was a Bratva boss doing deep in Camorra territory? Family function, Enzo ground out. His nephew's graduation, Igor asked for permission, which I personally granted. You made me look like an idiot. He didn't need me to look like an idiot. He was doing a fine job by himself. I found him exiting your club. It was a very emotional ceremony, okay? Enzo said earnestly. He took the nephew to have his first drink there. Adorable, if you ask me. My beef with Rasputins extends beyond geography and politics. I won't stop until I kill the entire family. I spoke around the cigarette. I didn't smoke, not very often, anyway. Here and there, and mostly weed. I was far too committed to my other vices, violence and greed, to pick up a third one. And if they dare set foot in this city, I sure as fuck am going to take advantage. Let's hope your beef with them extends into the afterlife, too. Achilles slapped my back, nearly making me cough out a lung. Because next time you take liberties in Camorra territory, I'll smoke your ass like a pork's butt. Considering they've been eyeing New York for years now, you'd be a fool to intervene. Talking sense into the Ferrantes was the equivalent of fucking a roadkill into resurrection. But just like a wayward squirrel, something compelled me to try. New York's ours, Lucas snarled. Is it? I own the Bronx, and the Russians have been buying Manhattan land for years now. What you have with them isn't business, it's hostile takeover. I spat out the cigarette. You've been losing prestige for a solid decade. Once you lose the Upper East Side, the empire falls. It's already decomposing. Why do you think your father hasn't picked any of your sorry asses to replace him yet? You reek of weakness. I managed to keep my irritation out of my tone. Just give me a blank check to finish the Russians off. You want us to think you have our best interests in mind. Luca took a drag of his cigarette, wafting the smoke sideways. After all this time. I'd known these fuckers since I was 14. They age like a fine corpse. I'm killing them because of my own personal vendetta. I cracked my neck. Our interests happen to align, that's all. What business do you have with them? Luca propped his winged boot on Igor's skull. A locked jaw and a jaded stare were my official response. You'll have to kill a shit ton of soldiers before you get to Alex Rasputin. Enzo tapped his lips. Igor's son, Bratva's second highest rank. The next pecan. Don't threaten me with a good time. That's a big-ass operation you got there. Achilles scrubbed his knuckles over his cheekbone. Even if we let you go on a deranged quest, you don't have the manpower. I could use a helping hand. I arched a meaningful eyebrow. No way are we getting ourselves into a full-blown Mafia war. Lucas shook his head. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Fine. Stay out of my way, then. Achilles mulled my words over, the menacing glint in his eyes sharpening. My problem with your proposition is twofold. I stared at him impassively, knowing another fucking TED Talk was about to ensue. Goddamn Italians and their love for words. Achilles didn't disappoint. One, we're the ones who will get the brunt of it when Alex gets fished out of the Hudson River. That was an easy fix. I could kill him anywhere on the map. And the second, Achilles pushed off the wall, stalking over to me and crouching down so our faces were an inch apart. He was one gruesome motherfucker. With a face even a blind mother couldn't love. Rumor had it every inch of his flesh was scarred, burned, or both. Every part of his body from the chin below was covered in elaborate ink. I still haven't punished you for killing Filippo. Not this shit again. 10 months ago, I offed one of the Ferrantes soldiers when I kidnapped a woman he was watching over. Pure collateral damage, nothing personal. I already told you. I thought he was cannon fodder, not the family pet. Would that have changed things? Not really. But people, even sociopaths, like to play the what-if game. To ponder the alternatives for the path their lives had taken. I'd have aimed for the heart, so his face wouldn't look like Irish stew. The Camorra loved open casket funerals, seemed a bit ambitious considering their occupation if you asked me, but no one fucking did. Que palle. Achilles slapped me with the side of his gun, sending my face flying sideways. My boredom morphed into impatience. I really needed to go check on my businesses. You've been a thorn in our side for far too long, Callahan. Luca produced his own gun from his holster, cocked it. Who was he kidding? If he wanted me dead, I wouldn't be here, listening to their lecture. Death was a luxury they didn't offer me. Instead, I had to watch their meltdowns on loop. Nah, man, I say if the Irish and Russians want to off one another, we should let them. Enzo suggested gleefully. Moja Sansoni con tutti felici. Enough of the chit-chat, I growled. Just do what you have to. Enzo, knife, Achilles ordered. Enzo glided toward us, disposing of his knife in Achilles' open palm. The latter grabbed a fistful of my hair, tilting my face upward. Our eyes met. You know, Achilles pressed the blade to the center of my neck. The tip traveled upward toward my chin. The bullet you put in Filippo's head came out of his eye socket. We never found his eyeball. Eyeball it was, then. Not a terrible loss. I'd seen enough of this world and hated it and everyone in it. Filippo was close to me as well. Luca jammed his fist into his pockets. The blade of Achilles' knife checked north, sailing across my cheek and toward my left eye. But you'll be no use to me completely blind. I'll take my favor some other time. Your sainthood's in the mail, I drawled, never breaking Achilles' stare. Right or left? Achilles asked. Your pick. I hitched a shoulder up. But do it in the next 5 minutes. I have underground casinos to run. Your next stop is the ER, shitbag. If I had a sense of humor, I'd laugh. Getting my eye plucked out without anesthesia wouldn't even rank as the 50th worst thing that had happened to me in my 28 years on this planet. Losing an eyeball will have its perks. Is that so? Achilles took the bait. For one thing, I no longer have a 20/20 vision of your Freddy Krueger face. Achilles' nostrils flared, rage rolling off him like lava. Occhio per occhio, dente per dente. Open wide, motherfucker. I didn't flinch, not when the edge of the knife poked the side of my eye, forcing its way into the socket. Not when it pried my eyeball from the depth of my skull, and not when I felt it sliding out of the hollow space. I remained still, muscles lax, posture languid, shoulders rolled back, the picture of calm and tranquil. That was a thing about me. I never flinched. I never fucking flinch. They called me deathless for a reason. I enjoyed defying my own demise. My eyeball was now sliding completely out of my body. The room was lethally quiet, save for my laboured breaths. Achilles held my eyeball between his fingers and cut the 6 muscles that connected it to my brain, then the sheath of optic nerve attaching it to my brain. He stepped back. Hot, thick liquid decanted down my eye socket to my cheek. I licked it with an easy smile. Tremors ghosted my spine and arms, my body's reaction to the shocking invasion. But I welcomed the discomfort, making it a part of me. I was very good at enduring pain, very good at distributing it too. I was going to get Achilles in the next round, touch something of his, and destroy it so thoroughly he wouldn't be able to recognize it for what it once was. I had the patience, will, and time. The only thing I lacked was morals. Damn, Enzo gave a low whistle. Glass half full, Callahan, you're never going to have a problem dressing up for Halloween. He was too pretty for his own good anyway. Lucas spat on the floor. We did him a favor. I believe this is yours. Achilles tossed my eyeball into my lap, turning around and disposing of the knife in Enzo's hand. I could only see shadows through my right eye, probably due to the excessive adrenaline, nothing a couple pints and a good blowy couldn't fix. We done here. My tone was cool, neutral. Make sure you get rid of the Rasputin's bodies out of the city limits. No paper trail, Callahan, and no fucking fats. Achilles picks up his whiskey tumbler from a table mid-stride, his back to me. Enzo, cauterize his veins so he doesn't bleed all over Mama's new carpet. Enzo patched up my eye and cut the zip ties on my wrist from behind. Hey, nothing personal, right, Callahan? He clapped my shoulder, winking. We're still on for that poker night next week. Sure. I curled my index and middle finger into Igor's eye sockets, as though his skull was a bowling ball, tucking it under my armpit. A spider crawled up from one of the sockets, hurrying up my arm, searching for an escape. Nothing personal. Eyeball in pocket, I leisurely stopped to admire their different torture devices on my way out. On my way out. On my way out. On my way out. On my way out.
Chapter 2. Leela. The ground shook beneath my bare feet. A flash of a shadowed figure zipped past me from the corner of my eye. I snapped my gaze up from the sketchbook in my lap on high alert. I was sitting on the stone fountain in the courtyard, pouring the shape of the Amalfi Coast from memory onto the page. I wore my pink satin nightgown, and my hair was in a loose, long braid. It was pitch black, save for the amber light spilling from the windows. My vision had always been good. Compensation for what wasn't, Mama told me. I spotted a figure prowling from our entrance door toward a gunmetal Mercedes-Benz G63 that blocked one of our 3 garages. An uncommonly tall male, pale as a vampire, and equally as frightening, stalked outside. He wore a dark coat and moved like a serpent, gliding through the night with the unnerving slickness of someone who belonged to it. Look away now, quick, before he sees you. Mama's voice reproached in my head. You're not to make eye contact with people, Leela. But what was the harm? It was too dark for him to notice me. I'd always watched people secretly. It was the morsel of normalcy I was still allowed. My loneliness was so intimate, so familiar to me. It became a friend in itself. It was my only companion other than Mama and Emma. I kept staring, hoping it was Tate Blackthorne, the man who gave me the most wonderful present I'd ever been gifted. A dance. A moment of feeling like a woman. Not a child, not a disabled person, a woman. It happened a year ago at my brother Luca's engagement party, and I'd been playing it in my head every night since. My most monumental moment in my 18 years on this planet was with a complete stranger who used me as a tool to make his wife jealous. And the sad part was, I'd let him do it all over again. This was how badly I craved human connection. My eyes drank in his silhouette, obstinate jaw, chiseled cheekbones, features as smooth and icy as winter frost. Could he be Tate? Could he give me another dance? Could I be so foolish as to ask for one? He weaved through the shadows, dancing across the pebbled front yard, stopped, tipped his head up to the moon. The moon stared back like they were sharing a secret. The light from one of the windows caught his hair, tangling into the strands. It burned burgundy, rusty like medieval copper, not the gleaming Stygian of Tate Blackthorn. My solar plexus tightened. It wasn't him. This man looked like he was sprung from fire. His hair tousled like dancing flames, and still, he appeared unbearably cold. I had the feeling I'd get frostbite if I touched him. The pencil slipped between my fingers, hit the cobbled ground with a clink I couldn't hear. The man stopped abruptly, froze. Shit. He heard. I wasn't supposed to be outside, alone in the dark. My legs clayed into stone. I couldn't run even if I wanted to. His head twisted in my direction, slowly, leisurely, almost tauntingly. Our gazes clashed in the moon-frosted courtyard. Two animals, a predator and prey, standing on opposite sides of a riverbank. His shadowed face twisted. He was contemplating something, assessing, scheming. A rakish half-smile pulled at the corner of his lips. A decision had been made. My belly coiled into knots. He advanced toward me. I scooted back, my butt dragging along the fountain's edge until I felt the water skimming the back of my thighs. It was ice cold. Running would be futile. He'd chase me, then catch me, then punish me. I knew that, even though I didn't know him. As he got closer, I saw he was missing an eye. The entire left side of his face was scarlet red. His nose was broken. A human skull was pinned under his arm. And yet, he was beautiful. Beneath the blood, drainage, and fluid coming from his eyeball and bruises and gore. Beautiful like violent art. His entire demeanor was abrasive, even without all the blood. Like his existence was an attack on mine. And yet I couldn't look away. My heart felt like something foreign I accidentally swallowed. I wanted to vomit it out of my body. I'd never been so scared in my life. His mouth moved, and my eyes clung to it.
Well. What have we here?
He examined me through his one good eye, lethally amused.
If it isn't the Ferrantes, innocent little princess.
Even though I read his lips and couldn't hear him, his voice somehow still rolled against my skin, gripping the back of my neck, forcing me to look up and meet his gaze. He raised his free arm, tracing his knuckles along my cheek. My eyes flared, and a scream stranded in my throat. His still warm blood painted my cheek.
What should I do with you? Fuck you, kidnap you, or simply kill you?
I had every reason to believe he'd do all three. My brothers weren't nice people, and his meeting with them obviously didn't go as planned, judging by his face. This was retaliation. I was his payback. His hand ascended my cheek, fingertips gliding across the shell of my ear. He paused. I thought he'd rip it clean off my head. Instead, he seized the ribbon, keeping my fair hair in the braid, pulling it slowly, rubbing it between his fingers with rapt fascination. My hair tumbled down my back. He licked the corner of his lips, his stare invasive, detonating all of my walls at once. I forced myself to meet his stare. My whole body trembled with fear. But I didn't scream, didn't try to run away, didn't do anything stupid. I lived with psychopaths. I knew the surest way to become prey was to act like it.
You're the simple one.
He assessed me through his hooded, cold eye. I didn't answer, but his words stung. That's what people said behind my back. To my face, too. That I was simple, dumb, disposable. A punishment the Ferrantes were saddled with for their grave sins. Hell, even my father called me his pretty little burden. Velo Ferrante had made it clear he had no use for a daughter beyond marrying her off to someone whose alliance he sought, and so my entire life had been carefully constructed to ensure he thought me unable to be married. The only way to escape marriage to a mobster was to be unable to be married. More specifically, to pretend I had a developmental disability. My mother came up with the scheme when I was a child, and I went along with it, trusting she knew best. While a pretty, ditzy woman was a mobster's wet dream, a person with actual struggles, in need of assistance and care, wasn't something men in this line of work considered. It had nothing to do with morals, and everything to do with them being the scum of the earth. He let go of my hair, seizing the front of my neck punishingly. His gaze lingered on my face. Slowly, he lowered my head into the gushing fountain. He was going to drown me. The realization kicked my heart into high gear. I fought the urge to wrap my fingers around his arm, to try to untangle it from my throat. There was no point. Instead, I closed my eyes as my hair sank into the water first. Ice-cold liquid engulfed my skull. I love you, Mama. I love you, Luca, Enzo, and Achilles. I love you, Emma. I even love you, Papa. Despite everything, I'll watch over you from heaven. Suddenly, I was jerked back up. My eyes flew open. I'd think he had a change of heart, but I knew he possessed no such organ. He pulled a pocket knife from his peacoat, flipping it open and pressing it to the corner of my eye. Yep, just as I feared. He just figured he could make more mess, chopping me. I held my spine straight and my chin high, forcing myself not to swallow hard. If I must die, I'd die like a Ferrante. We weren't good people, but we were warriors, and warriors didn't cower. I stared at him with fierce defiance. The darkness around us held its breath. The knife kissed my skin, poking, tightening, reminding me of what was at stake. It was dull. I knew he'd choose a dull knife. Sadists often did. The knife began traveling along the edge of my left eye. I choked on a pool of saliva in my throat. Still, I pressed my lips shut. He tilted my chin with the edge of his knife, forcing me to stare more closely at his grotesque face.
Beauty is such a fragile thing, Raffaella. I can tarnish your face with one stroke of a knife.
The stranger raised his knife-wielding hand, gathering momentum, and swung it toward my face. I squeezed my eyes shut and stopped breathing, my muscles tightening as I waited for the punishing explosion of pain. A pain that didn't come. Shakily, I pried my eyelids open, pulse hammering. My body was slick with sweat. A gleam of mirth flickered along his lifeless eye. The man tucked his knife back into his coat, businesslike. He was playing with my life, screwing with my head and swallowing every ounce of my fear, all while looking dry as a bone. I stared at him slack-jawed, waiting for his next move. He grabbed something from his pocket, uncurling my fingers between us, putting it there and making me close my fist over it. It was small and slippery, round, a shell-less snail. I uncoiled my fingers, staring down. My heart sledgehammered its way past my rib cage. An eye. A human one. His eye. I wanted to drop it, but I knew better than to defy him. He leaned forward until our noses almost touched. He smelled of blood, gunpowder, and dark, haunted woods. It was an oddly pleasant, sinister scent, and it seeped into my system, touching a corner inside me I didn't even know existed.
Tell your brothers that next time they fuck with me, enter my territory, or otherwise disturb my business, I'm going to hunt you down, fuck every hole in your body, slash that pretty throat, then dump you at their doorstep to bleed out. Understand?
I was going to do no such thing. For one thing, my brothers weren't supposed to know I understood their language, let alone spoke. For another, I wasn't his errand bitch. I stared at him defiantly, saying nothing. I had a feeling he knew I understood him.
Good.
He straightened, releasing my throat from his hold.
Now run, Gaelic, because when I catch, I kill.
I sprang to my feet and sprinted back inside barefoot, leaving my canvas and pencils outside as fast as I could before he changed his mind. Panicked breaths tore at my lungs. Halfway through the journey to my front door, I realized he ripped the spaghetti straps of my nightgown. My breasts were exposed. Every inch of my upper body was smeared with his blood. I felt the ghost of his hands slithering up and down my flesh, warm and calloused and alive. Weeks after, I'd ask myself if he was a figment of my imagination, a nightmare, an omen. But no, he had to be real. I knew, because I kept his eye, his eye, his eye, his eye. Chapter 3. Leela. 2 weeks later. Madonna Santa, Chiara, your daughter is such a beauty. What a shame she'll never marry. Tammy, Mama's friend, raked her gaze along my frame, clucking her tongue. I wore a pink chiffon dress with off-the-shoulder pleats and a tight corset. My long, pale hair tumbled in waves down to my waist, haloed by a tiara of snow-white roses. They were real roses, twisted into one another. The tiny thorns dug into my skull, but Mama always said that beauty was pain. Mama picked the tiara, an outfit. She dictated my wardrobe, my activities, my future. I felt a little ridiculous in the white satin gloves and high heels, like I was playing tea time with my dolls, something I did publicly sometimes to make people believe I was mentally delayed. I hated the tea time routine and always thought it was overkill. But as Mama said, in our world, one can never be too pretty or too cautious. Besides, it wasn't every day my eldest brother was getting married, and to a princess from the outfit, no less. Sophia's family was well known in Chicago. So influential were the Bondinis that the wedding attracted none other than the President of the United States, Wolf Keaton, and First Lady Francesca Rossi Keaton. Luca and Sophia stood in the far corner of the room, careful not to touch or look at one another as they politely mingled with their guests. My brother was tempered in movement and thinking, eerily still and cold as a fish. He looked like he was attending his own funeral, not his wedding. Sophia seemed to share his desolation. Misery was stamped on her lovely tan face like the angry welts of a belt. Yes, well, in our world, marriage is overrated, Mama huffed. I'm relieved Raffaella won't be subjected to a marriage with a cruel man who would cheat and disappear on her for days on end. I gave Velo 3 boys, and he shaped them into merciless killing machines. Leela is my reward for fulfilling my end of the bargain, mine to keep and protect. Tammy and the rest of the women in the circle nodded. Speaking of awful husbands, Mina, another friend of Mama's, flashed a sly smile. I saw Tony's Alyssa in the shops the other day. She had a black eye, swore up and down it was due to under-eye fillers gone wrong. Just 3 months ago her arm was in a cast. Does she think we're all stupid? She's barely even 27, and with 3 kids already. I always told my Pietro to keep away from that man. He's a hot-tempered one, Tony. And what about Maggio? Tammy clucked her tongue. Cheating on his wife left and right. 3 bastards out of wedlock, all on child support, and he still sees the mothers regularly. One of them even works for him, the Baldracca. They're all as awful as each other. Mama's mouth twisted in disgust. Cheating, beating their wives, bringing trouble to our doorsteps. Men are terrible creatures. The world would be a better place if women ruled it. What, and miss our weekly gel manicure and hair appointments? Tammy snorted, sparking a chorus of giggles. No, thank you. They can do the hard work while we pamper ourselves. We earned it. It's not all bad. Mina gestured a manicured hand to the ballroom in our mansion. It was dazzling, with gilded pillars, marble arches, and frescoed ceilings so high you could barely see the medieval paintings on them. The room glowed golden by candlelight and chandeliers, its deceiving warmth masquerading the awful people inside it. I craned my neck past the sea of puffy hairdos, searching for Tate Blackthorne. Are you going to Ischia for the summer? Rita asked Mama, her lips curving around her words in the corner of my eye. They were all sipping on champagne while I was holding a pink lemonade. Everything about me was pink. My wardrobe, my room, my ruddy cheeks. Of course. My mother's face immediately relaxed at the mention of our summer house. Leela and I enjoy the sun, the food, the culture. Ischia is our home. Mama and I spend 2 months out of the year on the Italian island to get away from the men in our family. I liked going there. I was able to live more freely. I read in public, played sports, and did cartwheels on the beach. I had a Latin tutor and a math teacher. My mother took me to the movies to watch old Italian films, and I never had to play with dolls or school my face to a blank mask of nothing. At home, I needed to hide these abilities, my intelligence. You should come, Mama told the 3 women, but I knew she didn't mean it. She loathed her friends, loathed everyone and everything connected to the Camorra. What a marvelous idea, Rita cooed. I'll speak to Antonio, see if we have any plans. I wondered why they did that. Made plans they weren't going to execute. Feigned excitement about things they didn't care about. My heart skidded to a halt when I finally found the subject of my interest. Tatum Blackthorne. He stood across the room, next to Luca, Sophia, Enzo, and Achilles. Half man, half god. A timeless marble statue towering over mere mortals. Slung on his arm was his beautiful wife, Gia. Draped in a red satin gown, she exhibited her pregnant belly. I wondered what it felt like to be loved like her, to have someone accept and adore your every flaw, your every win, your every breath. Mama and her friends quarreled in the background, but I didn't watch what they were saying. I was laser-focused on the Blackthorne couple. Leela, this is unbecoming. You can't keep staring at someone else's husband. Mama's voice scoffed in my head. I knew she was right, even though my interest in Blackthorne wasn't romantic at all. All I wanted was another dance. My eyes followed Tate's lips as they shaped around his words.
If you so much as look in her direction, I will scoop the other one out. And unlike the Ferrantes, I won't stop the blood loss.
A sharp elbow found my ribs, Mama's way to tell me to stop staring, and my gaze quickly scurried to the person Tate spoke to. A tall, agile man in a sharp suit, just like 80% of the room. And yet, I immediately recognized him and bile hit the back of my throat. The coppery hair. The black eye patch. The languid fuck you stance of a hunter quietly surveying the room for his next target. His taciturn indifference to it all. The man who nearly drowned me and then handed me his eyeball. I wrenched my gaze away from him before he noticed me. Next to him was another man who was unmistakably his brother, maybe even his twin. Oh, the music started. Rita clapped excitedly. Let's gather around the newlyweds for their first dance. My feet shifted heavily toward the human ring forming around Luca and Sophia. The couple assumed their place robotically, with Luca taking the lead and moving to what I assumed was a waltz. Their faces were grim, their eyes dim with apathy. Papa wedged himself between Mama and me, slinging his arms over our shoulders with a cunning grin. He appeared gaunt and yellow, but happy for a change.
Do you see who's here, Leela?
He turned to look at me.
The President of the United States, no less. And he brought his wife, too. This marriage puts us in a different league. The Ferrantes are going to be the new Kennedys, mark my words.
I blinked at him, pretending not to understand what he was saying.
Hey, que Dios te bendiga. Your hat just keeps your ears apart.
He patted the top of my head, laughing rancidly.
God really was cruel to you, cara mia, giving you so much beauty and nothing to do with it.
Ignoring the urge to smash his head against a sharp object, I returned my attention to Luca and Sophia. The waltz ended, and when another one began, a stream of couples flooded the floor. Everyone paired up like magnets, drawing toward one another in perfect harmony. Couples swirled and fluttered, laughed, hugged, and twirled. I watched Tate Blackthorne holding his wife close, whispering in her ear, paying no heed to the tempo everyone else in the room was shackled to. Enzo dipped a famous model to the floor, his lips a breath away from hers. Achilles had a shoulder pressed against the wall, surveilling the room with his dead eyes, hands in his pockets. He didn't dance, and I wondered if it was out of choice, or because no woman was brave enough to touch him. "Roger, please." My mother tapped a waiter on the shoulder. A middle-aged man spun around in his uniform, holding a silver tray filled to the brim with champagne. "Get Leela more pink lemonade. 2 ice cubes, plastic cup." No sharp objects for me. My mother said I had severe mental impairment, which put me at age 6 or below on the scale. A handsome, fair-haired man approached us from the center of the room. I recognized him instantly. Angelo Bondini was in his early 30s, impeccably mannered and dressed, and prominent in his family business, Sophia's older brother. He kissed Mama's and Papa's cheeks, then turned to me with a hopeful smile. My heart fluttered against my ribcage like a butterfly testing its new wings. I forced myself not to smile back.
"Might I ask the youngest Ferrante for a dance?"
I watched his lips move. He opened his hand, offering it to me. My fingers twitched in anticipation beside my body. "My daughter doesn't dance," Mama said. Angelo chuckled good-naturedly.
"Surely just once. With her new brother-in-law. I'll be a perfect gentleman."
Mama stepped forward, cementing herself between us. I couldn't see what she was saying, but Angelo's beam morphed into a scowl. The sharp movements of her arms told me she was yelling. The blood drained from my face. Mama had always been overprotective of me. Most of the time I was grateful, but this time something dark and resentful unfurled behind my ribcage.
"Oh, I wouldn't count on this, Lady Chiara."
Angelo's mouth moved smoothly as he stepped back. A sheet of brutality draped over his expression.
"I could count the things I wanted and never got on one hand, and intend to keep it that way."
His gaze flitted to President Keaton across the room and the woman he held possessively in a waltz. His wife, Francesca.
"Forgive my wife."
Papa inclined his liver-spotted head.
"The wedding preparations have left her exhausted and distraught. She means no disrespect, Bandini. My daughter—"
Papa pinched my cheek, then kissed his fingers.
"She's simple, you see."
What a prick. Mama told him to stop using this derogatory word, but he never listened.
"No hard feelings, Don Vello."
Angelo's lips expanded into an insincere smile, which my father returned. He then yanked Mama by the elbow, dragging her reluctant figure to the dance floor to save face. Angelo strode away, but not before giving me one last derisive look. I stood alone, surrounded by couples. Jealousy clogged my throat. I normally didn't mind being left alone, preferred it, actually. But right now I hated it. I turned around and stormed away, shouldering past catering staff and uniformed waiters. The main entrance was swarming with soldiers and security, so I slipped through the wine cellar's door. I was immediately clasped in a womb of darkness. Crimson Key was an island tucked between Florida and the Bahamas, an independent jurisdiction that belonged to my family. The Devil's Playground, as the rich called it. It consisted of our mansion, a few hotels of award-winning grandeur, golf courses, and casinos. Trusted friends of the family had snowbird properties here, but it was Ferrante turf, through and through. Tropic humidity licked at my skin. I felt suffocated by the heat, my dress, and most of all, my family. I glared behind my shoulder at the arched windows of the ballroom. Usually, when music started playing, I retired to an adjoining empty room, laid on the floor, and closed my eyes. The bass reverberating against my spine mimicked the tempo of the music. It was the closest I could get to listening to it. Right now, though, I didn't want to lie still. Wrenching my heels off, I stomped barefoot past the Roman balustraded pool and the densely planted cypresses framing the estate. Farther down, toward the thick woods enveloping the back of the property. I kicked the dirt with a huff as I left the pickleball court and pool house behind me, putting more space between the wedding and me. At the end of the vast expanse of tropical trees was a strip of pearly white sand kissing the Atlantic Ocean. It was my secret spot, a place I often visited on the island when no one was paying attention. I didn't care that I was soiling my dress with dirt and mud, didn't care that Papa was going to be furious, that Mama was going to be worried. I wanted to lick my wounds, privately. 10 minutes later, I reached the end of the woods. I fell down to my knees, the cold grains of sand digging into my fine bones, and stared at the blackened ocean, biting my lower lip. I grabbed a handful of smooth rocks, tossing them out to the ocean. Never would I hear the sound of waves crashing on the shore. Skip, skip, skip. Never would I waltz to live band music. Skip, skip, skip. Never would I sing along to a familiar tune. Skip, skip, skip. Never would I kiss a stranger's mouth, warm and soft and alive, feel their pulse beneath my palm, or whisper secrets into a lover's ear. The last rock sank into the water without skipping. An angry roar ripped from my throat, broken, desperate, yet I couldn't even hear it. Behind my back there was a castle, and dancing and lights and life. There were plans, hopes, and dreams. There were people with agency over their own decisions. Suddenly, a hand clasped my mouth from behind. I gasped, my eyes flaring in horror. An arm wrapped around my throat forcefully, dragging me backward. It was so unexpected it took me a second before I dug my toes into the sand, bucking, fighting the intrusion. Somebody followed me here, and that person knew we were far enough not to be seen or heard. Panic flooded my system and kicked my instincts into high gear. Whoever held me was male, strong, and in a frenzy. I bit the hand that clasped my mouth, sinking my teeth into his flesh until the metallic taste of blood detonated in my mouth. My attacker jerked, tumbling down to the sand and taking me with him. I fell against his torso, his forearm still pressing hard against my throat. Pressure filled my ears. I fought and kicked and clawed, thrashing and roaring, a wild thing. His fists came down on my face, my neck, blow after blow, making my ears ring. My fingernails punctured his skin, digging so deep they broke and splintered. Something long and thick swelled against my butt. It promised pain and punishment and made the blood freeze inside my veins. No way. I won't let it happen. I writhed like a reptile, twisted sharply. I managed to bite his arm, sinking my teeth into his skin until it split, and managed to break free. Air! I was finally able to welcome it into my searing lungs. I took a greedy gulp of it. Looking back was a luxury my time constraint couldn't afford. Instead, I army crawled across the sand, desperately blinking away the stinging blood from my eyes. My crown of roses fell to the sand. In the dark, I could see that the flowers weren't white anymore. They were dark red, drenched in my own blood. My breath rattled in my lungs like a coin in an empty tin. Breathe, breathe, breathe. He snatched my ankle, yanking me back with force, flipped me to my back roughly, then used a knife to slash the front of my dress, leaving a trail of hot, searing pain across my skin. I arched, crying out in horror. I kicked and punched him, too panicked to take in his features in the dark. It felt like trying to fight my way out of a fishing net. He was everywhere, all at once, too heavy, too much. Sharp, frenzy eyes flared in the dark, taking in my bare breasts, my nipples, my stomach. I recognized those eyes. Had seen them before. 2 barrels of a gun staring back at me. I cataloged him into memory, filed every plane of his face, each individual hair in his eyebrows. I'm going to draw you, and then I'm going to find you, and then I'm going to kill you, if you are stupid enough to let me live after this. As he pushed my panties down my thighs, a peculiar calm washed over me. In order for him not to kill me, I had to pretend I didn't know what was happening to me. If he thought he could get away with it, he'd spare me. I stopped fighting, letting my muscles lax, forcing my mind to drift elsewhere. Ischia sunsets, boat trips, busy markets, books, Emma's grilled prosciutto and mozzarella sandwich. He pushed a chemical-soaked rag to my face, one hand pressing against my mouth. I held my breath while he slapped my right breast, laughing as his hand skated down to the space between my thighs. Men are filthy. Mama's words rang in my head. They make you suffer when they have their hands on you. Never let them. A lifetime passed. And then another. I became dizzy with lack of oxygen. The rag pressed harder against my mouth and nose. Finally, my traitorous body took a sharp inhale of breath. The chemicals rushed into my system. My eyelids grew heavy. My body slacked. I became a ragdoll. Boneless, weightless, defenseless. My body melted into the sand, my mind drifting to the clouds. I was far away now. Somewhere he couldn't hurt me, no matter how hard he tried. The last thought to cross my mind was that this stronzo could still kill me. My last hope was that he would, that he would, that he would, that he would, that he would. Chapter 4. Leela. 8 weeks later. For the first few hours every day, everything was blurry. A fuzzy world devoured at the edges, like I was staring at my reality through a frost-coated window. This morning was no different. I pressed my clammy forehead to the cool toilet seat, waiting for the nausea to propel me into another round of projectile vomiting. The only thing to come out at this point were acidic fluids. I barely ate, and whatever I did consume I ended up retching soon after. A small, cold hand pressed against my back, twisting away damp ringlets of hair that had stuck to my skin. I stared up at my mother miserably. "Get that demon out of me," I signed in ASL. "I can't take it anymore, Mama." "Still don't remember his face?" she asked, ignoring my demand. I shook my head. "It was dark, and he drugged me." She placed a gentle kiss over the crown of my head. "Don't you worry, bambina mia. Mama will fix this for you. I always do." My body jerked forward. My mouth opened on its own accord, and another wave of puke tsunamied through me. The devil put its seed inside me. That's what Mama said when she thought I couldn't read her lips. Her precious daughter was ruined forever. I felt dirty, used, like my entire existence shrank into those few minutes when it happened. It defined me, consumed me. There wasn't enough water in the world, not enough soap in the universe to make me feel clean again. The bruises were gone, but the scars lingered. The phantom wounds tore open at night, gushing memories I couldn't escape. I hadn't stopped bleeding for 8 weeks, even though I missed my last period. Defeated, I glided from the toilet to the floor, curling into a fetal position, closing my eyes and wishing, begging, praying to wake up someone else. I came to half an hour later, still trapped inside myself. Stretching my legs shakily, I slung my elbow over the toilet seat, pulling myself up. I treaded out of my bathroom and into the hallway. I was about to go down the stairway and look for Emma when I noticed Papa's office doors were ajar. I stopped. My parents were inside, standing in front of a grand gold-plated mirror. This allowed me to read their lips. My mother was crying, her coiffed hair ruffled in disarray. What did he do now? Take another mistress? Kill another one of her friends' husbands? I pressed myself against the wooden door, curling my fingers around its edge and watching them through the mirror. "Let me take her to Italy. I know a doctor in Capodimonte who can deal with this discreetly. She'll recuperate there." He gave her a cold, unnerving stare.
Chiara.
Even without hearing his tone, I knew this was a warning. "Please, we need to get her an abortion." My mother dabbed a handkerchief to her swollen eyes. "Before it's too late."
Stai zitta. Out of the question.
Papa pushed his fingers into his receding white hair, yanking it about his scalp.
This is God's will. I won't defy him.
"She was raped, Velo. Fuck your God." He advanced toward her, slapping her hard with the back of his hand. My mother's face flew sideways. The ring on his pinky left a stamp-sized mark. I pressed my palm to my mouth, muffling a gasp. It wasn't the first time my father hit my mother, but it was the first time he did it in front of his sons. Achilles, Luca, and Enzo stormed into my line of vision. This appeared to be a family meeting about my future, one I wasn't invited to, as usual.
Basta, basta.
Enzo broke my parents off, giving Papa a violent shove.
My upbringing is fucked up enough without adding domestic violence into the mix. The hell do you think you're doing, Dad?
Luca thrust my father behind his desk, using it as a buffer between him and Mama.
Next time you raise a finger to my mother, you'll have no hands to wipe your ass with. Am I clear? Watch your mouth.
Papa heaved in his seat, catching his ragged breath.
I'm your father, and you're Dawn. I don't care if you're the fucking Pope. You touch my mother, you pay.
My father poured himself a drink with trembling hands. A conversation ping-ponged between him, Luca, and Achilles. Since Luca took a recliner across the room and Papa had his back to me, Achilles was the only person I could clearly see and whose lips I could read. I was going to have a baby I didn't want. A baby by a man who raped me. How could I love it? How could I take care of it? Would they even let me keep it? Would I want to? Both options were frightening and overwhelming. My father and brothers thought I had intellectual disabilities. Only Mama knew the truth.
He owes Luca a favor.
Achilles lit himself a cigarette. A heavy ball of lead settled in the pit of my stomach.
He'll do.
Him? Him who? What will he do? Did they know who did it? Were they going to force me to marry him? I'd long come to the conclusion true love was a myth, like Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy. I'd yet to find one happy couple in the entire Camorra, but I never thought I'd be paired with the man who did this to me. Surely not even my family was this cruel. Lucas said something that made Achilles scowl and mutter.
Right, because we have plenty of accountants and nice, respectable dentists to fucking choose from, don't we?
I blinked, registering the unfathomable. They were marrying me off, not to the beast who raped me, but rather to the first willing man who'd accept such a foul deal.
His character aside, he's the only motherfucker who can protect her as well as the Camorra. The king of disorganized crime.
Character aside? That sounded hardly promising. Achilles took a drag of his cigarette, releasing 2 wrathful streams of smoke through his nostrils.
And say what you will about the Irish, but they take care of their own as much as we do.
Luca must have stood his ground, because Achilles added,
He's the only man deranged enough to entertain this fuckery. Of course I'm protecting Leela. Have you lost your goddamn mind? You can't marry our sister off to that dipshit.
Enzo bulldozed into my vision, tossing a hand toward Achilles.
He's a psychopath. I've seen him cut a man's tongue and feed it to his wife for snitching. Leela is pure and innocent and pregnant.
Papa slammed his palm on his mahogany desk, rattling the entire floor with its force.
She's pregnant and can't give birth out of wedlock. We can't marry her off to anyone in the Camorra because the word would get out. They'll know someone dared rape her and we'd be a laughing stock.
She'll give birth here at home. It'll be our secret. Then we'll give the baby away.
No, too many people coming and going.
Papa shook his head.
Too much staff. It'll leak.
We'll go to Ischia.
And have an abortion.
He finished for her, mouth twisting crookedly into a sneer.
I'm not dumb, amore mio. You're not going anywhere with that girl.
That girl. This was what I was reduced to. A problem, an embarrassment, an issue to sweep under the rug. Anger bloomed in my chest. For the millionth time, I wondered if I did the right thing by deceiving the entire world about my so-called condition. I could have been a debutante. Suitors and maid men would have jumped through hoops to impress my family. I could have bargained a better position for myself to enter a marriage. Now I was leftovers, scraps, a hot potato my family wanted to toss into someone else's hands. All you care about is prestige. Mama grabbed a Geruda vase from the mantel mid-stride and threw it at my father. She nicked his temple before the antique shattered on the floor. Plucking a fire poker next, she swung it in his direction, this time aiming for his chest. Madonna Santa! Who cares what people say? You're not handing her off to a murderer. She is mine. Luca pried the poker from Mama's hand before she managed to land another strike on Papa, but it didn't stop her kicking the air in protest. I'd never seen Mama this way, not even when Papa got one of his mistresses pregnant.
This is all your fault.
Papa stubbed his finger in my brother's direction.
You've been soft. Soft on the Russians, on the Irish, on the Chicago outfit. There's someone out there who thinks he can walk all over us.
He pointed at the window.
What happened to your sister sits squarely on your shoulders. Now look who we have to give her to.
Velo, no. Mama switched from fighting to pleading, dropping to her knees, folding over. Please, don't do this. She's everything to me.
He's right. She must be wedded.
Achilles said dryly, ignoring Papa's accusations. I knew Luca and Enzo loved me. They always showed it in small brotherly ways. But Achilles took after my father. His heart was an iron fist clenched tight, always ready to deliver pain. It beat for power, money, and corruption. He had no more soul than the chess pieces sprawled on my father's board.
This needs to happen immediately. We can't have people question the timeline.
Achilles added.
And the baby?
Enzo flipped his pocket knife, cutting shallowly across his thumb to take the edge off.
Sophia and I will take it.
Luca ran his knuckles over his jawline.
Or it can stay with Leela and some nannies. We can send Emma to live with her.
Immacolata was the nanny who'd raised my brothers and me. She still lived and worked on our estate.
But I'm not excited about the idea of Callahan.
Luca stroked his angular jaw.
Enzo's right. He's a menace. A menace who rules South Bronx and sits on a mountain of his enemies' skulls. The man has no fear or morals. He's a liability, a wild seed. We need to strike an alliance with the Irish.
Papa's words were swift and final.
He's my biggest headache right now. I need to nip it in the bud. This will tie our businesses with his. We'll throw him some incentives, give him territory, and kill two birds with one stone.
Sei un coglione, Mama snarled, rising to her feet. He gave your daughter his eye. My life drained from my body. This was who they wanted me to marry? The awful man without the eye who threatened to drown, chop, rape, and kill me?
The shit are you talking about, Mama?
Achilles swung his entire body in her direction, scowling. It's true. She tilted her chin up, straightening her spine. She was doing her little doodles on the fountain outside the night you brought that god-awful creature into my house. He found her and gave her his eyeball. She was covered in his blood, her hair all wet from the water when I found her. This is how depraved the man is, taunting this poor innocent girl.
And you didn't think of, let's see, telling us?
Enzo stared at her incredulously. She hitched a shoulder up. I didn't think we'd have to see him again, and I didn't want to trigger Leela. You know how delicate she is. Lucas squinted.
And he didn't rape her?
Well, no, but...
And he didn't kill her?
Achilles frowned. They made it sound like him sparing my life was a heroic act. I wanted to scream until my lungs caught fire. Luca curved an eyebrow, contemplating.
Maybe he spared her because of her disabilities?
Achilles and Enzo shot him disbelieving glares.
Right.
Enzo chuckled sarcastically.
Because he's just that kind of stand-up guy. He's not the catch and release type.
Achilles scratched his jaw.
And he is not prone to mistakes. Something's fishy. Probably your breath.
Enzo suggested sunnily.
Have you been with any more of my exes recently?
Sometimes my brother said crude things I did not understand. This was one of those times.
Maybe he decided to finish his business at Luca's wedding.
Dad marveled. And this is fine with you? Mama went red. Marry her off to her rapist?
Tiernan Callahan has grand aspirations. I'd rather work with him than against him. Leela will give birth as a married woman, and we'll be able to put that Pazzo on a leash. And if he abuses her...
Luca leaned his shoulder against the wall, a godly sculpture, arms crossed around his middle. My father huffed.
How much does she understand, really?
A lot, Papa. More than you'd ever know. The only thing I can't do is hear, and that is entirely not my fault.
Set up a meeting.
My father concluded.
Tomorrow at the latest. I want the entire Irish clan here.
No, no, no. My mother fell to her knees again, pounding the carpeted floor with her fists. I won't let you take her. I won't. You can't do this to me. She's all I have left. But there was no point. I knew as well as she did. Once my father made up his mind, there was no changing it. My mother's plan to keep me safe and unwed failed in spectacular fashion. Everything we'd worked for was in vain. I was pregnant and getting married to Tiernan Callahan. And I had no say about it. Say about it. Say about it. Say about it.
Chapter 5. Tiernan. 291 days to self-destruction. There was only one thing I hated more than a Ferrante brother, and that was two Ferrante brothers interrupting me while I was splitting the G, the heavenly act of taking the first large sip of a freshly poured Guinness. I was sitting in Fermanus, going over the books when Enzo and Achilles showed up at my door. I drew my weapon and aimed it at Achilles' head. Let's be honest, a bullet would only do his face good. That's a weird way of saying hello. Enzo flashed me a friendly smile. I don't acknowledge lesser life forms. Ouch, that is so uncalled for. Enzo almost pouted. If it wasn't for me stitching your ass, I'd be visiting a cemetery right now, not a lively pub. I forgot how chatty the Ferrantes were. Already I wanted my fucking time back. What brings you down to my humble kingdom? Maybe we just missed you. Enzo tossed his knife in the air with a shrug, catching it by the hilt. I catalogued the Italian jokester. A preppy black peacoat and black hoodie combo, slim-fit chinos, and a $300 haircut. He looked about as scary as a moldy piece of marshmallow. Have your fill, lover boy. You just entered my territory unannounced, and I have every reason to make lasagna out of your brain. Frisk them. I jerked my chin toward the Camaristi men. 3 of my soldiers stood up, stomping over to the brothers and patting them down. They raised their arms sideways with a disgruntled look. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of the humiliating moment. Astonishingly, they were both unarmed. What do you want? I grumbled. Come with us and we'll tell you. Enzo tilted his head to the Humvee parked outside. Tell me here. I don't serve at the pleasure of your crown. We have an offer for you. Achilles' tone suggested his offer was to drink cyanide straight from the source. I used the muzzle of my gun to scratch my jaw. What do you want in return? Not enough, Achilles grumbled. And the offer is time-sensitive, so hurl your ass this way now. Bold of you to barge in here looking for a favor and put me on a deadline. Look, either you're coming or we'll move down our list to another asshole who'd take this deal. I'm coming, armed. I reholstered. The brothers exchanged looks. Achilles jerked his head in a nod. They led me to their Humvee, glancing at me every now and then to ensure I didn't put a bullet in their heads. I had no plans to do that, yet. Anger made you stupid, and stupid got you killed. Whatever they needed from me, they were desperate enough to ask for it nicely. Achilles, Enzo, and Luca, who waited in the driver's seat, bickered in Neapolitan the entire way to their Long Island mansion. They sounded pissed, though it beat me as to why. All the Russians I'd killed after our little reunion had been dumped far beyond the city limits. I even attended Luca's wedding. He and his new wife had the sizzling chemistry of a toothpick and a bucket of piss. We arrived at their manor. Last time I was here, I lost an eye. Now I was losing my bleeding patience. We spilled into the foyer. 2 carved grand staircases stared back at me. Intricate columns in ivory and gold, vaulted high ceilings, rich Persian carpets, Baroque paintings, and so much gold my healthy eye nearly bled itself into blindness. The design was a mix of expensive, tacky, and over-the-top. Servants rushed to take my coat and offer me refreshments. A wry chuckle escaped me. Last time I was here, I was a prisoner. Now I was royalty. Oh, how the tables had turned. Not one word, Callahan. Achilles got in my face, his finger an inch from my good eye. In fact, try not to breathe. Your goddamn existence chaps my ass. Ignoring him, I stalked inside. By the way, love the pirate look. Enzo slapped my back from behind, catching my step. Really suits you. I don't swing that way. Don't mistake my hate boner for a proposition, he said smoothly, but the tips of his ears reddened. Neither do I. Sure, buddy. Eager to finish the conversation with a man so dumb he probably dropped out of the University of Life, I stepped forward, deeper into the house. Luca and I ascended the curved stairway. Enzo and Achilles trailed behind. I considered all theories during the ride here, and still hadn't figured out their angle for this meeting. They gave me the okay to kill Alex and his siblings as long as I made their bodies disappear, which I hadn't even done yet. Other than that, I had no outstanding beef with the Italians. We marched through the corridor into the first set of double doors leading to Velo's office. Luca opened the doors and Achilles shoved me through them. Sitting behind his desk was Don Velo himself, wearing a paisley cravat and a 3-piece. He looked like a sphinx cat in a suit. Pale, mostly hairless, wrinkly, and too frail for his scowl to be taken seriously. The rumors were true then. He was dying. To his right, on an upholstered velvet settee, were his wife and daughter. Lady Chiara was bawling her eyes out into what, at some point, was a tissue. She stared at me like I pissed in her grits this morning. I didn't take it personally. That tended to happen with women who knew what I did for a living. The vast room was panelled with mahogany and filled with pictures from Camorra events, weddings, funerals, and baptisms. There was an elaborate gold-gilded chess set on the desk in front of Velo. In one of the 2 sets in front of him was my da, wearing his Sunday best and a placid expression. Next to him was my older brother, Fenton, and my twin sister, Tierney. My irritation turned to apprehension. What the fuck was my entire family doing here? Callahan, thank you for coming. Velo gestured to the chair in front of him. I glanced around. What's the story? We throwing a party? Enzo's balls finally dropped. Velo signaled to the chair again. Have a seat. I sauntered painfully slowly, just to piss everyone off, before sprawling on the recliner opposite him. Do you enjoy making people want to bash their heads against the wall? Achilles seethed. Of course, I answered matter-of-factly. That he'd even ask was disconcerting. Let me start by saying nothing we'll discuss here will ever leave this room. Don Velo stood up, limping toward a drink cart with his cane. If I hear you as much as breathed about it to anyone else, I'll make sure to kill your entire family in front of you before slaughtering you. That includes your father and siblings, who kindly grace us with their presence today. His words, calm and deadly, brushed right past me. He plucked 2 small glasses and a bottle of Amaro del Capo from a mini-freezer, returning to his seat and setting the glasses in front of us. His knees gave out, buckling him back into the seat. His fingers trembled against the bottle of liquor. I wasn't about to offer him help. I wouldn't piss on a Ferrante if one was on fire. It was a matter of principle. Velo filled the glasses halfway. I snapped my fingers and motioned upward. Keep going. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. He filled my cup until the liquid sloshed over. I picked it up and downed it in one gulp, slamming it against the table. Why am I here? Leela is pregnant, he announced, reaching for an engraved box. He produced a Cuban cigar, ran it under his nose, and bit off the tip with a scowl. I see. I ran my tongue across my teeth, considering the information. Who the fuck is Leela? Whoever she was, I hadn't done the impregnating. I'd sampled my fair share of Camorra princesses, but never in the traditional baby-making ways. Rafaela, Leela, my daughter. Velo's molars ground into dust. Ah, Rafaela, the youngest, mentally 3, the lads at the poker tables whispered, which still put her a few dozen IQ points above Enzo. Congratulations. Que idiota. Achilles scrubbed his face with his hand. That's a bit harsh. She's your sister, after all. The taunt made Achilles bulldoze in my direction. Fenton lunged to his feet, blocking his way to me. Another move toward my brother and you'll be God's problem. Sit your ass down, Fenton. You're not even a made man. Luca's voice dripped in disdain. I toyed with the ring on my pinky. Still annoyed, I left a perfectly poured pint of Guinness for this shit. Leela was raped during Luca's wedding. Bella provided. Everyone in the room shifted uncomfortably. Mrs. Ferrante let out a strangled sob. Fuck's sake, was there a bottom line to all of this? And then Velo stared at me in a way that indicated the bottom line might be that I did the raping. Don't look at me. I've very few red lines, but raping children is one of them. I tapped my pinky ring. Besides, I only do blowies and anal. Less chance of giving the woman an orgasm. Velo screwed his fingers into his eye sockets. Luca stared at the ceiling. Enzo looked like he was about to hurl his knife straight between my eyes.
I pray for your soul,
Kira muttered. Don't have one, but tears. Actually, the fact most people in the underworld would believe you're a child rapist is exactly why you're here, Achilles said. I already told you, you've got the wrong guy. You're not being blamed for anything, son, Dad clarified. Doesn't sound like it. I thunked my glass Velo's way, signaling for him to top me up. Happy to do a paternity test. Velo pushed another glass full of alcohol toward me, staring at me shrewdly. That won't be necessary.
Do you guys think it's a camarista?
My twin sister asked curiously.
A turncoat?
Luca dragged a hand over his face. We're still connecting the dots.
And you need someone discreet to find the rapist?
Tierney guessed.
Is that why you called us here?
It made sense they wouldn't task one of their own with the job. This was a PR catastrophe for a crime family who made a living being feared. I can hunt him down, I offered. But I charge up front and I ain't cheap. Velo chuckled, staring me down like I offered him a hearty bowl of vomit. If I wanted an assassin, I'd hire Tristan Hale. I only work with the best. Hale did make an art of killing people, but I wouldn't say he was better. We had different execution styles. Mine was more eccentric. I like to put forth my imaginative nature. Besides, Hale was a masked man. No one knew what he looked like. Technically, I could be him. So, I twirled the liquor in my small glass, staring down at it with boredom. You gonna tell me why I'm here, or beat around the bush for another hour? We want you to marry Leela, Velo said. I ceased the twirling, stared him down. I knew he was losing the battle to whatever the fuck was killing him. Didn't realize he also lost his faculties. Marry my daughter, Callahan. Claim the baby as your heir. No.
Wait.
Tierney lurched forward in her seat.
What? Wait. Hear him out.
I shot a glare at my family. My father shrugged. People will believe you're ruthless enough to take someone like Miss Ferrante. He cleared his throat. You thrive off your merciless reputation. This will serve you well. We'll have Ferrante business, connections, resources. They'll open up the port for us. We'll be able to get shipments from Europe unchecked. The Port Authority in New York, New Jersey was riding our ass 6 ways from Sunday, confiscating my drug shipments on a regular basis. The Ferrantes had no such problem. They owned the port, organization, and workers' union.
And I'll be able to break my deal with Achilles.
Tierney tried snatching my gaze, her voice reeking of desperation. The deal. Achilles Ferrante's greatest sin in my book wasn't even clawing out of my eye. About a year ago, when I kidnapped billionaire Tate Blackthorne's wife, just minding my own business as a part of work, Achilles held Tierney hostage for a few hours. We'd ended up striking a deal where she'd agreed he'd choose her future husband, and in return, he released her. Nice try. Achilles afforded her a smile. Your ass is mine, sweetheart.
What do you even care about my love life?
Tierney threw her hands in the air.
You're gay.
That's a rumor you started. Good to see you know how to spread something that isn't your legs, though.
We both know I'm spreading nothing. You assign me a chaperone.
Enough! Willow's palm came crashing down onto the table. You two aren't the subject, although now that we've veered off topic, Achilles, you cannot marry the mouthy Irish girl. She's impure.
Toxic as all hell.
My sister kicked back, crossing her legs with a grin. She wore black Chanel logo stockings and a black dress that wanted to be a handkerchief.
I'm no Eve, more like Lilith.
My sister was a sight. Men desired her, women detested her, and made her an extremely lonely creature, even though she had hundreds of fake friends. Your behavior is shameful. Bella's lip curled. I suggest you keep your opinions about my sister to yourself. I warned Bello. It'd be incredibly rude of me to kill a man in his own office.
Oh, let him vent.
Tierney rolled her eyes, examining her dark nail polish with a pout.
The only time I'm interested in what a man has to say is when my personal shopper calls to tell me the new Balmain collection just dropped.
So, Bella returned his attention to me. Back to our negotiation. Fuck your negotiation. Fenton pointed a shaky finger at Bello. She's damaged goods. Why should my brother receive someone else's scraps when he can marry a Mafia princess like Francesca Rossi? Did you just compare your brother to the sitting president? Achilles tilted his head, his dark eyes dancing with wicked amusement. My fucking God, I knew you were an alcoholic, but I didn't know you were a tweaker too. Damaged goods, huh? Luke ran his tongue over his teeth. You heard it right. Fenton's flat tone held no hesitation. My brother deserves a debutante, not a teenager with a bastard in her womb. He's a rising king of the underworld. Lucas shook his head, jerking his chin toward Fenton. Enzo nodded, waltzing over to my brother, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him down to the basement of terror. I was pleased Fenton was going to get a rib or two cracked. It'd keep him away from the gambling rooms for a while. Why me? I asked Fellow. You have a last name and are above killing women. Glowing endorsement, but I killed 3. Kara gasped. I never said they didn't deserve it. Sue me for being an equal opportunity feminist. You're single, powerful, and discreet. Bello ignored my confession, and would rather fight with you, not against you. Prying the truth out of a Ferrante was like milking a cockroach. Why isn't she getting an abortion? I asked. Seems easier than pawning her off. Surely, as a fellow Catholic, you understand why. Bello scowled. As a man who has committed every sin in the Bible and invented new ones in the process. I don't consider myself a son of God. I reached to grab one of his cigars, running it under my nose. Truth be told, we're not even second cousins. Besides, she's a fucking fetus. She turned 18 2 months ago. Tiernan will take good care of Leela, Dad said earnestly. I didn't know where he got this idea from. I wouldn't trust myself with a bleeding house plant. Not even a succulent, and those apparently didn't need much water. You won't harm her, and this will squash all territorial and trust issues between the Irish and the Camorra. Doesn't she have severe intellectual disabilities? I asked. I'm not here to wipe someone's ass, no matter how beneficial to me. The fuck is wrong with you? Achilles bared his teeth. Don't use that derogatory language. I couldn't help but toss my head back and laugh. Achilles being inclusive was the height of comedy. I'd seen this man rip a person's asshole with construction tools as a form of interrogation. My best-kept secret was that I was not in fact a bigot, but in my line of work not being an ignorant bag of shit was hardly a flex. I had a reputation to uphold. I was the man God didn't want in hell from fear he'd corrupt his residents.
Leela is self-sufficient.
Kiara straightened her spine, her urge to defend her daughter overriding her disdain for me. She had dark circles under her eyes.
She doesn't require any assistance to fulfill basic tasks, such as eating a meal and tidying after herself, as well as using the bathroom and showering independently. Besides, she'll be with me all day, every day. She has activities to attend to, occupational therapy, swimming, horseback riding. She'll barely be at your...
She twisted her upturned nose in revulsion.
Place.
I'm not marrying her, I drawled so we could start bargaining. I would marry a fucking crack pipe if it brought me closer to my end goal. I had no scruples to speak of, but I wasn't doing it for free. Rethink your answer, Callahan, Luca demanded. You owe me. Filippo, remember? Kill one of my soldiers to even the score. I kicked my feet onto Velo's desk, tossing my unlit cigar back to the floor. I'm not giving your sister my ring and my name to get in your good books. Look at her. Velo gestured to the helpless creature on the couch. Would it be so terrible to claim this fine woman as your own?
Velo.
Kira warned.
You're taking advantage of our mental disabilities.
I'd have done this regardless considering the circumstances. You know that. I had to tilt my entire body to look at the Ferrante girl, thanks to her brother plucking one of my eyeballs out. She sat primly on the edge of the settee, hands in her lap, staring down at her feet. I didn't need to look. I already knew she was fucking gorgeous. It was why I spared her meaningless life the night Achilles took my eye. Tarnishing her soft skin with my blood, putting fear in those sapphire blues, had been enough to get my dick hard. She was fawn-like in features, a tiny little thing, utterly angelic. Her pale gold hair flowed in succulent waves down to her ass. Her frame was narrow and slim. The swell of her tits was magnificent under a lilac button-down dress. Her face was a pinnacle of perfection. And drawn high cheekbones, elfin nose, cerulean eyes, and pouty pink lips. The elegant arch of her eyebrows was delectable. Even her nostrils were flawless. She held zero resemblance to her brothers, with their Roman noses, square jaws, and amber tans. Not to mention Velo, who had the underbite of a French bulldog. If this creature was a pure-blooded Ferrante, I was Peter the Apostle. Tragic was the fact such beauty was wasted on a woman who could never use it as a weapon. Although, judging by the way she stared back at me now, she looked like she wanted to spear me into the nearest rusty fence. Very Ferrante of her. It occurred to me Velo just sacrificed his only daughter for me to do to her as I pleased. Snap those shapely legs like twigs, make her pay for every single thing her brothers did to me. She wouldn't breathe a word. Even if she could, it'd be too late. She'd be mine. To own, to control, to abuse. Every single person in the room knew this fact. Yet it was a price they were willing to pay, all of them with the exception of her mother, who hardly had to say. I turned back to the dawn. She's a corker, I'll give you that. But a pretty cunt is just that, a cunt. It feels the same as any other in the dark. Sweeten the deal for me. Offer me something I cannot refuse. Tiernan, Doc growled. Bello held his hand up. It's his right to consummate this marriage if he takes her as a wife. As long as he doesn't damage her, I'll allow it. Chiara completely lost it. She flung from the couch, throwing herself onto Vello, her fingers wrapping around his neck. She started yelling in Italian. Luca and Achilles didn't intervene. Santa Chiara, dopo ha rubato mettetero e porte fiero. Bello spat out, not bothering to spare her a look. He hit the panic button under his desk with a yawn. 2 Camarista soldiers stepped into the room. Gentle with her, Luca said coolly. The 2 men pried the hysterical woman from her husband, escorting her out of the room. You're a bad bishop, Tiernan. Bello dragged a bishop piece across his chessboard. You have all these ambitions, eliminating the Brodva, taking over swaths of New York, getting into politics, but none of the manpower and only half the funds. You're blocked whichever way you go. Camorra here, Russians here, Feds there. Can't move left, right, backward, or forward. You're stuck. He knocked a pawn on the chessboard with the bishop. I can help you with that. I can unlock all these doors you've been craving to open, Tiernan. He raised his voice, his eyes searching mine. I have the key. I'll claim the bastard by giving it my name only. I'll not be involved with your daughter or the child. She can live under my roof and I'll fuck her occasionally, but nothing more. Continue. Bello pressed his fingers together. He was an old wolf, but an old wolf was still a wolf. He wasn't going to hand over half his kingdom. In exchange, you're going to help me finish off the Rasputins. The room fell quiet. Achilles was the first to bite. Fuck it. Smoke engulfed his words. They want New York. We'll have to deal with them sooner or later. It'll send the right message to our enemies, too. What's the message? Luca asked. That we always notice and never fucking miss. Bello turned to look at Luca. He jerked his chin. It's been a long time coming. Bello inclined his head. My soldiers are at your disposal. Your sons, too. It needed to have real skin in the game. Plus, I didn't rule out getting Achilles killed for what he did to me. Our hands have been clean for far too long. Achilles' voice cut through the silence like scissors. Blood, power, war, we crave it. Our soldiers, too, it's time. Bella contemplated this for a moment before nodding. Well, shit. If this was his opening gambit, he really needed this reunion. And I want Harlem. North, south, all of it. I pressed on. Keep dreaming, pretty boy. Achilles flicked his cigarette out the window. I stood up, knowing I wouldn't make it past the threshold. They were desperate to clean their hands of the girl. I turned around and headed for the door. Vello's words stopped me mid-stride. I'll give you Harlem on one condition. Vello's death-drenched voice croaked. You find Lila's rapist and take revenge. Discreetly. Show your loyalty to us, prove that this union between the Ferrantes and the Callans is more than business. If you do this for me, if you find the man and kill him, I will give you Harlem. Not before. Expanding the Callan territory and dragging the Ferrantes into my war was too sweet a deal to turn down. I wanted to conquer New York, so I could leave tyranny and Fenton something behind, means to live comfortably after I was gone. Plus, I never shied away from wet work. Pivoting, I reached over to his chessboard, using a bishop to knock down every piece around it. Send me all CCTV footage from the wedding weekend. I stalked out of the office without sparing my new bride a glimpse. Chiara was in the hallway, wrestling with the soldiers on the carpet. I sidestepped her. Behind my back, I heard the sound of the glass shattering in Vello's fist. Achilles ranting in Italian and Luca barking at his soldiers to unhand his mother. Only Leela stayed silent. Not for long, I smirked. I was very good at making people scream. 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 Scream.
Chapter 6. Leela. The next time I saw my fiancé was at our wedding. By then, I had fully digested what was happening, and I was ready for a fight. It was just my luck. The Valium my mother crushed and slipped into my pink lemonade wore off when the priest informed my now husband he may kiss the bride. I pressed my lips into a firm line, holding my breath. There were 800 guests at our wedding. Not one of them raised concerns about the bride being allegedly not of sound mind, and no one objected to this farce. I hated the Camorra, the Irish, the world. My husband's eye, shamrock green with golden speckles swimming inside it, twinkled with malice, reminding me its twin had been excised by my brother, and it was now time to take revenge through me. The black eye patch made his face ruggedly handsome. He looked like a well-scrubbed pirate, one who wouldn't mind tossing me off the ship. A possessive hand snatched my waist, and he leaned in, tilting me down to the cheers and claps of our audience. Any hope his disastrous reputation was exaggerated snuffed like a brittle candlewick in the wind. His lips crushed against mine, spreading into a spiteful smile.
So fucking sweet.
His mouth moved over my own. Even though I couldn't see it, I could feel his words digging into my skin like the tip of a knife.
I can't wait to corrupt you.
A whisper of heat teased my stomach, something I never felt before. It felt like someone spilled syrup inside me. The guests went wild, whistling, clapping, and cheering. My father had insisted the wedding take place on Crimson Key. He wanted to show everyone it was business as usual. Signal nothing bad had happened here. But the fact our wedding took place only 2 weeks after the emergency meeting with the Callahans spoke volumes. It was enough to raise suspicion among his soldiers. They were obedient, not stupid. My father swore up and down Tiernan Callahan had insisted, how he swore to fight the Camorra's wars for a chance to make me happy. Lies dipped in folly. Everything about the manor made my skin crawl now. Every inch of it was soaked with the memory of my brothers carrying me back at dawn, muddied and bloodied, a torn rag doll. Was my rapist in the crowd tonight? Was he watching, basking in my misfortune, laughing at the turn of events? Did he put 2 and 2 together? After all, this wedding was me paying for the consequences of his actions. I couldn't remember his face, only the evil glint in his eyes. But I wanted to, I wanted to remember, to tell my brothers, to give him the painful death he deserved. What I did remember was the once white tiara of roses, how the petals turned red when he'd split my lip, cheek, and forehead. I couldn't stomach seeing roses from that day forward. My wedding was decorated with lilacs only. Tiernan released me from his hold. I nearly collapsed on my ass, but managed to grab onto the wedding arch. When I looked up to see if my husband noticed, I saw his broad back striding into the enthusiastic crowd like a titan rising from the ocean. After the official ceremony, Mama and Emma rushed me upstairs, away from prying eyes. They gave me water and dry crackers. Emma knew the secret of my pregnancy. She was like my second mama, an ample, tanned woman with silver hair, kind eyes, and drab gray dresses. I placed my hands on the marbled banisters of the second floor, the ballroom stretching below me like a naked woman on canvas. White Colosseum columns arched upward onto a round ceiling painted with Raphael's Transfiguration. Clouds of pink and purple lilacs sailed from every corner of the room, and the golden glow of 1,000 candles licked the muraled walls. It was different from Luca's wedding, where everybody mingled and danced together. The Irish and Italians didn't mix. They sat at different tables on different sides of the room, drinking different liquor, eating different dishes. You should let her watch the wedding, Lady Chiara. It's hers, after all. Emma pushed away flaxen locks from my eyes, dabbing my face with powder. And make sure one of the boys warns Callahan to be gentle with her. I put my hand to my lips. They still stung, where Tiernan's mouth touched, the ghost of that ravenous, greedy kiss that took, but didn't give. I turned to Mama so I could see her answer. Luca assured me it's taken care of. She popped another pill and tossed it down her throat without water, refusing eye contact with me, her third Valium today. Apparently Lucas squeezed some kind of promise from Tiernan not to touch me on our wedding night. That should put me at ease, but I oversaw Luca telling Enzo how Tiernan's promises were worth less than a $3 bill. He wasn't a camorrista. He didn't abide by the omerta, the code of silence and honor.
He gave Blackthorn his word he wouldn't kidnap his wife. And 10 days later, the woman was tied inside his van, tranquilized to her fucking eyeballs, roughened by his soldiers.
Enzo had spat out. He's hurting her before he even laid a finger on her. Emma's eyes tapered. He's disrespecting her in public. Her gaze traveled down below, and I followed it. My husband's copper-haired head, rising at least 3 inches above the heads of everyone else in the room, sliced through the parting crowd of well-wishers. He had an aura, a pull about him that made people clear the way, stop, and stare. A brunette bombshell was at his heel, big puffy hair, scarlet lips, and generous cleavage. They weren't walking side by side, but she was chasing him around in a tiny beige cocktail dress and red-soled heels, touching his wrist, her smile triumphant. "Que baldraca!" Mama hissed, white-knuckling the banisters. "Send Enzo up, now!" My brother showed up immediately, flush-faced and clearly drunk.
Mama?
Who's the stronzo parading around at his own wedding?
The Dallas Cowboys cheerleader.
He ran his knuckles over his jawline.
Don't worry, it's all part of the plan.
Is the plan to make us look like weaklings? Because it's working, eh?
The plan is he comes to his wedding suite well-sated and satisfied.
Enzo cleared his throat. My mother's face relaxed somewhat. Make sure the whore gets fired.
Yes, Mama.
The women who raised me had a very specific idea for what constituted a good woman. A good woman dressed modestly, spoke quietly, and didn't hold a job, much less a job that required showing off her body. Also, she's wearing white head to toe. Bad luck for the couple. Tear that dress and put her in something drab.
On it.
Leave it to my mother to be angry at the woman for breaking the dress code, rather than sleeping with the groom. But Enzo was onto something. Maybe the cheerleader was going to satisfy my husband's needs for tonight. I sure as hell wasn't going to let him touch me. Who said he'll ask for your permission? I was going to fight. Consequences be damned. I didn't care that I wasn't supposed to understand what was happening. The jig was up. I had nothing left to pretend for. Tiernan and his companion disappeared from view. Mild relief and acidic irritation swirled in my gut. It was common practice for a man to take a mistress or two in our world, but it was courtesy to conceal her from view. If not from your associates, then at least from your wife. About an hour later, a Camorra soldier gingerly knocked on the door of the honeymoon suite, where Mama and her friends gathered around me. Little girls in bridesmaid dresses jumped up and down on the bed. Italian tradition to invite fertility to the newlyweds' bed. The married ladies, Mama included, sat on chairs. It was custom that only virgins were allowed on these sheets. It didn't stop my Mama from letting me sit on the edge of the bed.
Lady Ferrante.
He bowed his head.
Raffaella is being called for the speeches. They're wheeling in the cake.
Oh, Fabio, she's too tired. She waved him off. Leave us, but do send over some food and a hamper of tea. He didn't move. Her eyes narrowed. Yes?
Her husband wants her there.
Silence. Dark, ominous energy poisoned the air. Speeches? Mama huffed sarcastically, keeping her poise. They don't even know each other. What is there to say? Besides, I do not take orders from peasants, and neither does my daughter.
The Don asked to relay the message.
The soldier bowed his head lower, switching from Italian to Neapolitan.
He thinks it shows strength through unity. I'm sorry.
His throat bobbed.
She needs to come.
And come I did. I was ushered back downstairs, where my mother reluctantly disposed of me next to my new husband. He was surrounded by his father, brother, sister, and Irish soldiers, and spared me no look. I noticed all three of the siblings had that same impossibly rare hair. Blood-red burgundy, rich and dark, like aged wine. Their father had ordinary dark brown hair. They must have taken after their mother. Was she here? If so, how come I hadn't met her? I knew nothing about my groom, only that he was wild and exquisitely violent, that the men in my family found him incontrollable and infuriating because he didn't fear them. A few minutes later, Tiernan's brother stood up and clinked a fork to his champagne flute. He made a speech I couldn't lip read, since his back was to me. He looked remarkably like my husband, and yet nothing like him at all. The same ruby hair and green eyes, athletic build, and aristocratic strong features. But this was where the similarities ended. Whereas Tiernan dripped power and cruelty, his brother looked like a well-groomed accountant, one of the many you could find on Wall Street. He lacked that devil-may-care air, the easygoing charisma. Since I couldn't read Finton's lips, I turned to look at my family's table. My mother's face was gray and lifeless. My father and brother's masks of indifference were on, but I could see through their cracks, the throbbing vein in Luca's forehead, the strain in Papa's neck, Enzo's slight scowl, Achilles' insatiable thirst for revenge and gore. Then it was my husband's turn to deliver his words. He stood, grabbing me by the waist and yanking me up with him. I gasped at the sudden invasion. He wrapped his arm around my neck, tucking me under his armpit like I was his captive. The crowd shifted uncomfortably. He studied the room, his silence somehow louder than everyone else's. His lips moved, and my eyes clung to them.
Look at her.
He snatched my jaw, tilting my face upward, exhibiting his trophy.
So clean, so pure, so innocent.
He smelled warm, alive, like sex and violence and something else, not entirely terrible, but nevertheless catastrophic.
The most beautiful woman on the continent. No close seconds. They call her a vision, a masterpiece, a myth. From now on, she only has one name. Mine.
He growled, twisting my face by my chin to look him in the eye. A sadistic smirk touched his lips.
I cannot wait to devour my little forbidden fruit tonight. Touch the untouchable. Sully the pristine. Turn the elegant Ferrante princess into a Callahan delinquent.
The raucous laughter quaked the walls and settled in my stomach. My father choked on his glass of brandy, nostrils flaring. Luca's hand settled on his gun in his holster, flicking his gaze to my father for the okay to start a war. But it was my mother who threw me into a state of pure panic. She stood up and stalked outside, a veil of Camorra wives trailing behind to comfort her. Crying wasn't an option. I wasn't going to give the bastard the satisfaction of seeing me break. Mama and I had carefully made sure I didn't show emotions, but our plan had backfired. Being allegedly a person with intellectual disabilities didn't matter anymore. I was pregnant and wed. My walls of protection had shattered one after the other. I was unraveling like a loose thread in a sweater. I knew Tiernan would pull and tug until I was completely bare. My husband dropped my chin.
Consider this your first and last warning.
He spoke to the room, but stared only at me.
Raphael Callahan is mine. Nobody is to look at my wife, speak about my wife, or breathe in her direction. She is under my protection now. The first to cross the line will be the last. They'll be made an example.
His gaze dragged across the room, which collectively held its breath.
There will be no body to bury, No ashes to spread. No memory to spare if you're stupid enough to disrespect her. Us. Understood.
They all did, judging by the horrified looks in their faces. Tiernan's attention halted on Angelo Bendini, and a chill chased across my spine. The dread that slowly dripped into my gut all day turned into a tidal wave. Why did Angelo unsettle me so much? Why was the sight of my brother-in-law so distressing to me?
You know, I never was a fan of Italian weddings.
Tiernan dragged his thumb across my lower lip, parting it to reveal my white teeth.
Too much pathos for my liking. No blood. Big fan of that. I think it's time I shed some tonight.
There'd be no blood on the sheets, as he very well knew, unless he draws it some other way. The men in the room stood up, cheered, clapped, whistled. It was time.
Move.
One word. Yet my entire universe shriveled into it. When I didn't, he gave my back a push. I stumbled forward and my legs did the rest, automatically carrying me toward the foyer. He glided behind me, his gaze searing the back of my neck. I tried to go as slow as humanly possible to prolong the inevitable. When I wasn't fast enough for the Stronzo's liking, he bypassed me and tossed me across his shoulder. The crowd followed us up the curved stairway, hooting and throwing rice at us. Tiernan took the curved hallway to the honeymoon suite, the one Luca and Sophia had stayed in weeks ago, and my cousins before them. Achilles and Enzo would too, once it was their time to wed. The last thing I saw before he kicked the door shut behind us was my mother's face, peering from beyond the crowd. Her hands moved quickly as she signaled me in ASL. One word. Fight. 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 Chapter 7. Leela. As soon as the door clicked shut, Tiernan tossed me across the room on the four-poster bed like I was an old suitcase and slithered toward the writing desk. His movements reminded me of a viper, seconds before striking its target. Languid, controlled, discreet. The windows were open, allowing the briny summer breeze to drift into the room. The curtains danced playfully across the walls. I watched fixedly as he removed enough weapons from his body to start a medium-sized New York gang. He unholstered 2 guns, a silencer, and a couple of knives, lining them up neatly next to an ancient flower vase, a charcuterie board, and chilled champagne with 2 glasses. He removed his tuxedo jacket and tie, cut as per Italian tradition, rolling his dress shirt up inked arms corded with muscles and veins. My heart twisted into a painful knot when he turned to me. Our eyes locked. My new husband never blinked. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was like he decided to compensate for the loss of his other eye by never closing his good one. I wanted to beg for mercy. The only thing stopping me was the knowledge that he got off on fear. I saw it the night at the fountain. Weakness would only encourage more cruelty. His eye landed on a painting of a crucified Jesus above the headboard.
Your parents sure know how to set the mood.
He plucked a fig from the charcuterie board, tossing it into his mouth on his way to the ensuite bathroom.
Wait here, and don't do anything stupid. Don't damage her.
Papa's words haunted me. He could leave me unmarred from the shoulders up. No one would ever know. Everything else was fair game. I didn't waste time. Scrambling to my feet, I rushed to the desk, grabbed one of his guns, heavier than I'd imagined, and aimed it at the open bathroom door with shaky fingers. He reemerged a few moments later, zipping himself. A gun was aimed at his head. Yet all he did was stare at me with leisured amusement, like I was a lab rat trying to work out a Rubik's Cube. I was used to being underestimated. Still, for some reason, I couldn't bear that this man thought I was so toothless.
Put that down, Gaelic. That is a grown-up toy. I'll have your mother send your crayons and colouring books over tomorrow.
Tiernan fished out his phone, frowning at a text message. I knew the basic mechanics of guns from watching the men in my family handling them. I flicked the safety with my thumb. The sound made Tiernan's gaze flit back to me. He sighed.
Fuck's sake.
He flew toward me, grabbed the gun by the mouth, seized the silencer from the vanity table, and screwed it on.
It's 1 a.m. Show some decorum.
He handed the gun back to me, staring at me with a glint in his eye, daring me to hurt him. He pushed his chest against the gun, his dark gaze penetrating my soul, squeezing it with his ice-cold fist. His heart thudded against the silencer, slow, steady, calm. Not one muscle in his face moved. He was calling my bluff. He was not only calling my bluff, but suffocating my soul, touching me without permission, and pushing me to my limits like no man had ever done before. My rage, my fear, all gathered in the pit of my stomach, like a storm building momentum and speed, and anger that sat dormant for years. I pulled the trigger. The force of the blow tilted the gun upward. The recoil made me stagger back, and I hit the wall, falling to the floor. The bullet grazed his shoulder. Crimson spread across his pristine white shirt. I shot my husband, the most vicious, bloodthirsty man in America. Terror gripped me, and I crawled on my hands and knees toward the door. Tiernan unbuttoned his dress shirt unhurriedly. His face gave away nothing. He let his shirt slide down his arms, using the tip of his shoe to press the door shut to stop me from fleeing. I forced my gaze to travel up to him.
You know, if you were a real Callahan, I'd have taken you to the shooting range to work on your aim. We have a reputation to uphold.
He had a sculpted body with a prominent six-pack, defined pectoral muscles, and a tattoo running from the side of his ear along his right shoulder. Oderant dum metuant. Let them hate, as long as they fear. He leaned down and reached for me. I forced myself not to flinch. I thought he'd hit me, but all he did was pry the gun from between my fingers.
Open your mouth.
Even though he looked calm, something in his eye told me that if I wouldn't, he'd put a bullet in my head, and unlike me, he wouldn't miss. Slowly, I let my jaw slack. He pushed the pistol's muzzle between my lips. Slowly, almost sensually. It was still hot, the gunpowder sour against my tongue.
Wrap those pretty lips around it.
My eyes stung with tears, and I followed the instructions I wasn't supposed to understand. I acted on pure instinct. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to live, either. But I didn't want to leave this earth before I killed my rapist and at least plucked this bastard's other eye out. My husband looked bored out of his mind, like shoving guns down people's throats was a daily occurrence for him.
Next time you try to shoot me, you better not fucking miss, because this'll be my cock. It's thicker than the gun. I'll watch you choke on my cum as punishment, understood?
I didn't answer. Screw him. I stared up at him, shaking with rage, and spat the gun out of my mouth. He shook his head in response.
Get your ass in the bathroom and get ready for bed while I clean myself up.
I staggered to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I clutched the edges of the sink, stared into the mirror, and swallowed air to draw in some oxygen. I wished I had a phone. Mama wouldn't let me have one. She said phones created zombies and everything I needed from life could be found in our library. My eyes drifted to a condom in a foil packet on the vanity. I recognized it from an anatomy encyclopedia I read a few years ago. So, he was planning to rape me after all. Not as long as I have breath in me, Stronzo. Searching my surroundings frantically, I found a glass vase next to the clawed bathtub. I tossed the fresh roses in the trash, couldn't look at them anyway, and drained the water down the sink. I rolled the vase inside the skirts of my wedding dress and crouched down to the floor. The door rattled behind my back. He didn't trust me. Or maybe he just got tired of waiting to claim what was now his. Either way, I had no time. I smashed the vase against the floor, hoping the layers of fabric silenced the thud, and picked the sharpest shard of glass from it. I scurried up to my feet, ripping the door open. Tiernan stood on the other side of it. He arched a brow.
Done with your hissy fit fetus.
I launched the shard at him, stabbing him just above the elbow. I was going for his veins, but he was tall, and my vision was blurred by adrenaline. He dodged me quickly, moving like a striking serpent. I tried again, blindly lashing at him. But before I knew what was happening, he wrapped himself around me from behind, yanking the shard from my hand.
Note to self.
He dragged me to the bed, shoved me against one of its posts, and efficiently tied me to it using his own belt.
She's not very good with taking orders.
Not from assholes who cheat on me 5 minutes into the marriage. I wanted to bite back. He disposed of all of the broken glass in the bathroom and hid all of the weapons in the room. When he was finally done cleaning up after me, he untied and sat me down on the edge of the bed and crouched before me.
You have to stop trying to kill me, Leela. It's giving me a massive hard-on, and I've never been good with delayed gratification.
I glared at him skeptically. I wasn't even sure what he meant by that.
I'm not going to fuck you. Not tonight, anyway.
My eyes darted to the condom on the vanity in the open bathroom, my throat bobbing with the swallow. He followed my line of vision.
Bold of you to assume you're worth my time.
A smile tilted the corners of his lips. It was mocking and humorless, but the first I'd seen from him.
The condom isn't meant for you. I was supposed to fuck someone else. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the mood for a brunette.
My shaking subsided little by little. Nobody had ever used these words with me. In truth, people hardly spoke to me at all. When they did, they treated me like a small child. Tiernan slanted his head.
How much do you understand?
I didn't answer him. I still hadn't decided what would be the best course of action to protect myself in this marriage.
You gonna stop trying to kill me?
I shrugged noncommittally.
Very quixotic.
He rubbed his thumb across his lower lip.
How about a 6-hour ceasefire until morning?
This time I nodded. I was exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and overwhelmed with my own existence.
Same bed.
My eyebrows slammed together. He grinned in response.
Have fun on the floor, then.
I assumed the tiny square of bathroom carpet as my bed, curled into a shrimp-shaped figure, crying myself to sleep. Tiernan didn't suggest I take the bed, nor did he check on his whimpering, hiccuping wife. The marble beneath me was cold, the pins in my hair too tight, the corset too suffocating. But I was safe, locked away from the big, bad monster. At least until dawn.
Chapter 8. Tiernan. A loud bang on the door woke me up. Wakey, wakey, Sir Kills-a-Lot. Enzo's voice sing-songed from the other side. Of course, the cheerful bastard was a morning person. Time to fulfill your end of the bargain. My end of the bargain? Bollocks. I forgot the stupid blood on the sheets tradition. Fellow needed it to prove his knocked-out daughter was a virgin. I wasn't normally in the habit of following directions, but in this case, we needed to keep united front. It'd be bad for business if people knew I married a knocked-up woman. I grabbed my phone, sifting through my last messages. Luca. Don't you dare touch her. Achilles. Not even a peck on the cheek, asshole. Tiernan. Stop blowing up my phone. Enzo. Touch a hair on her head, and your phone won't be the only thing exploding. Seeing as my wife stabbed and shot me last night, I had at least 2 semi-open wounds to tarnish the expensive sheets with. Funny, the Don didn't mention she was violent, probably because he knew it'd turn me on. 10 minutes. I stretched across the bed. I could practically feel Enzo hovering on the other side of the door like a floating piece of shit in a public restroom. Is Leela okay? I threw a glance at the locked door of the ensuite, from which annoying whimpers had drifted until 4 a.m. Grand. Silence seeped through the door crack. Did you? He paused, clearing his throat. Honor our deal? Barely, I thought sardonically. That second time she tried to stab me, I leaked enough pre-cum to glaze a Cinnabon. I did. I slung an arm over the mountain of silken pillows behind me. Despite her constant begging, she was really asking for it. I was supposed to get my dick wet after the ceremony to ensure I was sated by the time I got to the suite. The Ferrante brothers had offered to pay me $50,000 for every month I didn't touch their sister. All in cash. Unfortunately, the cheerleader spoke too much and sucked too little, so I cut her loose before I even unzipped. Not that it mattered. Even a good fuck wouldn't be enough to calm down the fire Leela ignited in me whenever she tried to kill me. Which was pretty bleeding often considering we hadn't known each other for more than 8 hours. Smashing a vase inside her dress was a nice touch. I wasn't sure about her cognitive abilities, but I deduced she knew exactly what happened to her, and wasn't keen on a repeat. Rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes, I stood up and banged on the bathroom door. Up! I cut my morning wood, dying for a piss. We need to hit the road. The Ferrantes' private jet was due to leave at noon, and I sought to present the sheets, have breakfast with a bunch of Italian dimwits, and meet with a Camorra to strategize the attack on the Bratva. The door slid open and Leela reappeared. Even with smudgy makeup and a wrinkled dress, she was still fucking gorgeous. Her looks were a problem. I made a mental note to chop that pretty hair and maybe add a scar or two to her face. Breakfast in 10. Get dressed. I shouldered past her, tugging my sweatpants down and taking a piss. She went about her business quietly, and other than a few death glares, didn't show great enthusiasm to kill me this morning. Once I was done brushing my teeth, she slipped into the bathroom and returned with her hair in a loose French braid, a fresh clean face, and a pink ruffled dress. She needed to stop dressing like a toddler. Shy of her wedding dress, everything I'd seen her in looked like it was plucked straight off a baby cap hanger. Avoiding my gaze, she padded toward the door quickly. Stop. She did. Sit. I pointed at the unchristened bed. She followed my instructions, defiant anger rolling off her stiff shoulders. She had all the good intentions and warmth of a reptile. But I still recognized she needed to know what the fuck she was doing with the knife if she planned to wave one around frequently. I dug a Swiss knife from my pocket. Her eyes flared as I crouched in front of her. Quick lesson in anatomy and stabbing people, since it's less work than teaching you how to use a gun. I flicked the blade open on a sigh. When you attack someone, you want to be lethal and strategic. Don't just wave it around like you're trying to swat a fly. I had no idea how much of this shit actually registered. Since I wasn't in the habit of repeating myself, she better fucking pay attention. You go for the main blood carriers. The faster they bleed out, the slower they are to chase you. Radial and ulnar arteries. I pointed at my wrist with the knife, making a horizontal slit motion less than an inch away. She blinked. Jugular veins. I pointed at my own neck. Cubital fossa. I poked the blade inside my elbows. The chest seems like an appealing option, but due to the thick layers of muscle and bone, it's hard to penetrate without proper force. She stared at me silently, taking it all in. She was either the stupidest creature I'd ever met or the smartest. It was also possible she was a spy, a way for the Ferrantes to harvest intel. I felt that in the back of my head. Now, if you want to inflict superficial wounds, go for the shoulders, forearms, palms. I handed her the knife. She took it, uncertainty swimming in those Nordic eyes. I extended my palm in her direction. We need to sully those sheets in the next minute. Go vertical to avoid hitting the nerves. This way. I dragged my finger along my palm. This was a twofold exercise. One, I wanted to check her cognitive abilities by giving her a complex instruction. Two, I wanted to flush the hunger for my blood out of her system. My guess was she bottled up a healthy dose of feminine rage these past 18 years. She had a scratch to itch. She didn't make a move. You've been wanting to do this since we got here. I held her gaze. This is your one and only chance. Next time, I'll retaliate. Her nostrils flared, a flash of the Ferrante wrath flickering in her pupils. She leaned in, aiming the blade at my throat. She smelled decadent, a heady combination I'd yet to detect on human skin, like flowers in summer and innocence, and mine. It was time to start looking for a fair-haired, dainty mistress I could pretend was her from behind. There you are, I drawled, my gaze never wavering from hers as she pushed the blade against the throbbing vein in my neck. Now be a good girl and finish the job. She grabbed my wrist, opened my palm, and slashed the inside of it. It was a straight vertical line from my thumb to wrist with the precision of a pathologist. Intellectually challenged my ass. She understands complicated assignments. This was an unfortunate turn of events for my new wife, because if I found out she was a mole, which I now suspected, I was going to punish her severely. I raised my palm between us. Blood snaked down my forearm, twisting like ivy. We both watched, her in fascination, me with dry amusement. First time drawing blood. She licked her lips quietly. Here, have a taste. I pushed my bloodied hand in her face. One of the many perks of marrying a psychopathic murderer is I'm in no position to judge you. I was fucking with her, testing her limits, stretching and pushing them to make them burst so I could unveil what lurked beyond that porcelain doll facade. Her eyes hooded and her breathing labored. She snatched my wrist with those dainty fingers of hers and jerked it to her cherry blossom lips. She forked my fingers with a hot, wet tongue, tasting my blood, ravaging it like a hungry, feral thing. She growled, high on her own newfound ferocity, and I saw it then. Who she was. A monster like the rest of her family. A pretty monster, but one who was capable of killing just like any other. It was a thing of beauty watching her feast on my blood, submitting to her brutal nature. The way her eyelids fluttered shut, the shallow panting that made her tits bounce in this odd, erratic rhythm. Her sweet tongue moved in and out between my fingers, catching every drop. I hoped she was a spy, because then I'd have a very good excuse to punish her, and punishing a Ferrante was something I'd always had an appetite for. Sucking in a breath, I stood up and fisted the unspoiled, snowy sheets, tainting them pink. A knock on the door reminded me there was a world outside of this suite, and that it was time for me to conquer it. I glanced at my wife, who had a post-orgasmic, dopey look in her eyes and swollen lips. She didn't seem so innocent and compliant under the morning light. I turned my back on her. Limp your way to breakfast. I disposed of Leela at the women's breakfast table on the patio along with Fenton, Tierney, and 2 of my soldiers before meeting with the Ferrante men. I didn't trust the Camorra with her safety. They fucked up once, and though she couldn't get pregnant again, I didn't like people touching my shit. My siblings were trustworthy, chaotic and extremely messed up but reliable. Where'd the blood on the sheets come from? Luca's businesslike tone gave nothing away, as he and his brothers escorted me to Velo's office. I uncurled my fist and showed him his sister's handiwork. Luca nodded. I'll send someone with the cash tomorrow. Next month, I'm bumping it up from 50K to 80. The fuck? Enzo protested. Why? I got a preview when she changed this morning. You're lowballing me. That pussy's worth a lot. All 3 brothers trained their faces to a hard mask, but their flared nostrils gave their rage away. I never understood Italian conservatism. Tierney could get railed by every man on this island for all I cared, as long as she consented to it. Don't parade your whores in front of my sister ever again. Achilles finally clipped out. It's disrespectful to the family. I followed them down a curved hallway with black and white checkered marble and headless Roman sculptures. Consider yourself lucky I haven't raped her. I doubted I ever would, but I did like keeping people on their toes. Money could keep me sated for only so long. I was promised a docile little maiden and ended up with a venomous demoness. All bets were off now. We arrived at the tall double doors leading to Velo's Crimson Key lair. If I find out you touched her, I'm going to snap your windpipe like a wishbone," Luca said in a conversational tone. "Your sister tried to kill me 3 times before breakfast. I notified the worried brothers. Achilles and Luca exchanged perplexed looks, both raising their brows. She doesn't like it when you change her routine, Enzo explained. Think about it, man. She can't control shit. Predictability is the only power she has. And surely you weren't shocked by this turn of events. Luca's canine smirk made me want to bash those white teeth down his throat. You bring out the violent murderer in people, Tiernan. Like Enzo plays with knives and Achilles performs autopsies on his victims for shits and giggles. That's your thing. What's your thing? Moping around like a teenage girl who's just been dumped. Cleaning up everyone's mess. He paused, giving it some thought. Always doing the right thing. Morality is mediocrity's dry cunted sister. I burst through the French doors of Velo's office, tossing the sullied sheets on his desk. He was in the midst of what looked like a dialysis treatment, 2 uniformed nurses fussing over him behind his desk. He examined the blood-stained sheets with furrowed white brows. Did everyone else see it? I nodded, helping myself to a drink at his liquor cart, making myself right at home. Drinking at 8:30 in the morning has a name, Enzo pointed out behind my back. Yes, it's called fun. I poured 3 fingers of whiskey from the decanter, slinging the amber liquid down my throat. I don't remember offering you a drink, son, Velo said. I don't remember asking. Good. Now that the unpleasantries were exchanged, let's talk shop. Luca lit the cigarette dangling from his mouth. The 3 brothers took their seats around Velo's desk, which left no room for me. Jess as well, as I didn't plan to stay long. What's your strategy? Velo asked me. We wait for the perfect timing. I swung my gaze between them, pouring myself another drink. Then, we ambush them when they least expect it. Ambush them in their own territory. Enzo's eyes narrowed. That's a war declaration. Wars have the tendency to end you if you don't end them first, I said curtly. If we wait around twiddling our thumbs for the Russians to strike, we'll lose. Better to throw our big dicks on the table and get it over with. You can't just barge in and go on a rampage. Velo coughed out, a dying horse on his way to the glue factory. No wonder the Ferrantes hid him from plain sight. What a preposterous thing to say. Of course I can. You've been playing too much chess, Velo. Once you start moving knights and bishops, sacrificing pawns, you alert your enemy he is on a battlefield. Better to let him find out when there's a sword wedged between his ribs. Fine. Let's say we ambush them, Achilles said. Then what? We leave a void in the west coast. Luca took a drag of his cigarette, smoke skulking out of his nostrils. Vegas, LA, San Francisco, Bakersfield, and the border. We'll divide them between us and take over. I prowled over to them, plucking a U.S. map from my back pocket and splaying it on Velo's table. Appoint our own people, open our own charters. The Russians run a basic operation, weapons, human trafficking, cartel. Igor never struck alliances with the American governmental bodies. Mayors, senators, feds. Waltzing in and taking over will be a piece of cake. And if his soldiers come for us in retaliation? Enzo arched his brow. I shrugged. We kill their families and make them watch. Once we go through the first and second ranks, the rest will slink away. Velo rubbed his chin, tugging at the dialysis cords hooked to his arm. And when do you suggest we strike? A few months, when the dust settles. Now that Igor was dead, the Bratva was in disarray. His son Alex is a capable man, but he is in Russia now, tangled up in cleaning up the mess his father left behind. When's he coming back? Luca asked. Not soon, is my guess. Igor spent the last 4 decades cozying up to politically connected oligarchs who are now being persecuted by the new Russian government. He needs to rebuild connections there, start from scratch, and find a wife. Now that Igor was dead, his sons needed heirs, fast. Like the Camorra, the Bratva liked to keep things in the family. What about the other brothers? Achilles said. Jeremy and Slava are in the United States. So is the baby sister, Katya. I hear she wants to go to college on the East Coast, so Alex might contact you to ask for permission to send her to Camorra territory. You moonlighting as a college advisor? Enzo snorted. How the fuck do you know where she wants to go to school? Because I make it a point to know every time a Rasputin shits, eats, or breathes. Sam Brennan's been keeping tabs for me. The siblings are holding down the fort in Vegas. I shrugged. Push comes to shove, I can always fly to Moskva and finish Alex off myself. Throw the system into chaos, then take down the rest of the Rasputins here. Moskva. Billow's mouth tugged at one corner. Moscow, I corrected. Fuck. That's not what you said, Luca pointed out. That's what I fucking meant. But it was too late. A chink had chipped in my armor. They detected it. The disease festering underneath my ragged exterior. My secret. So we wait for your word to strike. Achilles finally spoke. Yes. Time frame. 6 to 7 months. The look between them, my jaw flexed. They won't make the first move. They're recuperating from the pecan's death and waiting for Alex. It's not that. Lucas shook his head. Am I missing something? Do you have some big plans for that period? No, Stronzo. You do. Enzo spluttered. You're welcoming a baby. I was welcoming bleeding nothing. I wasn't going to stick around for their sister nor for the bastard in her womb. I had other plans, ones that didn't include a family. I can multitask. I plucked a pin from Bella's desk and circled my desired Bratva territories. Be on standby. I'll send word when I have an update. Making my way to the double doors, I stopped at the sound of Vello hissing my name. His voice was as frail as his diminishing body. I glanced over my shoulder. Yes. Have you started looking for Lila's attacker? No. It was the last thing on my mind. But I guess the sooner I was done with this, the sooner I could have Harlem and expand my territory. Don't worry. You'll have a skull on your desk before the bastard's born. 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 Born.
Chapter 9. Leela. The sun slinked beneath thick gray clouds as Tiernan's Mercedes weaved in and out of lanes on our way to Hunt's Point. He was talking on the phone, and I was relieved not to be the center of his attention. His undivided focus was a very dangerous place to be. I didn't plan to visit it often. And there was something else. Every time he looked at me, I had a feeling he was seeing past the charade. My lies, the pink puffy gowns and vacant stares. The only edge I had over other people were my secrets, and his cold assessing eyes told me he could pry every last one of them out of me without lifting a finger. We hadn't communicated since the morning in the honeymoon suite. I didn't know whether our silence was a good or a bad thing. I just knew I didn't regret devouring his blood. I wanted him to know I was no pushover. I wanted proof he was mortal after all. He was. His blood was warm and thick and rich. It lingered in my mouth like warm toffee. Despite my family owning most of the city, I'd only been to New York City a handful of times. Even then, I only ventured into the upscale parts of Manhattan. The Bronx was different. I crushed my nose to the window like a kid, watching the dense urban landscape flash by through a cloud of my own condensation. The buildings, streets, and people deteriorated in shape and condition the farther we drove into the neighborhood, until all I could see were littered sidewalks, dilapidated buildings, and drug addicts. The Mercedes stopped at a red light, and a woman slammed herself against my window, making me jerk back with a gasp. I snapped my head to Tiernan. He rolled down the automatic window, not sparing me a glance. I looked back at the woman. "Callahan, tell McGee to hook me up. You know I'm good for it." She slung a scabby arm along the windowsill. Her skin was heavily punctuated by purple marks. I turned back to my husband, who sprawled his arm over my headrest, his forearm almost grazing my ear.
You haven't been good for it in 2 months. Stella, I'm not fucking JP Morgan. I don't offer an overdraft plan.
My gaze fluctuated between them. "Who's the princess?" She jerked her chin to me. He didn't answer, just stared at her. Was he ashamed of me? She puckered her lips in a whistle. "Looks classy." He threw me a detached look, like he forgot I was even there. His lips were flattened into a grim line.
Anything else?
"Look, I'll take shifts at the Pink Kitty again." She bristled. Tiernan smirked darkly.
Nobody wants to fuck you in your state.
"There's always a client for a warm pussy."
I only employ clean whores, ones who pee into cups every week. That's why the police let me run this neighborhood.
"Then what do you suggest I do?"
Drop dead. It's the humane option.
"Give me something to overdose on and I will."
Flattered you think I have a shred of humanity.
He rolled the window back up. I didn't understand their conversation. I pinned him with a questioning glare.
A prostitute.
My jaw slacked. I'd never met one before. One of the most astonishing things about my husband was that he didn't treat me like I was an idiot. An inconvenience, yes. A pain in the ass, certainly. But he looked me in the eye when he spoke to me and explained things unfiltered.
She has sex with people for money, sometimes for drugs.
I swallowed down a bitter lump of sympathy, turning my head back to the window. I felt his body quaking beside me with a quiet laugh. We stopped in front of a tavern called Ferrantes. An ancient castle spurted between decayed ruins, almost comically beautiful, against the bleakness it was surrounded with. It was obviously a cathedral turned into a pub, boasting French Gothic architecture, ribbed vaults, and stained glass windows. My heart picked up speed. This was where I'd live? The upstairs of a pub. Though Fermanagh sparkled like a diamond in a pile of mud, everything around it still looked like it came from a horror film. Chain-link fences plagued with trash, graffiti everywhere, and faded shop signs. Tiernan's bone-chilling gaze met mine.
Not in Kansas anymore, are you, Dorothy?
This was a far cry from the green pastures, country clubs, and mega mansions I was used to. I followed him out to the entrance of the pub, where 2 massive Irish soldiers stood on guard. They bowed their heads at my husband, clearing the way for us. A couple of errand boys jogged to the car to fetch our suitcases. Mama had sent most of my stuff to the apartment before the wedding, so I didn't pack a lot. We stepped into the pub, which was warm and candlelit. A huge Irish flag covered the domed ceiling. The place was packed, the stench of alcohol, piss, and sweat assaulting my nostrils. I swallowed back bile, clutching my belly. Tiernan advanced to the bar, leaving me behind. His brother manned the bar, wearing a suit and barking orders at the staff. They exchanged a few words, after which Tiernan clapped his brother's back and motioned for me to follow him. We went up a side stairway near the kitchen, where 2 more soldiers waited. The place seemed as guarded as my Long Island home. Somehow it did nothing to ease the knot doubling and tripling in the pit of my stomach. I watched my husband's muscular back, clad in a black dress shirt and charcoal slacks, as he took the stairs 2 at a time. We arrived at a corridor, with 2 doors facing one another. He slid a key into the left-hand keyhole, pointing at the opposite door. Since he had his back to me, I couldn't see what he was saying. I bit my lower lip and followed him inside. 1,000 questions swam inside my head. The apartment was scarcely refurnished, clean, and as cold as a freezer. I guess that's what Mama meant when she used the term bachelor's pad. Blacks and grays, modern fixtures, and a kitchen more virginal than Mother Mary. His errand boys disposed of our suitcases and scurried away without a word. Tiernan filed into the hallway, and I trailed behind him hesitantly, drinking in my new reality. It was a short, stuffy corridor with only 2 doors. The first one led to my room. He pushed the door open and stepped aside, expecting me to enter my new cage. I peered inside. Mama's servants must have prepared it beforehand. It had my pink duvets, huge dollhouse, wood-carved chairs and table with my tea and china set, which I loathed. Her silent way of reminding me I needed to keep the charade alive. I wondered if she sent me any books. My Kindle, my sketch pad, my pencils, the things I loved and what kept my sanity intact. My back was to Tiernan. When I turned to look at him, a scathing scowl was stamped on his face. He shook his head. He must have been talking to me, and I completely ignored him. Oh well, he better get used to it. That was my strategy for our entire sham of a marriage. The more he believed he couldn't communicate with me, the better the chances he'd leave me alone. I needed a way out of this place and back to my parents' house. I had to speak to Mama. Offering him an empty stare, I drifted to the dollhouse at the foot of my bed, crouched to my knees, and plucked 2 Barbies from their pink lounge chairs by the fake pool. I picked a smiling wax figure, taking a small brush and running the comb through her synthetic hair. A few moments later, I threw a glance behind my shoulder. Tiernan was gone. But the knots in my stomach remained.
Chapter 10. 25 years ago. Oymyakon, Russia. The little worm was finally going to die. It only took 3 years. And well, yes, fine, slipping poison into his formula bottle and later food every now and again. Igor couldn't put a bullet in his head. Killing a baby in cold blood felt like shedding the last layer of civilization separating him from being a demon. It was a mistake to take the twins. This fact he willingly admitted, but only to himself. He should have let them die in the bitch's womb. But the temptation had been too strong, the sorrow too raw, the pain too fresh. Tyrone Callahan had taken the one thing Igor couldn't replace, his heart.
You should come see him, sir.
Olga nudged her swine-like face between his office door and its frame.
His fever hasn't broken in 5 days. The closest hospital is a 2 days' journey away. I doubt he'll make it.
Igor set his pen down and plucked his shuba from the back of his chair. The turned-down fur collar tickled at his whiskers as he trudged out of the wooden cabin. He picked up his rifle on his way out. Mercy-killing, he told himself. Luba would not be mad at me for that. A thick sheet of white covered the roofs and what few vehicles were parked outside the encampment. Barren roads encircled the former Gulag camp Igor had purchased from the Politburo shortly after the Union had collapsed. He turned it into a training camp for his future Bratva soldiers and a prison for his adversaries. He made good use of the work camp facilities. The barbed wire gates kept his prisoners from escaping. The punishment cell block was the classroom in which valuable lessons were learned. He forged warriors, not little pansies. They trudged the length from his firelit office cabin to the living quarters, snow crunching under their boots. Olga, heavy, short, unbearably pink, pulled the door open, fighting the force of the swirling winds. The stench of sickness and rotten teeth hung in the crisp air. The children slept in their coats and working boots on long planks of wood stretched on either side of the wooden cabin. They were too exhausted to wake up to the sound of Igor stomping across the rotting floorboards, his hand lantern rocking from side to side like a ship caught in a storm. Igor stopped at the foot of the plank. Tiernan, ridiculous name, he marveled for the millionth time, was sandwiched between his sister and Alexei Rasputin. Igor's own son hugged his friend close to his chest, his shuba flung across the little worm. A rare mink sable worth a fortune, and he put it on that Irish scum. Igor wanted to welt Alex from the head all the way down to his little toes, but knew Luba, had she been alive, would disapprove of it. He'd already found himself another wife, Natalia, twice as young and thrice as pretty. She was pregnant now, but she was no Luba. Nobody was his Luba. And so he did not strike the boy, though he richly deserved it. Tyrone said he killed Luba by accident. Igor didn't believe him. At any rate, his Alex, his Lyosha, was the only piece of her he had left, and he intended to keep him unsullied. Igor towed his hand from Tiernan and pointed his rifle at the sick boy.
Oh, but look, Igor.
Olga sent a pudgy hand to the worm's forehead, running her fingers over the damp, blood-red locks.
His fever is finally breaking. He was convulsing so horribly earlier, I thought he would die. His sister and little Yosha kept him warm, forced milk into his mouth. Looks like he'll pull through after all.
Igor curled his mouth in dissatisfaction and lowered the rifle slowly. What was he doing when he fell ill?
Just peeling potatoes, Mr. Igor. He is only 3, too young for lumber work. I let the young ones peel potatoes out in the cold. It is good for them to get used to the temperature, but I can allow him to work inside until he gets stronger.
No. Keep him outside and make sure he works tomorrow. Full day. He needs to earn his keep. Igor wanted to tell Olga to keep Alex and Tiernan far away from each other, but it was futile. The only way to keep his son from the little worm was to pull him out of the camp and let him live with him and Natalia. And he was far too selfish to let a toddler interfere with all the joys the young, reckless woman brought to his bed every night.
Chapter 11. Leela. An entire week ticked by. I managed to avoid my husband with encouraging success. We slipped into somewhat of a routine. Tiernan was not an early riser, but I was. So I usually tiptoed out of my room at around 7 in the morning and made myself avocado toast and some coffee for breakfast. I cleaned and washed the dishes after myself, dressed up for the day, and slipped into the kitchen of Fermantes. The kitchen was empty at that hour, which allowed me some privacy until my mother arrived armed with 3 bodyguards and took me with her to Long Island. There I went about my normal day, drawing, reading, horseback riding, studying musical theory. I attended speech therapy, honing my phonological skills, and read thick old books that smelled like musty inns and coal fire. My mother still let me ride horses, and I had a feeling she was secretly hoping for an accident that would relieve me of both my pregnancy and tyrant husband. Mama brought me back to Tiernan's apartment at 6 or 7 every evening. My husband was never home before 3 or 4 in the morning. This suited me well. But even though I managed to evade the bloodthirsty villain my father and brothers handed me over to, I still couldn't find any sense of peace or relief. I was terrified of the pregnancy, which everyone had been ignoring thus far, waiting for an invisible clock to turn until enough time passed between the wedding night and conception. Would my family let me keep the baby after birth? Did I even want to? I also knew I'd have to face Tiernan at some point. Considering last time we stayed in the same room together I tried to kill him, and he fed me his blood, I wasn't looking forward to that. A silly part of me hoped if enough time passed, Tiernan would eventually forget about my existence, that quietly I would slink back into my old life, back in my parents' house, to those summers in Ischia, to the universe my mother so carefully crafted around me to protect me from the underworld.
Has he touched you? Has he tried to take liberties with you?
Mama demanded to know now, in the back of the Cadillac that took us from Long Island back to Hunts Point. She signed the question in ASL so that her driver and bodyguards wouldn't notice.
No,
I signed back, my mind drifting to my wedding night, to the reckless, fleeting pleasure I found in devouring his blood. I never even see him.
Thank goodness. We need to get you out of there before he strikes.
Mama moved her hands with the same precision she did her hair and makeup and chose her frocks. She was a beautiful, well-kept woman, but I looked nothing like her, or my father.
The man is a ticking time bomb.
How do you plan to do that?
I'm talking Luca into finding a way to break the arrangement. He was never fully on board with this union in the first place.
Do you think he can do it? Despite sinning on an hourly basis, my father considered himself a devout Catholic. He would never let me birth a child out of wedlock.
If not, I'll try something else. I'll save you, bambina mia, no matter what.
The car turned the corner into my neighborhood. I gnawed on my lower lip, tempted to tell Mama how I was really doing. I hadn't been sleeping. Not since Luca's wedding, really, living off 2 or 3 hours of interrupted naps every day. I wasn't eating well, either. Only a piece of avocado toast in the morning to push down the nausea, but it seemed as though she was sick with worry as it was. I didn't want to make her anxiety even worse. I pray that Lucas succeeds, I signed. He will. In the meantime, I want you to take this. She rummaged through the Birkin bag in her lap, pulling out a shiny, top-of-the-line cell phone. My heart stuttered to a stop. I had never owned a phone before. Mama was vehemently against it. She didn't even give me our Wi-Fi password for my Kindle. If I wanted to download a book, I had to go through her first. She placed the phone in my hands. Promise me you won't go on the internet, Leela? It's awful there, full of terrible things that will ruin your innocence. How much more was there to ruin? I wondered. The worst had already happened to me. I was raped and got pregnant. I couldn't even remember my rapist's face, so I wouldn't get justice or closure either. Were there other reasons my mother was so adamant I stay away from the elusive internet? Not that it mattered. She was my only ally in this world. I didn't want to upset her. I promise. Good. I put my contact number there, as well as Emma's and your brother's, also 911. You can text me when you get lonely. But remember, only contact the others in case of an emergency. They're not supposed to know you're literate. My brows knit into a frown, and I asked the question that had been sitting on the forefront of my mind all week. Why does it matter? I'm already married. Our plan didn't work. She stared at me for a beat, anger flushing her face ruby. Leaning forward, she gripped my arms almost painfully. You think you have nothing more to lose? Your pain hasn't even started. There is still so much more to suffer through in a marriage to a mobster. If Tiernan finds out you are not a person with intellectual disabilities, he will demand to consummate the marriage. You will be raped not once, Leela, but every single night, sometimes multiple times a day. He will put another baby in you, and then another one. He will continue seeing his mistresses, which I am sure you are not dumb enough to think he doesn't have. He'll parade them around, just like he did on your wedding day. Their perfume will be on your sheets, the scent of their desire on your husband. He will not wash himself before he enters you. He'll want you to smell them, to know you are nothing but a tool for him. And when your beauty fades, he will replace you with someone younger and stop touching you altogether. But by then, you will feel different about him. Sex forms attachment, Leela. You will want him to be yours like you are his. You'll fight back, and he'll beat you. This is what Mafia men do. They break your heart first, and then they break your spirit, and finally, they break your body. We might still be able to get you out of this marriage if people think you are not sentient. You have to keep the secret alive, Leela. You must. Tears made her bottomless onyx eyes glitter. I hadn't seen her this upset since my family found me on the shore, battered and bruised, a man's semen dripping down my inner thigh. I knew she was speaking from experience, from a place of deep, all-encompassing pain. I also knew I had an older brother somewhere in the universe, the fruit of an affair my father had with someone else, and that this brother, whoever he was Papa's favorite child. He still saw him often, showered him with gifts, attention, and guidance. His identity was securely wrapped up in mystery, a privilege no Ferrante sibling was ever afforded. We weren't given a choice about who we were. We were born into the world of blood and violence, of unspeakable sins, our paths carved by the bloodied hands of my father. The idea of going through another rape shook me to the core and grounded me back in reality. No way was I going to let that happen. I'll make sure he doesn't know, I promised, ignoring the knot forming in the pit of my stomach. Don't worry, Mama. She pulled me into a hug, her tears soaking the front of my lavender chiffon dress. Chapter 12. Leela. Another week passed. I still couldn't eat or sleep and was plagued with thoughts and fears about my faceless, nameless assailant. He was always there, prowling in the periphery of my existence, ready to pounce. He was a free man, living among the Camorra and Irish, After all, he was at Luca's wedding on a secluded, invitation-only island. If he did it once, what stopped him from doing it again? Tiernan had warned people off from touching me, but so did my family the minute I was born. If the monster who put a baby inside me didn't fear Don Machiavelli, what guarantee did I have he'd fear my husband? I was deathly afraid of meeting him again, not just in reality, but also in dream. Because in my dreams there were no Irish soldiers and security detail, no formidable skull-collecting husband who broke the fingers of people who dared to touch his things. There were no gatekeepers. My rapist could saunter right in, take me against my will again. My brain swam with these thoughts all night, every night, but especially tonight, as I stared at the ceiling in my room, clutching my stomach in a death grip. Snap out of it, Leela. You still need to find a way to escape this marriage and figure out your pregnancy. This is no time for a meltdown. I thought back to what used to work when I was a small child and couldn't fall asleep. Emma would make me warm milk with a spoonful of honey. Looking back, it very well could have been a placebo, but it always worked like a charm. Suddenly I craved the strange drink, consumed by the thirst for it. Was this my first pregnancy craving? Glancing at my new phone, I saw the hour was midnight. Still plenty of time before my husband returned home from his wicked biddings. I slid my feet into my fluffy slippers, cracked the door open, and crept down the hallway. Rounding the corner where the hall kissed the living room and open-plan kitchen, I stopped dead in my tracks. The lights were off, save for the amethyst backsplash of the kitchen. The marble shone in soft purple, offering a clear view of the scene. My husband and the person he was with. A woman with blonde hair, the same length and shade as mine, was pinned to the kitchen island beneath him. They were both fully dressed, but he was doing something mean to her from behind, holding the same position my horse, Silver Lady, took when the breeder brought a stallion to her. He was mating her. My mouth fell open, my throat parched with panic and horror. To make matters worse, the idiot wasn't even entering the right hole. The cell phone in my hand dropped to the floor. Both their gazes snapped to me at the sound. I stood there in my stupid pink pajamas with the yellow and blue butterflies and stared back in shock. Even though I didn't think things could get worse, somehow they still did. Tiernan picked up his pace, his good eye boring into mine, cold, hard, dark as my most illicit, awful nightmares. He was taunting me. A moan of fury parked in the back of my throat. I didn't let it loose. He coiled his long, lithe fingers around the front of the woman's neck, like she was an animal he was taming, not breaking his stare from mine. That was when I noticed she was wearing a pink, knee-length dress. A Love Shack fancy staple. I recognized it. Because it was mine. He touched my clothes? Stole them? Gave them to his mistresses? My heart pounded furiously. Mama was right. Men were the work of the devil. I was never going to let him touch me. Jesus Christ, Callahan! The woman snapped her head back from the kitchen island, her eyes flaring at the sight of me. Her forehead had a red mark from being pressed against the hard surface. She looked nothing like me, despite the general characteristics. Her eyes were dark and a little too far apart, her mouth thin and wide, and her nose slightly crooked. "Your wife's awake!" Tiernan grabbed her by the hair, pinning her cheek back to the kitchen island so that she faced me. He closed his eye, looking tortured.
Shut up.
"She's watching!" He thrust harder, deeper into her.
She's not firing on all cylinders.
Oh my God. My mind screamed. What do I do? I could run back into my room and lock the door. Every cell in my brain commanded me to do that. But that would be the logical, perceptive thing to do. Tiernan was not supposed to know I understood societal situations, especially after I messed it up our first night together, tried to kill him twice, then cut him up the way he'd asked. I decided not to cower, run, or hide. That would be the natural response of a sentient person. Instead, I plastered on my usual blank expression and casually made my way to the fridge. I watched their heads in my periphery following my footsteps. They seemed puzzled by this turn of events, as they should be. He was still riding the woman's rectum, when I nonchalantly tossed open the fridge, letting bright light flood directly into their faces. The woman cringed and squinted. I extracted a carton of milk and gave it a sniff. Beneath my pajamas, my knees trembled, knocking into one another. But on the outside, I calmly set the milk carton on the counter, reached up on my toes and opened the cabinet, extracting a clear glass. I didn't look at their faces. I wasn't supposed to behave like anything was amiss. I poured myself some milk, scooped a spoonful of honey, and shoved it in the microwave for a minute. With my back to them, I watched the seconds slip on the microwave clock, then took my drink out. I was maybe 6 feet away from my husband, who was currently screwing somebody else, and it was time to face him again. I took a deep breath, spun around. My eyes met Tiernan's, and I couldn't help it. My need to defy him overrode my self-preservation. I gave him an airy smile, tipping my glass up slightly in a salute before taking a long sip. It was a small gesture, barely detectable in the dark, just to keep him guessing. The taunt didn't go unnoticed. My husband ripped himself out of his whore, grabbed her by the hair, and spun her around, shoving her to her knees. She opened her mouth wide and flattened her tongue. He tore the condom off his penis and dumped it on the floor. My pulse roared between my ears. Confusion, mixed with morbid curiosity, churned inside me, and something weird happened to my body. I felt warm butter melting in the pit of my stomach. I set the glass down shakily on the counter. I didn't want to drop it.
Ain't gonna suck itself, Becky.
She hurriedly took his penis into her mouth. I stood there dumbfounded. Madonna mia. These morons were trying every hole possible other than the one babies came out of. And his thing was just in her rectum. This couldn't be sanitary. One thing was for sure. Sex was a form of punishment wives were expected to endure in order to bear children. No wonder Mama did her best to shield me from it. I snatched my glass of milk and advanced toward the bedroom. I left the carton on the counter. He could put it back himself. Casually, I kicked Becky's real clothes on the floor, a cheap neon red mini dress and fishnet stockings under the TV credenza. Who knows? Maybe she'd have to go back home naked. I locked my room behind me.
Chapter 13. Tiernan. What the fuck was her problem? More importantly, what was mine? I couldn't finish. No matter how hard I tried, every time I came close, a vision of my wife with her cerulean eyes and haughty, pert nose, scrunching in distaste, floated into my vision. She was strangely indomitable. And Becky just kept fucking existing, the daft cow. The nuisance moaned in her cigarette-soaked voice, which could not have been Leela's. She didn't smell anything like her either. The amount of perfume she spritzed herself with could probably drown a rhino. The dress looked wrong on her too. Leela's waist was slenderer, her tits perkier and fuller, and their skin was different, in texture and colour, beneath the tips of my fingers. Leela's was slightly bronzed, sun-kissed from Italian vacations and smooth as velvet. Becky's told the story of too many dicks, too little sun, and a rough life. It was the equivalent of craving fine-aged whiskey and settling for stale piss. I had no one but myself to blame. Becky was nothing like my wife. The only thing they had in common was her hair colour, and even that felt like a cheap knockoff. Becky's came from a bottle. I threw her out so fast she stumbled down the stairs with her knickers bunched around her knees. Also, did my wife really want milk that bleeding bad? Leela did not seem to care one iota about my cheating on her openly and provocatively. It shouldn't bother me. Fuck knew nothing else ever did. Yet somehow, I found myself dissatisfied. The audacity of that woman. On paper, she wasn't supposed to understand what she just saw. In reality, though, that woman drew a perfectly shallow straight cut in my palm, bypassing every important organ. Leela exhibited zero signs of developmental delays. and when my tech guy broke into her therapist's files, her diagnosis was vague at best. I paced the living room, raking my fingers through my hair. What ticked me off the most, there was a list, and it was fucking long, was that she didn't seem at all appreciative of the gallant gesture I put forth. I could have taken her 4 times a day. It was my marital right. Duty, even. Christian burden, some would say. Nice newfound Catholicism you've got there, buddy. Goes well with all the murder and torture. My main problem with this marriage, apart from its existence, was that I suspected my wife was faking her condition. On our wedding night, she acted like a frightened young woman who very much knew she was about to spend the rest of her life with a man who collected his enemy's skulls as souvenirs. In the past 2 weeks, she barely left her room other than to go to her parents. She was strategic, cunning. I fucking hated liars. They reminded me too much of myself. But there were other things that didn't add up. She didn't register half the shit that left my mouth. The other half was met with blank, empty stares. The day she moved in, a car lost control and slammed straight into Ferrantes, breaking all the street-facing windows. The sound alone rattled the walls, yet when I looked at her, expecting her to jump in fear, she was staring at the lighting fixtures on her bedroom ceiling disapprovingly, oblivious to the noise. Against my better judgment, I stalked toward her room, rapping on the door. It was midnight, but she'd live. It wasn't like she had important shit to tend to tomorrow morning. There was no answer. I banged harder. Open! I knew a load of bullshit when I smelled one, and my wife, she reeked of insincerity. One moment she couldn't hear an atomic explosion. The other she carved my arm like she was performing a carpal tunnel surgery. Yeah, no, fuck that. She opened the door just before I kicked it down. Barefoot, blank-faced, still not looking directly at me. I suppose beautiful things didn't want to be reminded of the ugliness in the world. Tough luck, darling. What's 2 + 2? She blinked innocently, laying it on extra thick just to piss me off, I suspected. How many fingers am I holding up? I held up 3 fingers in the air. Her gaze was stubbornly glued to my chest. Perhaps an incentive was in order. How about a new dollhouse if you use that pretty head of yours for more than just gawking and give me an answer? She actually arched a sarcastic eyebrow. Good to know I wasn't the only cynical asshole around here. I stepped into her personal space, eating the space between us, clasping that little pointy chin of hers that was more enticing than Becky's entire bleeding body. Listen carefully, Leela. I'm a bad man who does terrible things, and I do them exceptionally well. Stay out of my way, and you'll live. She gave me a slow, provocative, "Are you done?" blink. As it happened, I wasn't. But if you're a mole, if you were sent here to spy, I'm going to kill you. I rubbed her velvety chin with my thumb back and forth. Probably fuck you to death. I like to press people's trigger buttons. What happened with Becky tonight won't even be the appetizer. Gaelic. Her unbothered response came in the form of peeking over my shoulder to see if Becky was still here. She's gone. Leela yawned into the back of her hand, waiting for me to do the same. She had a point. Nothing was keeping me here. It was the middle of the night, and she hadn't done anything to warrant my unwelcome visit. If anything, I was the one who screwed another woman on the surface where she ate her avocado toast every morning. We'd had a routine where we avoided each other efficiently, and there was no reason to disrupt the arrangement. Complete separation was what we'd both wanted. People thought I was an impulsive son of a bitch when, really, being this level of psychopath required a good deal of strategy. I didn't just do shit. I thought it through, and I couldn't think of one good reason why I was standing here in front of her instead of tending to my 1,000,001 pressing businesses. Still, something in me refused to let it go. Whatever that something was, it wasn't logical. Next time you see me preoccupied, you'll walk away or join the fun. I dropped my fingers from her chin. Another vacant stare. While we're at it, don't open the door if I seek you out at night. Only let the devil in if you're prepared to let him drag you into hell. She slammed the door in my face, locked the door from the inside. Then I heard a deadbolt. A deadbolt. I didn't install a bleeding deadbolt inside the rooms. I stared at the door and grinned. I forgot to mention one thing. Once the devil wanted something, he didn't take no for an answer. An answer. An answer.
Chapter 14. Leela. I was wilting, like those white, pretty roses I wore as a tiara at Luca's wedding, the ones that were tainted by my own blood. I couldn't chase away the hazy memories of the night I was attacked. No matter how hard I tried to outrun them, they always caught up. The pain, the humiliation, the faceless man grunting, leering, taking. And it wasn't just that. The time was approaching when my pregnancy would be announced. Doctor appointments would be booked. It would become real. And I wasn't ready to be a mother. I wasn't even ready to be a wife. Not that my husband was interested in one. Then there was my sleep deprivation. I was exhausted and agitated, prone to making mistakes. I should have never smiled at Tiernan spitefully. That opened a Pandora's box. Now he suspected I was spying for my family, and he told me exactly what punishment I'd receive if he deemed his suspicion to be true. Mama was in Chicago. There had been some issues with Luca and his wife. Sophia left the house, and Papa sent Mama to Sophia's parents to try to calm her down. Mama wanted to bring me along, but apparently my stronzo of a husband denied the request. Now I was stuck in the Gothic cathedral-turned tavern, all alone, and with nothing to do. I didn't have my Kindle nor any physical books. Mama said it was too much of a risk in case Tiernan found them. I was running out of pages in my sketch pad. I had a little money, cash, but I couldn't leave the apartment. Guards were swarming all over the place. A part of me wanted to knock on the door opposite ours, but ultimately, I was too scared to find out who awaited behind it. What if it was Becky or another mistress? In lieu of entertainment, I started toying with my phone. I familiarized myself with the settings, with the different icons that seemed to yield to my command each time I touched them. There were a lot of options to choose from. Books to read, games to play, articles to explore. It appeared that the entire, whole wide world was sitting in my palm, just waiting for me to discover it. The same message kept popping up, though, infuriating me to no end. No internet connection. No internet connection. No internet connection. A frustrated growl tore out of my mouth. I shook my head, tossing the phone onto my bed beside me. A tremor shot up my spine, a sign of the entrance door slamming shut. I froze. It was only 4 p.m. Tiernan should be at work, probably checking on his gambling joints and whorehouses. Who the hell just walked in? Maybe one of his guards decided to take a spin on the helpless girl. I jerked open my nightstand drawer and pulled out a butcher knife. Tiernan had forgotten to hide it when I first moved in. Rookie mistake. He had cleared out the apartment of everything else lethal. I tucked the phone into the waistband of my sweatpants and advanced toward the hallway. My heart dropped at the silhouette of a long-legged woman in knee-high Louboutin boots and a black faux fur coat. Huge Miu Miu sunglasses covered her face. Lovely. Another one of my husband's sex workers, I thought before she spun toward me, her marvelous blood-red hair flinging in slow motion across her shoulders. Tierney. Oh, good. You're still alive. She tore the sunglasses from her face, tossing them onto the kitchen island along with her Chanel bag. She strutted to the fridge. Tiernan asked me to check on you. He did? Why? He was perfectly happy to let me rot here alone for 2 weeks. Is that a butcher knife in your hand? Her face popped from the fridge, which she closed with a kick of her stiletto, hugging fresh eggs and a jar of olives to her chest. Can't blame you, girl. I want to kill my brother at least 5 times a day. She rolled her sparkling emerald eyes. The only thing stopping me at this point is selfishness. What if I ever need a kidney donor, you know? I placed the knife on the counter, watching her in fascination. I'd never met a woman who was so unapologetically herself. Every Camorra woman I knew tried to fit into the mold the men in her life created for her. Jesus, it's boiling in here. He lets you put the thermostat on 76? She peeled off her coat, revealing a burgundy evening dress, almost the color of her hair. He has it bad for you, girl. In the 28 years we've spent together, he hasn't once let me close a window to fight the chill. I did change the thermostat on my third day here. It was originally set to 42. Even 2 pairs of socks and a puffy sweater couldn't ward off the cold. My guess was he hadn't noticed. He was barely home anyway. Also, 28. That was his age? I was only 18. He already had an unfair advantage over me without adding life experience into the mix. Placing my elbows against the kitchen island, I studied her, waiting for an explanation for why she was here. Tierney arranged the food items on the other side of the island, extracting tiny ciabatta buns from a paper bag I hadn't noticed before. Tiernan said you're losing a bunch of weight. He wants the deal with the Camorra to be fruitful, so he asked that I make sure you eat. Don't worry, I won't force you. She flashed me a smart-ass smile. You'll want to eat my Tunisian fricassee. It's decadent. I noticed she had a tattoo running from the side of her neck to her shoulder. Oderent dum metuant. It looked faded, blue, and uneven, the kind of tattoo you'd get from an amateur in prison. Tiernan had the exact same one, I realized. They probably got it together. My God, look at you. She reached across the island, snatching my jaw between her black almond nails, angling my head left and right. You're breathtaking. You look like a younger Doutzen Cruche. I had no idea what she just said. Maybe I misread her lips. The sleep deprivation was really taking its toll on me. Tierney continued chatting away, not letting the fact that I didn't respond to her stop her or even slow her down. My secret ingredient is this. She drummed her fingernails over a small glass jar with a red paste inside it. Pilpelchuma instead of harissa. It's a chili garlic paste. I think your Italian palate will appreciate it. She winked, then went on to drain a tuna can and dump a few eggs and potatoes into boiling water. Tiernan and I spent a few months in North Africa hiding from, let's call them eager friends. She chopped parsley and red onion thinly. We were in hiding, 14, and school wasn't on the menu, so I had a lot of spare time to learn how to cook, ride, drive, survive. She hitched a shoulder up. We've become very good at surviving, by the way, in case you want to kill him. My brain screeched to a halt. Something didn't add up. Before our nuptials, I oversaw Enzo and Luca discussing Tiernan. They said he lived in Ireland until he was 14, which was when his father moved him and his siblings to New York. No one mentioned anything about North Africa. I knew next to nothing about my husband's background. Shame Tierney couldn't be trusted. I'd love to pick her brain. But enough about my glamorous life. What's going on with you? How are you settling in? Tierney licked the sharp knife in her hand, tongue lolling across the green-leafed edge. She slapped a generous amount of the red paste onto the now deep-fried bread. She then filled the bread with soft-boiled potatoes, tuna, sliced boiled egg, parsley, and prune-like black olives dripping oil. The sandwich overflowed. She turned to face me, sighing at my stubborn silence. You can trust me. I have no loyalty to T, not since you let your cunt of a brother dictate my love life. Do you know Achilles makes me walk around with a chaperone to keep me from screwing people? I didn't, but it sounded exactly like something Achilles would do. It did surprise me that he bothered in the first place. Unlike Luca and Enzo, Achilles never took an interest in another human seriously enough to make an effort. I winced sympathetically. She caught the gesture, her pouty lips quirking to one corner slyly. My day shift bodyguard is waiting outside the apartment right now, a Camorra soldier. Do you happen to know how to get rid of those? I almost shook my head. Almost. I'd never gotten rid of a bodyguard before. Never tried. So far, I've only managed to make their time with me miserable, but not shake them off completely. I dragged them for days-long shopping sprees and gossip sessions with the most boring socialites I know. She plucked a spatula from a cabinet, pointing it at me. I used to strip in front of them and make them watch. Drove them nuts. The entire exercise was to keep me from having sex with other men. So, I blue-balled Achilles' staff. I'm sure they told him because they're no longer permitted to enter my bedroom. She stopped, beaming conspiratorially. Or apartment, for that matter. She pressed the spatula to the top of the sandwich, locking all the juices and ingredients in. I rounded the island so I could stand next to her and see what she said. My brother is more toxic than a king cobra. Unfortunately, you can't choose your family and metabolism, so this is what I have to work with. But I'm only loyal to myself. If you want to be friends, we can be friends. I'll keep any secrets you have. And if you help me get rid of Achilles, we could help each other, you know? We women have to stick together, especially in the chauvinistic underground world. Her offer was tempting, almost as much as the mouth-watering sandwich she slid onto a plate and dragged in my direction. She also made me a smoothie from frozen mango, banana, strawberries, and Greek yogurt with a dash of date syrup. Maybe it was because I finally had company, or maybe it was because I hadn't eaten properly in weeks, but I ravaged the food and smoothie in 4 minutes flat. She stared at me like I was a forest animal making up for lost time after months of hibernation. I sat back on the chair at the dining table, filled with gratitude. I wished I could thank her, but I didn't trust her enough. She sat opposite me, watching me intently. I liked her a lot, despite her affiliation with my husband, and I was horrified by what my brother was putting her through. Hey, let me program my number into your phone. She reached for the cell phone Mama gave me, which sat at the table between us. What's your passcode? Shit. The phone was supposed to be a secret. I wasn't supposed to know how to have one, let alone know how to operate it. I charged it in my walk-in closet under layers of clothes and only brought it outside because I thought Tierney was an attacker who broke inside. There was no point denying I could operate it at this point. The lie would only be more glaring, since I obviously walked around with it. I pried it from her shiny nails, punching the 4 digits and handing it back to her. She frowned as she programmed in her number. Why are you not connected to the internet? Did Tierna not give you the Wi-Fi? She laughed, swinging her gaze to me. Her smile dropped when she saw my face, the mixture of desperation and hope that shone through it. She licked her lips. Want me to give it to you? I steal his Wi-Fi on the daily. Eat the rich, right? I knew what she was doing. She was trying to lure me into showing her I understood her. I shouldn't play along. It was dangerous, and yet... Digging my fingernails into the skin of my palms, I nodded slowly. She sucked in a breath and quickly clicked a few things on my phone, giving it back to me. Done. I smiled a thank you, hoping I wasn't going to regret putting my trust in her. I'd never had a friend before, but if I could have one, I wanted it to be her. I better head out. She peered around. I'm going to an Amelia Spencer art exhibition. My face lit up at the mention of the artist. I loved her work. Mama even bought me a cherry blossom painting of hers for my 17th birthday. It fit my old room nicely, with all the pink. What? You like her? Tierney drummed her nails on the table. She's supposed to be good. Honestly, I know jack shit about art. But her husband's a bigwig, and I promised Frankie I'd try to get him to endorse Wolf for a second term. Frankie, as in Francesca Keaton, wife of President Keaton. Papa always went on about how unfair it was that the Irish were good friends with the president, even though his wife was Italian-American. Hey, you want to come? Tierney frowned. I can introduce you to Amelia. Super sweet lady. Can't say the same about her husband. I hesitated before shaking my head in response. If I came with her, it'd be an admission of what I was and what I wasn't. I wasn't ready for that. Tierney sighed, stood up, then leaned to squeeze my shoulder. I'll come again soon. Eat. She departed, leaving me with working internet and a lot of free time. 3 hours later, I was sitting with my back pressed against the wall of my walk-in closet, my phone plugged into its charger, reeling. I could barely breathe. The internet was full of things, helpful things, terrifying things, so many inventions I didn't know existed. Smart gloves that help hearing-impaired people speak, vibration bracelets to alert you to different sounds around you, robotic translators, transcription apps for phone calls, even a cinema app that tells you about films playing in your area with subtitles and audio descriptions. I was floored. The options were infinite, and all of them could help me in my journey as a hearing-impaired person. I wondered if Mama knew about all these things. If so, why didn't she say anything? The only constant in my life, the sole thing keeping me grounded, was the knowledge that Mama would always do the right thing for me. Now, I wasn't so sure anymore. A quick search showed me so many options and shortcuts to make my life more enjoyable, and yet, I was never made aware of them. Moreover, Mama actively forbade me from using the internet. Why? It only further fed the flame of my rising anger. Funny how I used to think I was content, safe in my little bubble of security. The last 18 years felt like a lie, a sham, a cage my own mother shoved me into, then locked the door and threw the key into the ocean. The bubble had burst, the bars melted, and I could now see clearly into the future. Either I showed people who I was and demanded to be treated with respect, or I'd end up exactly like my mother. Invisible, inconsequential, and bitter, and bitter, and bitter, and bitter.
Chapter 15. Tiernan. Tierney.
She ate everything. You need to pay her some attention. It's not her fault her parents are assholes and her husband is psychotic.
I stared at the text message my sister sent me. I never cared what women put in their mouths unless it was my cock, and my wife was no exception. Until now. Leela had been losing weight, a lot of it. Now, I wasn't an expert, but I was pretty sure she was supposed to gain, not lose weight in her condition. Infuriatingly enough, her beauty didn't diminish along with the rest of her frame. She remained too delectable for her own good. Her beauty wasn't here nor there for me. What I needed was to make sure this woman didn't drop dead from malnutrition. The Ferrantes' army was crucial for my plans against the Rasputins. If I wanted my siblings safe, I needed to finish them off. I knew the solution to my predicament, namely, to stop vying for every world's worst husband Guinness record. I could do that, in theory, anyway. My chief problem was that her absolute dry shite of a mother refused to send over any of her staff to keep my wife company. I didn't have time to play house with little girls. Figured the best course of action was to assign her someone she knew and trusted. I had called Luca and asked him which of the staff Leela would like with her. He said she'd want Emma. When I called Chiara to ask her for the woman, she flat out refused.
You didn't let me take her with me to Chicago, and now you want a babysitter for her? Fat chance, stronzo.
She's not going anywhere without proper Irish security, and I can't send my soldiers to Chicago because the outfit would decapitate them before the sun's up. Punishing her through me is the height of idiocy. Surely you're not that fucking daft. The family Egypt is Enzo. Enzo wasn't really stupid, but he was both perky and agreeable, which was almost worse.
My daughter shouldn't be leaving with you for another minute, Callahan.
Bitching about the situation won't fix it. Your daughter looks like a corpse. She isn't eating or sleeping. She is under my care, and we both know I don't give two shites. Either you send someone over to put her back together, or watch her slow and painful death. Happy to send pictures. I thought this would make her put the damn maid in one of their executive cars and send her my way. To my surprise, the witch stood her ground.
Let her die, then. See how that works out for you. My husband might not care much, but my sons? They'd kill anyone with an Irish last name in your zip code.
My fingers flew over the screen now. Tiernan, cancel all your engagements for the next few months. Your new job is to feed her and make sure she sleeps. Tierney,
She's not a Tamagotchi, Tiernan?
Tiernan, tell me about it. She costs more than $20. So, act accordingly. My sister replied with a middle finger emoji, forever the picture of eloquence and grace. I thrust my phone into my back pocket, then proceeded to unlock my apartment door. It was eerily quiet, the only audible sound coming from the industrial fridge in the kitchen. Spending time with my wife was at the bottom of my to-do list, but bigger sacrifices had been made throughout history to achieve one's objective. Who knew? Maybe she'd try to kill me again, and things would actually get interesting. I raised my fist to knock on Leela's bedroom door, realizing it was slightly ajar. A rare oversight. Leela was an expert at locking herself away from me. Taking her error as an invitation, I stepped inside, finding the room empty. The adjoined ensuite bathroom was also vacant, which meant she was probably in her walk-in closet. I stopped at the nightstand next to her bed. Her leather-bound sketchbook sat there, a pencil tucked between the pages. I made no effort to be silent or discreet. I figured if she was naked, I'd give her time to get dressed before she greeted me. I flipped the sketchbook open, my brow furrowing. I didn't know what I expected. Maybe finger painting or stick figures of people with lines for bodies and circles for heads. But it wasn't. This was. Fuck me, it was. Spectacular. A pencil drawing realistic and shaded to its finest detail, like an old black and white picture. The portrait of a man was vivid, alive, and familiar. Very familiar. Hold the fuck up. Tate Blackthorne. My wife drew Tate Blackthorne's entire dick-ass face from memory, smoking a cigarette, staring into an invisible camera, his cocky half-smirk on full display. The urge to burn down the sketchbook, along with the entire street, slammed into me, but I suppressed it. Of course my wife, who was knocked up with someone else's baby, was also obsessed with my arch enemy. Of fucking course. Perhaps she wasn't raped after all. Tate was at Luca's wedding. She obviously adored the motherfucker. Yes, he was married. But he wouldn't be the first filthy rich mogul to cheat on his wife when a young, pretty thing dangled herself in front of him. What if she opened those creamy legs of ours for him? I tipped my head back, taking a deep, greedy breath. My list of people to murder kept growing. The saying was accurate. There really was no rest for the wicked. But I mean, a fucking afternoon off wouldn't hurt. Tate lived in the UK. I didn't have time to start expanding my business into Europe. Her drawing subject aside, my wife was either a savant or a genius. For her sake, I hoped she was the former. I'd hate to kill her and the unborn baby in her belly. No, that wasn't true. The truth was, killing them would solve many of my problems. It'd just create 1,000 new ones in the process. Feeling much less inclined to honor her privacy now, I dropped the sketchbook on her nightstand, proceeding into her walk-in closet. She was indeed dressed. She also had her head buried in a cell phone she wasn't supposed to own, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes glued to the screen. Her pupils moved from side to side. Left, right. She can read. Venom spread inside my veins. Can you read? What else can you do? Are you here to spy? Is Blackthorne your baby daddy? Are you texting him now? I wanted to pick her up, pin her to her bed, and fuck every single answer out of her. Or, I marveled, maybe she was watching something. Her mother mentioned she let her watch classical concerts. After all, this wasn't the response of someone who was just caught doing something they shouldn't. She completely ignored my presence. I rapped on the wall, crossing my arms and leaning against the doorframe. She didn't look up. Little shit. I stepped inside, entering her line of vision. Her head jolted up and her mouth dropped open. Recognition and horror filled her pretty eyes. Hello, wifey. She scrambled to her feet, shoving the phone into her pocket and jutting her chin up defiantly. The facade of an insentient child was slipping almost as fast as my patience for this marriage. I knew asking outright wouldn't get me anywhere. Leela was a Ferrante through and through, if not by blood, then by nature. I couldn't break her through torture. But hey, it'd still be fun trying. Do you like fucking married men, Gaelic? I pushed off the door frame, entering her domain. After that sketchbook, she couldn't convince me she was intellectually challenged if her life depended on it. In a way, it did. She stared at me, steadily, refusing to balk. Do you like spreading your legs for older men? I strode leisurely in her direction. Blackthorn was twice her age. She had no business sucking the old man's cock. Do you call him Daddy? She answered with a slow, bored blink. She wasn't going to fall down on her knees and beg for forgiveness. My young wife had pride and fire in her eyes. I stopped when my abs were flush against her chest. She was tiny. Finishing her would be easier than killing a fly. You know he'd never leave his wife for you. I arched an eyebrow, smirking. He's crazy about her. Was fully prepared to give me the keys to his kingdom when I kidnapped her. You were just a quick fuck. Her cheeks flushed and finally, the mask slipped and her emotion showed. Did you fuck him? I palmed her face, tilting it up, forcing her to stare at the grotesque husband of hers. Without the eye, without the soul. Her nostrils flared, she said nothing. Answer. I clutched her jaw tightly. She spat in my face in response. Her saliva hit my left cheek. Grave mistake, sweetheart. It was time to terrorize and answer out of her. I reared my fist backward. Leela whipped her head sideways, bracing herself for the hit, but didn't close her eyes. Her jaw locked, her eyes blazed with anger. My knuckles landed square against the wall above her shoulder, denting it. The crack looked like spiderwebs. A soft gasp escaped her, the first time she made a sound. It was so fucking soft I second-guessed I really heard it. Shit. What was I doing unraveling over a child bride? It was time to try another tactic. Threatening her with rape, murder, and the decimation of her already destroyed life didn't work. Maybe I'd get more bees with honey. There's an Italian deli down the street. I stepped back. Make yourself presentable. Wear something that isn't fucking pink. I grabbed my jaw, working it from side to side. You could use some fresh air. She hadn't left the apartment since her mother left for Chicago. As expected, she didn't answer, but her teeth captured her lower lip contemplatively. She didn't hate the idea of leaving the house. A weakness. I can work with that. I pressed on. They have homemade gelato. Her throat bobbed with a swallow. She was conflicted, confused, torn between loathing me and longing to escape the cage I shoved her into. She needed to eat, get better, and not stand in my way of dismantling the bratva. The rest could be figured out later. For instance, with what method did I plan on executing Tatum Blackthorn? My current preference was dousing him in gasoline and making a nice campfire out of him. Roast some s'mores with the fire of his flesh and make her eat it. I'd make her watch, too. Move it, Barbie. I stepped sideways to clear the path for her. Hurry up and you just might make it to see the famous Hunts Point sunset. We walked in silence side by side on the littered street. Logic dictated I lived where I ruled, so Hunts Point it was. Fenton lived with Daw in the suburbs. They didn't care for rough neighborhoods. Tierney and I, however, showed our strength by making it our stronghold. It made little difference that my Daw wasn't around. Sharon never truly was. Technically, he was alive, but for all intents and purposes, he was as good as dead. Murdered the night they killed Mom. He was a ghost, living, breathing, attending meetings, pretending to be alive. I'd been managing the family business since I was a wee lad. Tierney and Fenton helped. Leela was bundled in a pink faux fur coat covering a pink flowery dress. A silent fuck you to my order that she wear something less childish. Other than hurling a whole-ass flamingo on herself, she did everything to let me know she intended to do the exact opposite of anything I asked. She drew hungry, curious gazes that were promptly snuffed out by my lethal, intimidating glares. I sowed terror everywhere I went, but especially in the South Bronx, where my word was gospel. The orange sun dipped under the decrepit building, swallowed by urban decay. Leela took everything in with wide, alert eyes. We entered Maggiano's, where I picked up a basket and jerked my chin to signal her to start loading it. The food in my apartment left a lot to be desired. I preferred nourishing, dense in protein nutriments, shea soups, caviar, cold meats, pickled eggs, fermented dairy, and black breads. Life had taught me that anything that could entice you could weaken you. I ate like a beggar and fought like a king. And I never loved anything that could die other than my siblings. My wife didn't realize it, strolling through the narrow aisles of the mini-mart, but everybody was staring at her. A shelf-stalker fell off his ladder following her with his eyes. A woman with a baby in drab clothes sucked in a breath when she passed her, and a group of pimpled teenagers froze in their spot, practically drooling. Leela tossed various dry pastas into her basket, along with white truffle butter, cherry jam, and biscotti. When she reached for a top shelf on her toes to grab a lemon panettone, I stepped behind her and put it in the basket myself. The top of her hat didn't even reach my chin, and when I looked down and saw her tiny figure engulfed between my large feet, a visual of her getting brutally raped on Crimson Key by some asshole assaulted my mind, making my fist involuntarily clench. She ducked her head under my arm, hurrying toward the deli and plucking a number from a ticket dispenser. She paused, realizing I could see that she possessed the forethought to do that, and nonchalantly strolled to the front of the long line of people and motioned for her to join me. She winced, clearly unhappy about cutting the line, but pointed at what she wanted quickly, not making a scene. Olives, glazed artichokes, focaccia, tuna-stuffed red chili peppers. When we headed to the register, her eyes halted on the gelato display. She needed to gain weight, or her brothers would take her away and my entire operation would flush down the shitters. I snatched her arm and marched her to the gelato. Her eyes flared at the sight of the pastel-colored ice cream. She swallowed hard, but didn't make a move. I led by example, ordering 3 scoops. She did the same, pointing at the colors. When we got to the register to pay for everything, the owner's son, a guy in his mid-20s with a mushroom haircut and juiced-up muscles, couldn't rip his gaze from her long enough to scan our groceries. That he had 2 fucking working eyes to admire her with pissed me off to begin with. On top of that, he looked exactly like the dashing Italian guy she'd probably end up with if she didn't lie about her condition. It was the cherry on the shit cake. He grinned at her, and she gave him a shy smile. The chances of him living to see next year significantly dropped. "Did you find everything you were looking for?" he cooed. "She found a husband who owns the entire neighborhood," I answered on her behalf. His gaze jerked to me. Recognition flashed in his eyes and his face drained of color. "Yes, sir. Of course. I was just trying to be polite." Gulping, he pushed our shit faster into grocery bags, forgetting to scan off the items. Being too polite to my wife might be hazardous to your health. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Stupidity is not an excuse. This is your first and final warning. Once you got everything packed, I sent one of my errand boys to unload the groceries in my apartment and took Leela to the waterline. The direct view was of Rikers Island, not exactly the lights of Paris, and left a lot to be desired. Then again, I never romanced anyone in my life and wasn't going to make exceptions for my wife. All the benches overlooking the water were taken, but one wrathful gaze toward an elderly couple occupying the closest bench sent them tumbling to the other end of the street. Leela settled on the bench, her brows crumpled in disapproval. We watched the water. I sifted through my grey matter for an olive branch to extend to her. It wasn't in my nature to appease or even to negotiate. But Tierney was right. I needed this girl alive. "You can be happy here," I lied, holding my gelato without eating it. She gave me a questioning look, her delicate frown deepening. Progress. Her isolation from her mother took its toll. "As long as you don't cross me and play by my rules, I'll let you thrive. You can come and go as you please. Hire your own staff. I can buy you a place next to your parents. One I would never set fucking foot in. You can pursue your artistic ambitions. Study." Her face lit up before she was able to conceal it. I continued, knowing I had her full attention now, and not for the wrong reason for a change. "Luca told me you go to Ischia every summer. You can still do that. Not this year, but the next one. I wasn't going to stick around for next year. What did I care, throwing empty promises in the air?" She had the audacity to scowl at me. The little shit might have let Tate Blackthorne touch her, impregnate her. It wasn't particularly significant in any way, other than the carnage-fueling thought that he touched something that was mine. She squinted at the horizon, popping the little spoon into her mouth, suckling it. The motion sent a throbbing ache straight to my cock. Sweet and merciful Jesus. I did not believe in karma, God, or anything else not backed by science, but it appeared I was paying for my sins by marrying the most enticing creature on planet Earth, knowing damn well I couldn't have her. The ice cream was melting in my hand, and I tossed it into the trash can next to the bench, irritated that I now had a sticky hand on top of a raging ard-on, with nowhere to sink it into. One of those problems could be mitigated by a quick hand wash. The other was here to stay. Leela finished her gelato and the waffle cone that came with it. Quietly, she picked up my ice cream-covered hand and uncurled my fingers. She twisted her head, holding my fingers open as she stared at my palm. She wanted to check the injury she inflicted on me. Unfortunately, it was covered in green gelato. She studied the gelato stain, frowned, then brought my hand to her mouth, flattening her hot, wet tongue over it and licking it off me. I growled, my blood roaring in my veins. Euphoric desire flooded me. This felt better than sodomizing any professional escort I'd ever laid hands on. She was dangerous. For my plans, for my goals, for that useless thing inside my chest. The mark resurfaced. The wound had healed, leaving only a pale pink scar. She rubbed her tiny thumb over it, and that simple move threatened to change my entire brain chemistry. I yanked my hand back and stood up. Enough. I buttoned my coat with one hand. You're not a fucking dog, Leela. Stop licking everything you encounter. I spent the walk back to the apartment silently contemplating why the fuck I didn't kill her at that fountain and save myself this headache. I'd never shown mercy to anyone before, and the one thing I saved just might end up killing me. 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 Chapter 16. Tiernan. Fuck. Pressing my hand to a 4-inch gash in my torso to stop the bleeding, I collapsed into the passenger seat next to my brother in his nickel-grey Porsche. Fenton floored it before the cops arrived to scrape off the body I left 3 streets down from Ferrantes. An Albanian aspiring mobster had tried dealing meth on my turf and had the audacity to stab me when I informed him he was trespassing. Sighing, I tossed the 2 bullet cases I collected from the crime scene into the central console for my brother to get rid of. I hated amateurs. People should have to pass a bar to get into the field of organized crime. I swear, my line of work attracted the stupidest people on planet Earth. Do you have to bleed all over my 1993 Turbo, Tierney boy? Finn flicked his green eyes to me. I knew he was only half joking. He loved that bleeding car. Drop me off and I'll walk home. Home? I'm taking you straight to the hospital, little brother. His breath reeked of whiskey. I'll wrap it up when I get back. I removed my hand from the stab wound, peering at it through my black dress shirt. Blood gushed out in a thick river. I groaned, pushing the base of my palm back onto it. You sure? Fenton had one arm slung against the open window. Positive. I'm not going to Barnabas at 2 a.m. unless I need my head stitched back to my body. Even then, I'll probably cab it to Presbyterian. Why not? Fenton pushed, scowling at the road ahead. Natalie works there. She's always happy to see you. I bet she is. I put her through med school. Natalie was a poor girl from the neighborhood who needed a leg up. She also happened to prefer anal. So we'd had an agreement of sorts, where I paid for her school and in return, she was my fuck buddy. I hadn't seen her in almost a year, though. Not since she started her residency. Drop me off at Fermantes. And for shit's sake, go over the books again and tell Dot to send someone to pick up the supplies in the port. Whatever you say, lad. You have enough alcohol in your system to drown a mermaid. I've only had a couple pints. I can hold a drink, you know. The problem is you usually hold 8 or 9 per night. He sulked. I said it's under control. Tell that to your 200k debt in your own bleeding casino. I rarely broach this subject, but I rode a criminal high whenever I was in pain. It got my dick hard and I tended to look either for a fight or a fuck. And since fucking wasn't in my near future, I chose a fight. I've made progress, mate, I did. His fingers danced around the steering wheel, knuckles paling in anger. I'm going to therapy now. Putting in the work. How long since you had the blackjack table? Over 3 weeks. I swear on my life. I narrowed my good eye at him. He laughed nervously. I mean it. Ask my therapist. There was no need. I had eyes in every underground casino the Callahans and Ferrantes owned. I nodded. Keep that shit up, Finn. Once we go after the Bratva, all of us become targets. You need to stay sharp. I am, brother. My jaw clenched. Tierney and I knew very little Gaelic, not for lack of desire on our part. I'd never set foot in my own motherland. Neither had she. Everything I was, the accent, the tradition, the pride, the flag, was a sham. Da was an Irishman. So was Fenton, not us. Tierney and I had always been a separate unit from them. Only difference was, I loved Tyrone and Fenton ferociously. Never held what happened to us against them. Tierney never forgot and never forgave. How's Maggie doing? I changed the subject. Riding my ass about proposing, now that my wee brother is married. Gave me a deadline until Christmas. And Becky? Why would you ask me about a slag I see every other month when I have a wife? She isn't much of a wife, though, is she? He parked the Porsche in front of Fermanagh, cutting the ignition. I don't like what this is doing to your reputation, brother. Being accused of sleeping with this girl child. I still think it was a mistake. It's done now. I popped the door open, swinging my leg to the sidewalk. Dizzy. So dizzy. Fuck. Before I got out, I glanced behind my shoulder, pausing. Did you forget something? Fenton blinked. Yeah. Drink on the job one more time, and I'll kill you. I staggered into my dark apartment, clutching at my chest. Perhaps skipping the hospital was a mistake after all. I based the change of heart on the 3 liters of blood I smeared across the staircase like a human fucking slug. With a hiss, I dragged myself along the hallway to the master bedroom, crashing against the wall, marring it in red. Once in my bathroom, I flicked the light on and unbuttoned my dress shirt. I was no pussy, but this was a serious knife injury. It went deep. I was surprised there wasn't an exit point. Sensing my need for privacy, my wife, who had never shown interest in spending time with me, appeared at my bathroom door. Now she wanted my company. She wore pale hair and a messy bun, and a white satin baby doll that really brought out every delectable curve in her body. Now's not a good time. I popped the first aid kit open, lining up betadine, tape, and gauze on the bathroom counter. Through the mirror, I saw her examining the trail of blood I left behind, slack-jawed. So this was why she ventured here. Probably hoped to find me dead. Either use that open mouth to suck my cock, or walk out of here and let me stitch myself in peace. I kept applying pressure to my wound while unscrewing the betadine spray with my teeth. She loitered at the threshold, likely emboldened by the fact that I was too preoccupied to follow up on my threat. Blood slinked from between my fingers. I needed to call one of my soldiers on site to assist me. My wife continued to stare, nibbling on the dead skin around her thumbnail. Jesus, fuck, Leela. I swiveled toward her. Get out. Don't worry about the blood. I'll send someone to clean that shit up. She grabbed my wrist, her sharp blue eyes dancing like cold fire. She tugged me out to the bathroom. I didn't have time for this nonsense, but something compelled me to humor her. That something was more than likely my moronic dick. She led me to my bed, where she put a gentle hand on my shoulder and eased me down, fluffing my pillows and laying me across the mattress. Leela put her palm up, signaling me to wait, then ambled back to the bathroom. I heard the water in the sink running. She returned to the bed and flicked on my bedside lamp. I grunted as light flooded the room. My wife parked her pert little ass on the edge next to me, peeling my hand off the open wound. Clutching my shoulder to keep me still, she used a wet, warm towel to wipe off the blood, then sprayed the shit out of the wound with betadine. My nostrils flared, the burn eating away at my flesh like acid. Bollocks! She gave me a disapproving glare to let me know she didn't appreciate my language, then pressed clean gauze to it. Get more gauze and tape. I'll wrap it up. Her gaze dropped to my lips like it always did. If she wanted a kiss, all she had to do was ask. She shook her head adamantly, glaring at me as she motioned with her hands. At first, it looked like she was holding invisible cutlery. Then I realized she was mimicking suturing. Something clicked in my brain. She put me down for elevation, disinfected the wound, and was now draining it before stitching me up. What was she, a bleeding nurse now? If you don't know how to stitch, knock on Tierney's door down the hall. She'll call for help. Doubtful I had enough time, but I wasn't in the mood to be poked a bunch of times. Her eyebrows slammed together. She looked pissed off I doubted her abilities. Fine. There's a suturing kit in the cabinet in the bathroom. Don't bother bringing the analgesic spray. I thrive on pain. She moseyed back into the ensuite bathroom. I followed her with my eyes, wondering how she was going to get out of this one. She just revealed her entire hand to me. Not only did she not have any intellectual issues, she also knew how to treat potentially fatal wounds. Did she tend to her brothers like this? The thought of her touching other men, even her kin, made my skin crawl. Leela returned. She removed the gauze and resprayed the wound to disinfect it, then used a needle driver to grab the needle. Her hands were steady, her breathing calm. Pushing the needle in a 90-degree angle at the edge of my wound, she began stitching me up. I stared at her face. She looked like an angel, one I'd very much like to stick my cock into. She sewed with stoic practicality. It was her eyes that gave her intelligence. They saw everything, and I wondered if they also noticed how out of my fucking depth I was where she was concerned. She was everything I couldn't control, and it drove me wild. How long are we going to do this song and dance for, Leela? My gaze drifted down her satin baby doll, to those full, perky breasts and tight nipples, down her flat stomach to the junction where her panties were hidden by sun-kissed, slender thighs, where you pretend to be incapable, and I pretend to buy it. Her throat bobbed with a swallow. They call me deathless, you know. I hissed, my voice groggy. I survived 6 assassination attempts, and fuck knows how many more gunfights. Wouldn't it be ironic if what takes me out is a sloppy stab in the chest by a fucking nobody? Leela's face remained impassive. Her hands on my bare flesh were sweet torture. Her fingers tingled and teased like little flames licking at my skin. I wondered what other talent she was hiding, and if Tate Blackthorne knew about them. You should let me bleed out, I mused, watching her unwavering expression. You know you want to. Not a muscle in that perfect face of hers twitched. She wasn't going to break, not even crack. For a reason beyond my understanding, Leela decided to spare my life, but didn't deem me trustworthy enough for her confessions, for her words. I focused on the delicate contours of her face, wondering when I last saw something quite as superb. Never was a definite answer. I'm not letting you go, you know. My voice was calm, final, before I let my eye flutter shut. You're mine. Only fucking mine. Till my last breath. She pricked my skin with her needle, extra hard, and I smirked, knowing she heard me, knowing she heard me, knowing she heard me.
Chapter 17. Leela. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why did I help him? Why didn't I look the other way and let karma finish the job? I'd been awake as usual, staring at the ceiling, when I felt the sharp bang at the entrance door reverberating through my spine. When I walked out of my room, I noticed the carnage. I wanted to let him die. But something inside me refused to be as ruthless as the men in my life. And while Tiernan was a terrible human, he never crossed my red lines. He didn't force himself upon me, made sure I always ate, and even took me to see the sunset. I knew, from watching old mama-approved movies, that allowing your wife to stab and shoot you didn't qualify as romance. However, in our world, it made for a damn decent husband. Besides, I never missed a chance to suture. It was my first time stitching a human, not that he needed to know that. All my other experience was with pig bellies and chickens. Emma was a nurse back in Naples before she joined our family. She taught me some useful skills to help me pass the time, since I didn't go to school. But the most dangerous thing of all wasn't Tiernan finding out, beyond any reasonable doubt, that I wasn't intellectually impaired. It wasn't even the fact that he frightened me with his even pulse and dead abrasive stare the entire time I worked on his wound, unmoved by the pain. No, it was the complete and utter chaos that swirled in my body at our briefest touch. On our wedding night, I thought I needed to hurt him to feel the gooey, warm honey in the pit of my stomach. Now I realized I simply needed to touch him. His body felt good, all lithe, sculpted muscles, inked with tattoos I wanted to trace and study, and maybe even kiss. Warm, alive, safe. The latter was stupid, I knew. The man promised he'd force himself on me if he found out I was a spy. But he had so many chances, so many opportunities to take what our world deemed was his. Yet he didn't. The hatred I wanted so badly to cling on to was slipping between my fingers like quicksand. Maybe it was Stockholm Syndrome, or maybe I realized my ire should be directed at my father and my rapist. Either way, Tiernan, the deathless Callahan, was no longer the man I hated the most. Worse still, he no longer felt like the enemy.
Chapter 18. Tiernan. 3 days later, I sat in Fermanagh's back office, surrounded by Luca, Achilles, Fenton, and Sam Brennan. The latter was Boston's most formidable ex-mobster, now retired in Switzerland with his doctor wife and their frankly demented number of kids. I pulled him out of retirement because he could find a grain of salt in a pile of shit. Figured I could use reinforcements in my search for my wife's attacker since I had my own plate full. He cost a pretty penny, but I considered every dime well spent. I cropped the raw CCTV footage into the 20 minutes during and after Leela took off from the ballroom. Sam swiveled his laptop toward me, flicking his finger to the screen. My wife appeared in grainy resolution, hurrying toward the exit. My IT guy did a body count of the room and all the other wired locations on the premises. All 800 guests and staff were accounted for, all aside from 15 men that disappeared within that time frame. I compiled them into a list. And you caught them leaving through the main entrance. Sam shook his head. She slipped through a side exit, probably the secret passage in the wine cellar. The attacker followed her. That part's not wired. Show me the list. Luca dragged it across the executive desk in my direction. I stared at the names. 2 in particular popped out to me. Tatum Blackthorne. Angelo Bandini. There's also a murky shot of a man trailing behind Leela 20 yards away. Brennan leaned in from behind me, fingers dancing on the keyboard. He fast-forwarded 40 seconds after Leela left, zooming in and clearing up the resolution. That's a good start, my brother said. Fenton didn't smell like the floor of a seedy nightclub this morning. A step in the right direction. Did we ID him? I asked. Sam tisked. He never gave us a good angle. Makes you wonder if he scoped out the place in advance. Who from this list had been to the manor prior to the wedding? I tapped the piece of paper, handing it back to the Ferrantes. Achilles snatched it, scowling. Tate and Angelo. All the rest are strangers. Most are acquaintances from the bride's side. And I'm pretty sure we can cross off the 76-year-old with the oxygen tank. He pointed at some Italian man's name. Doubt he has the stamina for the offense. I ran a hand over my dress shirt. My wound was healing nicely. The stitches were neatly applied, dabbed with antibiotic and covered in adhesive bandages. The morning after Leela put me together, she left a note with a list of medical supplies I needed to replenish, her silent way of admitting she was literate. Forget about the exit point they took, Sam said. You need to look into every name on the list. Every single one. I understood exactly what he meant. Don't cross anyone off until I say so, I ordered. The CCTV footage continued rolling on the screen, people leaving and entering through the main entrance. A movement caught my eye and I sat up straighter. Brennan, roll it back. He did, backtracking at 30 seconds. Stop. I swatted him away and rolled my index along the mousepad, moving between the 12 cameras in search of a better angle. When I found what I wanted, I zoomed in. See that? See what? Our suspect, it's from a different angle. He's smirking. It was grainy as shit, and everyone had to squint at the monitor, but they saw it too. His upper face was hidden by one of the many marble arches in the room, but it looked like he was grinning straight into the camera. He's tall. Luca ran his knuckles through his stubble. 6'2", maybe 6'3". Look at the height difference between him and Pasqualino. And Caucasian, Sam added. Wears a fine suit, but we can't make out much else. Yet, I said. I was going to track this human cum stain down if it was the last thing I did on this overrated planet. Run all your programs on that tape until you get a match. In the meantime, I picked up the suspect list. I want every man of interest on this list in surveillance. PI on their tail around the clock, tap their lines, hack their phones, write a dissertation about their lives, and bring it back to me by the end of the month. Everyone, Fenton repeated. Everyone. On it. My brother collected the paperwork. What's the sudden rush? Luca arched a brow. You've been perfectly content sitting on this task for weeks with no movement. Velo told us we needed to put a fire under your feet to make sure you haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten. I had, in fact, forgotten. But then Velo's daughter saved my life, and I felt the need to repay her somehow. Slaughtering the man who hurt her would even the score, and the Callahan clan would be seizing full control of Harlem as a bonus. Any word on Alex? I asked Sam. Still in Russia, off the grid. He shook his head. No movement in his bank accounts either. I jerked my chin in a nod. He'd resurface. Most of his business was in Vegas, and I needed the time to scope out his mansion, warehouses, and anywhere else I might corner him. You and the Ferrante girl. Sam clicked his laptop shut, sliding it into his leather courier bag. Is this a love match or a strategic alliance? Strategic, Lucas supplied. Sam gave me a once-over, lifting a mocking brow. Could have sworn Callahan has skin in the game. I said nothing. Entertaining idiots wasn't a part of my job description. This is how it starts. Sam slid on his biker jacket, zipping it up. She's just business. So was Aisling, my wife. He checked his Rolex, screwing a ball cap on. 6 kids later, and it's safe to say my business turned into pleasure. I watched him retreat, feeling sorry for him. Just because he got attached to a pussy didn't mean it had happened to me. Didn't mean. Chapter 19. 20 years ago. Psst. Tierney. Over here. Leosha whispered from behind a batch of shaved logs. Tiernan knew better than to humor him. He was 8 now, old enough to climb trees and chop them into logs, old enough to tear a rabbit's fur from its body clean, to crawl into darkened mining holes, old enough to fight, to shoot, to kill, to survive in the Siberian wilderness. Tiernan drove his axe into a log, chopping it in half. He stood up and wiped his brow, glancing at his twin sister. Tierney was bundled in her coat, stacking the logs neatly, a silver curl of frost escaping her pink lips. Snow gathered on the tip of her lashes. Don't be tempted, he warned. She shook her head, continuing with her work. Come on, we can play marbles, Leosha coaxed, his face popping from between the logs, grinning widely. His eyes were icy blue, as pale as the landscape around them, and his hair was rusty gold, the color of a king's crown. He was the pecan's son, and that fact didn't go unnoticed. He received more food, more milk, warmer clothes, and was allowed to skip chores. Instead of working, he was taught physics and math, classical music, and literature. Knowledge he eagerly passed on to the twins. Alex always disappeared from camp around Novi God. Igor took him to Moscow to watch ballet and fill his belly with the finest food.
Marbles?
Tierney paused. Her interest piqued. Snow caked her hair and eyebrows. Months before, she'd lost a toe to the frost. Her brother had pacified her by promising her all the pretty shoes money could buy to hide the loss when they grew up. Well, not marbles as such, but I found some bullet cases in the forest. Alex uncurled princely fingers, extending his hand in her direction. We can use them instead. It's almost the same. The twins knew they weren't allowed to play. The punishment for such an egregious offense was a bullet to the head, and neither of them wanted to die, though they weren't quite sure why. By now, they knew how they were brought here, knew Igor killed their mother, carved her stomach, and pulled them out, knew they were Irish, that they had a father and a brother somewhere far away. Igor took pleasure in tossing pieces of the puzzle that was their lives in their direction, watching them scramble to put things together. Can't, Tiernan told Alex. It's against the rules. Ah, fuck the rules. Live a little. If I live a little, I'll die a lot. Alex laughed, juggling the bullet cases like a circus clown with balls. Suit yourself. He popped his shoulder, swiveled, and sauntered into the open mouth of the white forest. Tierney paused once more and stared down at her palms. Every inch of them was covered in blisters and calluses. So rough was her skin that she could run a burning flame through it and still not feel a thing. She looked up longingly toward the woods. Not worth it, Tiernan said shortly, raising his axe and slicing another log in two. Tierney was quiet. All the other kids around them worked diligently. Olga weaved between them, inspecting their handiwork.
What's the point of staying alive if we aren't living?
Tierney wondered aloud.
Look at us. They cut our tendons so we cannot run, starve us so we cannot fight. I have never played a game, never felt the sun on my skin, never been loved by someone who isn't you.
Our father loves us, Tiernan reminded her fiercely. Our brother, too.
Yes, well, they aren't here, are they? For all we know, they forgot about us.
A tear rolled down Tierney's cheek. It froze before it could land on the ground. Guilt gnawed at Tiernan's gut. He hated seeing his sister unhappy. She was the only thing he had. The only thing he knew how to love.
30 minutes until lunchtime,
Olga announced, briskly making her way up the stairs to the main cabin to oversee the meal preparation. Girls Tierney's age prepared lunch. Hot tea, black bread, a slab of butter, and if they were lucky, sardines. But Tierney was never allowed the luxury of kitchen duty. Igor said she needed to be a warrior, so one day he could send her and Tiernan to kill their father. Tiernan knew they had 30 minutes before Olga would check on them again. Fine, he bit out, already regretting it. But we'll make it quick. They ran, following Alex's footprints in the snow. They found him in no time, bullet cases splayed on a stump. They joined him. Alex elbowed Tiernan's rib. Hey, don't worry. If we get caught, I'll take the fall. He believed him. Lyosha always shared his food, his milk, his clothes, and his warmth with him. Time betrayed them in the same way it betrayed all kids caught up in a game. When they realized it, they ran so fast the snow seemed to melt under the ferocity of their terror. Tiernan was the first to make it back to camp. He collided headfirst into Igor's frame. The pecan was standing at the door to the dining hall, blocking the entrance. The breath caught in Tiernan's throat. Igor was holding his gun. He pointed at the twins with it. You two, come out back with me. Father, no! Alex threw himself on Igor. The man shook him off like he was a rabid animal, huffing. They broke the rules. So did I. Alex straightened his spine. I asked them to come. It was my idea. Damn his stupid son, and damn his lack of animal instinct. The Callahan twins were the enemy. If Alex couldn't see that, he was never going to make a good pecan. Luckily, Natalia had given him 2 more sons, Jeremy and Slava. Jeremy already lived here in camp. Slava would join his brothers shortly. Jeremy and Slava were a good mix of their parents, cold, jaded, unfeeling. Alex was tainted by Luba's DNA, kind, caring, and abundantly generous. "Alex, shut up," Igor barked. "If you kill them, you'll have to kill me too." "Fine, I will give them a chance to survive. We'll play Russian roulette." Igor smiled. "And you, Alex, will do the honor of shooting." Tiernan's heart stuttered to a stop. He and Tierney exchanged looks. Igor motioned for the 3 of them to follow him back to where they came from. Alex was silent and rigid. When they arrived at the stump in the woods, Igor handed his son the gun. "The revolver can hold 6 bullets. Put in 3. Alex did as he was told. He was good with guns, a great aim, a small comfort for Igor. Lyosha aimed at Tierney first. Her chin wobbled. Her eyes begged. He pulled the trigger. Click. It was empty. She fell down to her knees, heaving, sobbing, wetting herself. The hot liquid of her urine momentarily stole the numbness from her cold legs. Alex turned the gun to Tiernan. Flinched. He loved him. That was the truth of it, more than he loved his father and his brothers, and maybe even himself. Because Tiernan taught him how to be brave. No matter his circumstances, he refused to be a victim. Tiernan didn't shake. His eyes didn't beg. He stared at him head on. "Shoot!" Igor roared. Alex pulled the trigger, howling in pain. Click. Empty. Tiernan didn't flinch. Didn't even sigh in relief, just stood there, cold and resilient and more alive than all of them combined. Alex dropped to one knee, vomiting onto his own lap. "Crochet," Igor spat out dejectedly. It was the 11th time in 8 years the little worm escaped death. So many illnesses, accidents, stray bullets. Rat poison his body seemed to resignedly accept. Igor was always on the verge of killing the Callahans with his bare hands. The only thing stopping him was the knowledge that his late wife wouldn't have wanted that. Kids, no matter how sullied and evil, were precious in her eyes. "That boy is utterly deathless. He's going to kill all of us one day. Kill all of us one day. Kill all of us one day." Chapter 20. Tiernan. I flipped through Lila's sketchbook again while she was taking a shower. My wife drew what she remembered, and if she by chance remembered her attacker's face, that mattered. I didn't find any new portraits, but I did find music sheets, dozens and dozens of them. Since Alex had taught me solfège when we were kids, I recognized some as Mozart and Beethoven. That in itself did not impress me. Any monkey could copy and paste music sheets from the internet. What piqued my interest were the ones I was not familiar with, and were not, in fact, classics at all. I downloaded a piano app on my phone and played them out. They were completely original pieces. Fucking fantastic, too. Expressive, dramatic, elegant, and gothic. They could be someone else's. Just because Leela wrote them didn't mean she composed them. They could. But somehow I knew, with stark clarity, that it was my wife who came up with them.
Chapter 21. Leela. Mama was back from Chicago, but the relief I expected to feel never arrived. I was clocking in 8 hours of phone time a day, researching gadgets for the impaired of hearing. There was a list sitting in the bottom of my nightstand drawer of things I wanted to purchase and try out. I needed to figure out how to order them from the internet without asking for Tiernan's help. It didn't look like the vendors accepted cash. Unfortunately, Tiernan became even more insufferable after I saved his life. He now insisted we have dinner together every evening. He brought delicacies from the Italian deli and spent the entire length of the meal watching me through his emerald eye, chipping at the walls I built around me with his ruthlessly cold exterior without speaking one word. He let me come and go as I pleased, as long as I was escorted by 4 bodyguards. Since I was terrified of men, he sent Tierney with me whenever I visited Mama. I was so upset with the latter for hiding the internet from me. I ended up spending most of my time with Tierney anyway. I wasn't sure why my sister-in-law had agreed to spend all this time with me. It neither fit her personality nor her busy social calendar. Yet she seemed happy to be with me, always babbling away, showing me funny memes on her phone, asking me to show her the stables, the gardens, the pieces I left behind. Today, I decided to take a break from Long Island. I sat at the living room window, watching the grimy street with my back to the door, when something soft tickled the space between my ear and neck. I squirmed, swatting it away, swinging my gaze up. My husband stood before me. He was clad in a smart peacoat, a loose gray scarf, and designer wingtips, shiny enough to display one's reflection. He was impeccably dressed, not as lavishly as Camorrista. He had no jewelry, no diamond earrings, expensive watches, and silky shirts, but rather like a man. That fickle heart of mine missed a beat at the sight of him. I had even warmed up to his eye patch. He twirled a feather between his long fingers, his brow arched in wry amusement.
Ed in the clouds, Gaelic.
The subtext stunned me into near tears. He called my name, got no response, realized I couldn't hear him, so instead of touching me to alert me of his presence, he used a barrier, a buffer between us to signal he was here. Now that I thought about it, my husband kept a healthy distance from me unless we were having one of his one-sided arguments. Something melted inside me, and I offered him a small smile, which he didn't return. He put the feather back inside a decorative bowl on the credenza.
You have an OB/GYN appointment in 30 minutes. Get dressed.
My mood soured, giving way to the metallic cold blade of fear. It was becoming real. The pregnancy, the baby, the marriage. I stilled, refusing to budge. My mother promised she'd be the one to take me to the appointment. I forgot all about it, suppressed it from my memory, most likely. Why wasn't she here? Tiernan waltzed over to the kitchen to grab himself a protein shake and returned, his frosty exterior impenetrable.
Move it. I have a 5 o'clock appointment downtown.
I peered around uncertainly. Not communicating with him was painful at this point. I wanted to ask about my mama. Reading my mind for the millionth time, he sighed.
Your mother asked me to take you. Said she's under the weather.
I crossed my arms over my chest. I was waiting to see if he'd touch me, hurt me. A messed up part of me hoped he would. This way I'd be able to stop the temptation of confiding in him. My traitorous heart would cease cartwheeling every time he entered the room.
Very well.
He moseyed over to my room, returning a moment later holding my phone. My eyes flared in panic. He couldn't take away my phone. It was the only thing keeping me afloat. How on earth did he even find it? I'd been hiding it underneath the loose floorboard ever since he caught me using it.
2 options. 1, you give me trouble, and I break this thing into 5 pieces.
His fist tightened around the device.
2, you get dressed and play the obedient wife for an hour, and I link my PayPal to your phone and let you buy all the shit on your little supermarket list at the bottom of your drawer.
My jaw slacked. When did he see it? Probably during one of my visits to Mama. He'd been snooping around my room. I'd be upset about it if I hadn't returned the favor. At this point, I could give guided tours in his master bedroom.
Nice handwriting, by the way.
His smile stretched further.
Very neat.
My cheeks flushed. I was starting to see there was no fooling my husband. He knew where I kept my things, what I was thinking, what I was doing, what made me tick. Knew I wasn't intellectually impaired, that I understood everything he said and did, and he knew his coldness repulsed and fascinated me in the same breath. Also, what was PayPal? Probably a type of credit card. I licked my lips, considering his proposition. Why did he care that I visit the doctor? Reading my mind once again, he said,
Your family won't fulfill their end of the bargain unless you're taken care of.
Of course, he didn't care. I had no illusions about that. So, why did I feel a pang of disappointment, nicking the spot just beneath my breastbone?
Take the mask off, Leela. I know you can read. I know you surf the internet. I know you can write and stitch together a wounded motherfucker. And probably split atoms. You're coming with or without the confession. Be a smart girl and take the deal.
I stood up and stomped my way to my room, where I changed into something hideously pink to piss him off. We left the house with a flock of guards split into 2 vehicles. My husband was on a phone call the entire way. The Mercedes stopped in front of a preppy Manhattan building. Tiernan got out first, followed by 2 of his soldiers before he gestured for me to follow. The second set of guards trailed behind us. We broke off from security when we entered the elevator in the sleek lobby. By now, I was so nauseous I was surprised I didn't vomit my heart onto the floor. My palms were clammy, and my limbs felt like overcooked noodles. My stomach was still flat, and the morning sickness was now almost completely gone, so I allowed myself to pretend I wasn't pregnant most days. Now, someone was going to touch me. Show me the baby, the child of my rapist. Make me face the reality I'd been ignoring for 3 months. I was barely 18. I'd never even had a proper kiss. The kiss during the wedding ceremony didn't count, and I knew nothing about babies. When we got to the reception, my panic flared into sheer terror. Dr. Driscoll is unfortunately indisposed. A flirty receptionist batted her fake lashes at my husband. She looked like one of my brother's mistresses. Big hair, boobs, and a small brain to match. But her husband, Dr. McGuire, stepped in to cover her appointments for the rest of the afternoon. A man was going to touch me? A man was going to put his hands on my most private parts. Jerkily, I looped my fingers around Tiernan's forearm, digging my nails into his hard muscles.
That won't do. I specifically requested a female doctor.
He did? Totally. Yeah, I understand. The bubbly receptionist flipped her hair with a smile. And Dr. Driscoll will take over moving forward. It's just this specific appointment. She stopped. Tiernan didn't even say anything. His stony glare told her it was non-negotiable. What was his voice like? Raspy, I'd imagined. Rough around the edges. Just like the man himself. I see you're not happy. A thin, humorless smile.
Smart girl.
The receptionist swallowed. Let me see if Dr. Lockerbie is available.
Is Dr. Lockerbie a woman?
Yes, her name is Meredith.
You do that. While I help my wife settle in the examining room. Remember, if she's uncomfortable, I'm uncomfortable. And if I'm uncomfortable...
He trailed off, casually leaning his shoulder against the wall and exposing the gun in the holster beneath his tailored peacoat.
Everyone gets real uncomfortable.
We huddled down the corridor and slipped into room number 7. A faded blue hospital gown waited on the edge of the examination table, folded neatly into a square. I turned to Tiernan to tell him to look the other way, and caught the sight of the door clicking shut. He left, the scent of expensive leather and musk lingering in the air like the swollen pulse of a kiss. It was the first time I was alone somewhere new, since the assault. Was he coming back? Was I going to face the doctor alone? My anxiety won over. I picked up my phone and texted Mama. It was the first time I had initiated a conversation with her since she came back from Chicago. Leela, why didn't you come to my OBGYN appointment? Kiara, I'm sorry, honey. I have a terrible headache. It shouldn't be too bad. Just do as the doctor asks. Bullshit. She knew how triggering this was for me, knew how this pregnancy came about. Trembling, I reached for the zipper in the back of my dress. It took me 3 attempts to remove it. I picked up the hospital gown and examined it. It was missing a part. Front or back, I couldn't tell, but one side was purely made out of strings. Which way was the right one? Tears collected on my lower eyelids. Since they were going to check my belly, I guessed I needed to wear the gown with my front exposed. I quickly tied the strings beneath my breasts and around my stomach. What a stupid design for a hospital gown. What was even the point of it? I laid on the examination table, realizing to my chagrin there were stirrups on either side of it. I pressed my thighs together tightly. I didn't want to be touched, to be seen, to be prodded like an animal. It was the absence of Tiernan that made me realize I trusted him more than I cared to admit, not with my heart or with my happiness, but with my body. It was more than I could say about any man other than my brothers. The door opened and Tiernan stepped back inside. I quickly swathed an arm over my breasts and pressed a hand to my groin to hide myself. Despite my mortification, I was relieved to have him back. He closed the door and swiveled my way, his gaze landing on my exposed skin. The ice in his pupils snuffed, replaced with something else, heated and urgent. It was the first time he looked bothered by something, by someone.
What's this?
His lips moved around a tight jaw. His gaze was trained hard on my face, refusing to travel lower. I tossed him an incredulous glare that said, "What does it look like? I'm waiting for my examination." He pressed his lips together, and I had a horrible, devastating feeling he was suppressing a laugh. The door opened a crack again, and he turned around, slamming it shut. What was happening? Panicked, I scooted to the edge of the table, watching as he ate the space between us with one step. His palms were splayed where I could see them, lifted in surrender.
Not gonna touch you without permission.
Why would he need to touch me at all? Oh, God. The gown was the other way around, wasn't it? My face flamed cherry red down to the tips of my ears.
Help.
I nodded. My ears were on fire.
I'll have to touch you.
My heart nearly raced out of my chest. I jerked my chin in a second nod. He grabbed me by the waist and lowered me to the floor with gentleness that made me question if he touched me at all. Shame swirled in my stomach. I was humiliated and mortified.
Close your eyes if it's too much.
He reached for the tied strings at my front, tugging them free without touching my skin. The heat of his body, of the masculinity he radiated in electric pulses, made my nipples pucker. They stood on end, pink, sharp, and needy. So needy. It felt like his body spoke to mine in a language only they understood. I fought the urge to press against him, to lean my body against his. I worried if he touched me somewhere, anywhere, I'd combust. It felt like I was on the verge of experiencing something big and foreign and exciting. His expression remained inscrutable as he slid the sleeves off my shoulders. The soft caress of the air between us made my stomach dip and my nipples harden even more. They now grazed the expensive fabric of his dress shirt. Gasping, I covered them with my hands. I stared at my feet to hide my blush. What was wrong with me? Why was my body doing this? My husband clasped my chin, tilting my head up so I could see him.
That's normal.
His neck strained with veins I hadn't seen there before.
Your nipples will go down in a sec.
I stood completely naked before him. The air buzzed and sizzled with an energy that bound us together, vining us in invisible ropes. I didn't know what was happening to me because, suddenly, I wanted him to hug me, to kiss me, show me how to order things from the internet, take me to see sunsets. There seemed to be an increasing number of reasons why I should reveal my secret to Tiernan, and none at all why I should keep hiding. And if he'd want to have sex with me, maybe it wouldn't be so awful. If sex really was terrible, wouldn't mankind be extinct? It seemed to run contradictory to the foundations of civilization. Tiernan twisted the gown to the other side and covered my chest and stomach. He turned me around and secured the strings tightly around my back. Paused, took one deep, enormous breath I could feel in my own lungs, like he was gathering every atom of self-control in his body. Then I felt him step away. I scurried back to the examination table and he opened the door, gesturing for the doctor to enter. It was a woman. She had gray short hair, thick glasses, and a stern face. She asked me if I approved of my husband being present during the examination. I nodded. Tiernan sat beside me, readjusting his slacks. He kept folding his legs and changing positions in his seat, like he had ants in his pants. He refused to look at me. My anxiety notched up another level when the doctor looked over the chart my husband filled out on my behalf. I ping-ponged my gaze from her to him when they spoke. I understand Mrs. Callahan is nonverbal. Was helping me really putting him in such a sour mood he couldn't even speak? Will you be communicating on her behalf? Well, hardly, seeing as he refused to even speak. My God, was touching me really so appalling to him? The look on the doctor's face suggested she was appalled by the idea he had impregnated me, and she made no effort to conceal it. You indicated in the form that her last menstrual cycle ended 6 weeks ago. She raised her fist to her mouth, probably clearing her throat.
8 days before our wedding.
That wasn't true. It had been at least 13 weeks, but my father and Tiernan must have figured out a timeline to coincide with our wedding. The obstetrician placed the clipboard on a counter, removing her reading glasses and cleaning the lenses with the edge of her white robe. In that case, I recommend a vaginal ultrasound. It's unlikely we'll see anything substantial through an abdominal ultrasound, and I'd like to check for a heartbeat and get your estimated due date.
She'll get an abdominal check,
he replied, unblinking. That's not advisable at this stage of the pregnancy. Besides, she'll have to endure those further into the pregnancy when we check her cervix for
Should I go ask for a doctor who speaks English?
Tiernan threw his thumb toward the door.
I said nobody fucking gives her a vaginal check.
Feeling my cheeks heating, I put a hand on his arm. His gaze jolted, meeting mine. I offered him a brief nod. She was right. I was going to have to endure this sooner or later. His jaw was so tense I was afraid his teeth were about to snap, and if I didn't know any better, I'd think he was as uncomfortable with the situation as I was.
Fine,
he bit out, still staring me down.
But you operate under the assumption she's a virgin.
The doctor offered him a withering look. Do you take me for an idiot?
Absolutely, case in point, you're arguing with me.
He shook my touch off him.
I'm watching you, Doc.
Tiernan didn't care about me. I had to constantly remind myself of that. But ever since I stitched him up, I seemed to have gained his respect. There was an unspoken agreement between us that we'd look after each other, at least physically. After a few more questions, Dr. Lockerbie took out something that looked like a curling iron and put a huge condom on it. She slathered it with a clear gel. Her lips moved, but I was too flustered to follow them. I pressed my knees together harder, scooting up the examination table. No.
We need 5 minutes.
The doctor stood up and shuffled out of the room, looking none too pleased about the delay. I cast my tear-filled gaze at his face. My heart was pounding so hard it thrummed between my ears.
You don't have to do this.
I shook my head. It needed to be done.
No one can hurt you anymore, Gaelic. Remember that.
Taking a deep breath, I stretched my open palm in his direction. He hesitated before lacing our fingers together, giving me a firm squeeze. His skin was rough and coarse, hot. Still staring at me, he opened his mouth to call the doctor back. Dr. Lockerbie returned. I allowed her to slip my feet into the stirrups and buried my face in Tiernan's neck. He smelled so good. I felt heady and drunk. The doctor's device poked at my entrance, cold and foreign, and I gulped down my hiccups, determined not to cry. The device slowly slipped inside me, penetrating my sensitive flesh. It was met with resistance. My muscles clamped around it, pushing it back, refusing to surrender. It burned so badly I stopped breathing altogether. After a few seconds, Tiernan nudged me from his neck and pinched my chin with his fingers, looking me in the eye.
Hey, the doctor asked that you try to relax.
Easier said than done. But I nodded, my eyes clinging to his face desperately. I sucked in a breath, feeling full and stretched and uncomfortable. Pressing my lips together to suppress a scream, I focused on the hard planes of my husband's face, trying to picture him doing this to me with his penis. From the glimpse I'd caught the night he was with Becky, his thing was the size of a Dyson Airwrap.
Release those muscles for me, Leela.
His thumb stroked my cheek, soft, soft, soft. For me. My muscles uncurled of their own accord, accepting the device Dr. Lockerbie slipped in a few more inches. He held my stare, And when I remembered he always seemed to read my mind, I blushed from the crown of my head to my little toes because I imagined him there instead of the device. And I wasn't repulsed by it. Not at all. Tiernan scrubbed his thumb back and forth along my knuckles, using his other hand to smooth away flyaways from my forehead.
That's it. Good girl. I knew you could take it. You're doing so good. I'm proud of you.
He gave me more words in a span of 2 minutes than he did the entire duration of our marriage, and I basked in them like a flower in the sun. Something behind my breastbone fluttered, a combination of desire, warmth, and pride. I swallowed down a small moan of pleasure. My body squeezed back at the device, but no longer because it didn't want it there. I noticed the doctor swiveling on a round chair toward a small screen and reluctantly ripped my gaze from Tiernan to see what she was saying. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Callahan, there is certainly a heartbeat and a healthy one. She pointed at a white dot on the screen that kept flicking on and off. A pulse. My baby has a pulse. The revelation was unsurprising and earth-shattering all at once. My secret, my burden, my shame. My eyes zeroed in on the small white dot. Thud, 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 thud. Its little heart beat like a rabbit, caught between canine teeth, cornered and forced into existence. It wasn't the baby's fault that its father raped me. It didn't ask to be conceived. It was blameless, just like me. It appears that your wife is 13 weeks along, not 6. He shrugged. Mr. Callahan? The doctor arched a brow, demanding his words. She looked rather disgusted with the entire ordeal.
What can I say? My sperm is an overachiever.
Something dark passed between the two of them. It made the small hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. She was the first to break their stare off, clearing her throat. Good news is you'll have a Christmas baby. I'm setting the due date for December 25th.
February 13th.
She licked her lips, eyes darting around the room, searching for help that wouldn't come. Mr. Callahan, I cannot...
If the baby arrives prematurely, say, late December, we'll call it a happy surprise.
He used the tip of his shiny wingtip to roll her chair from the monitor and let go of my hand. Leaning over, he seized control of the keyboard and fixed the due date on her computer. His demeanor changed completely. This was why he set up the OB/GYN appointment, to fix the timeline of our tragedy. Now it all made sense. Would you like to take a prenatal blood test to find out the gender? Though I couldn't hear her, I knew she was stammering by the way her lips quivered.
Unnecessary.
Tiernan glanced at his watch before I was able to nod. Perhaps your wife doesn't feel the same way.
In that case, she's welcome to voice her preference.
Can she? The doctor cast her terrorized gaze upon me.
Oh, she can.
He sat back. Gone was the man who cooed and fussed me into loosening my muscles, who held my hand and brushed my knuckles so gently I could cry.
She chooses not to. Right, Leela?
How dare he dictate whether I found out the gender or not? He was strong-arming me into communicating with him by taking away my agency. Already, freedom was a precious extravagance I could only dream of. The doctor rolled her chair back to her computer, typing on her keyboard. Do you know where you'd like to give birth?
Home.
Tiernan announced, again disregarding my preferences.
She'll have a home birth.
Her fingers halted over the keyboard. I'm not a fan of home births.
What a coincidence. I don't give a fuck.
Deep breath now, Mrs. Callahan. The doctor flattened her palm over my abdomen and slowly slipped the device from between my legs. She tossed away the condom and latex gloves and stood up to wash her hands. She spoke directly to Tiernan about appointments and schedules, then left the room. Keeping my chin locked to keep it from wobbling, I slid off the table and waddled to the corner chair where my folded dress awaited. When I turned back around, Tiernan stood toe-to-toe with me. My blood was boiling with anger. He plucked the dress from my hands and started helping me put it on, but I shoved him out of my way and tramped over to retrieve my shoes, ignoring the sticky coldness between my thighs. I caught him speaking to me through the mirror, but didn't bother reading his lips. I thought we'd reached some kind of ceasefire. Then he went and made decisions that weren't his to make. The frustration of not being able to communicate this to him, to explain what angered me, made a rash break out across my neck. Great. I was becoming allergic to not talking to him. I got dressed quickly and waited behind him at the reception desk while the flirty receptionist set us up with another appointment. When she gave him the clinic's card with the date written down, she also slipped him her number. He pocketed it coolly, turned toward me, and strode outside. Now, I wasn't just fuming. I was murderous. I never should have stitched the bastard up. When the elevator slid open and we poured into the lobby, he pressed his hand to the small of my back. I slapped his touch away, even though his 4 soldiers were standing there staring at us in disbelief. Ignoring their bewildered expressions, he clasped my wrist and guided me to an alcove behind the elevator bank. My back pressed against a silvered building directory. He bared his teeth, getting in my face.
Got something to say to me, wifey?
I offered my middle finger and an angelic smile. He tipped his head back and laughed humorlessly.
How much of a pushover can you be, Leela? I make your decisions for you. I take away your will, your words, your bleeding freedom. I took that whore's number.
He pointed upstairs.
I'll keep pushing your buttons until you break, because I refuse to play dumb like the rest of your family. Your brother took out my eye, but make no mistake, I can still see through your bullshit.
He had a point. Still, I wasn't going to reward his bullying with my trust. Anyway, why did he care about my words so much?
Everyone underestimates you. You're smart, cunning, and have skill. You can be an asset to me. One of my many lethal weapons.
Of course, he wanted to use me. Men like him only cared about expanding their empires. Tiernan tilted my chin up.
One last chance to speak before I pry the words out of you. You won't like my method, Gaelic, so you better start talking.
Was he threatening me? He made me crazy, feral with rage and desire. I took a deep breath and nodded. His features relaxed.
Good. Now what?
I spat in his face, a taunting smile pulling at my lips. Gone was his wry amusement. His expression promised retribution and pain. I believed him. My husband wasn't one for empty threats. All the same, he needed to remember who I was. Yes, a girl, but also a Ferrante. That night, I stared at my flat stomach in front of my bathroom mirror. Turning sideways, I sucked it in all the way, ribs poking, to find the silhouette of my womb, curving into a hillside. There's a baby in there. I allowed myself a moment of joy. I'd always wanted to be a mother, and never thought it could be possible due to my lie. I might be stuck with a husband who made Satan look like a kitten, but I'd always have my child. I would love them, cherish them, raise them with all the warmth and affection their father, both biological and by marriage, would never offer. I'd never had anything of my own. Now I was going to have the most precious thing of all. An ally. A legacy. Something worth fighting for. Someone worth living for. Chapter 22. Leela. The next day I visited Mama in Long Island. I decided to skip my daily dinner with Tiernan, punish him for his behavior. For that reason, I didn't bring Tierney along. She'd adhere to her brother's rules and drag me home kicking and screaming before 7. Not because she wasn't loyal to me, but because he was the head of the Callahan clan. His word was gospel. I went alone, braving the proximity to Tiernan's men. They appeared too fearful to look in my direction, let alone touch me. My husband's mere existence was an invisible cloak I wore at all times that made the few people I came in contact with petrified. I'd never punished anyone in my life, never spat at anyone, never flipped them the bird. I tried to figure out why I felt comfortable doing it to someone so violent and bloodthirsty. I came to the conclusion that I felt confident taunting my husband because no matter how awful things were between us, he never physically hurt me. He was supposed to kill me that night on the fountain, rape me the night of our wedding, or any other night thereafter. Yet he never did. His careful, indomitable control meant I was always safe from his wrath. He kept himself on a leash. When I made the journey back home at 10 at night, Mama joined me to help me feel safe. I'd been trying to patch things up between us, but my anger and disappointment still lingered. "How come you didn't come to my appointment?" I signed to her. "I know it wasn't migraines. You always have them and never cancel your engagements." "You know how difficult your pregnancy has been for me." Her lips curled petulantly. "I'm still coming to terms with it." Fury boiled inside me. I was pretty sure my husband also wasn't a fan of the situation, yet he showed up and walked me through it. "Anyway, I think I'm getting closer to convincing Luca to sabotage your marriage." She patted her silver updo. "He promised he'd talk to Tiernan, see if we can negotiate a way out." "Papa would never let me have the child out of wedlock." "You wouldn't be unwed." A sly glint lit her pupils. "When I was in Chicago, I spoke to Angelo. He said he's willing to step in and marry you. Good man, Angelo. He impressed me with his business and character. He'll be better for you." A bone-chilling shiver rolled down my spine. "Papa wouldn't let me divorce. It's against his faith." "He might not have a choice. Luca and Achilles are taking over, and they have other ideas on how to run things." As much as my current husband drove me to the brink of madness, my instincts told me Angelo would be 1,000,000,000,000 times worse. I had nothing to back up this notion with. It was a pure, primal gut feeling, one I knew better than to ignore. "I'm not sure it's a good idea. Tiernan is a jackass, but better the devil you know." Yesterday, I disrespected my husband in front of his soldiers, spat in his face, and he still fed me an Italian dinner and sent my clothes to be dry cleaned along with his own batch. "Don't tell me you're warming up to him." My mother's hands flew about wildly. "You belong with me at the estate, not with this stronzo. Angelo said he's willing to lend his last name and that you can live with me most of the year. He wants nothing to do with you. It will be wonderful." Was this plan about my well-being and my babies? Or about her? I couldn't tell anymore. "I don't want to marry Angelo, Mama." Her face hardened. "Are you letting that dirty man touch you, Leela?" I shook my head, so disappointed I could hardly breathe. "Why did you never buy me any of the life-altering devices for the hard of hearing?" I changed the subject. "What?" Her eyes flared. "Why did you keep me from the internet?" "What is this man filling your head with?" She scowled. "I did it for your own good, and you will marry Angelo if I can make it happen, because I still know what's good for you better than anyone else." When the vehicle stopped in front of Fermanagh, I itched to warn her not to make any plans before discussing them with me, but knew there wasn't any point. My mother could move mountains and tear the moon from its place, and still, she wouldn't be able to release me from Tiernan Callahan's clutches. He didn't let anyone touch what was his, even if he didn't care for it one bit. 4 soldiers escorted me into the pub and up the stairway to the apartment. When I reached my door, they stayed in the corridor. I recognized a Camorra soldier outside of Tierney's apartment, Marco, surveilling her on Achilles' command. I sent him a dirty look, fed up with anyone and anything with a penis. I pushed the door open, tugging my jacket off and hanging it on the hanger. The place was dark. It was approaching 11, and even though I was the one who didn't show up to dinner, the fact Tiernan had left gnawed at the corners of my stomach. I pushed the door to my room open, stepped inside, and stumbled back in shock. The world blurred at the edges, and a red mist of fury tainted my vision. On my bed, with the pink satin covers and fluffy pillows, was my husband, sitting next to the gynecologist's receptionist, holding her by the hair. They were both fully clothed, and she was stomach down on my mattress, staring dumbly up at him. He held her at an arm's length, far enough that they didn't touch, close enough that I still wanted to kill him. My sketch of Tate Blackthorne was on the floor, ripped into minuscule pieces, his piercing eyes staring back at the chaos unfolding. Something tangible snapped inside me. I felt it crack my chest open, and all the anger rushed out like pus. I'd had enough. Go ahead. Fuck her. I shaped my lips around the words, knowing they were understandable enough after years of clandestine speech therapy. I'll go find myself a plaything too. Swiveling on my heel, I stalked toward the door. Tears flew from my cheeks, hot and angry and utterly unstoppable. He wanted to break me, and he did. I spoke. I practiced with my speech therapist, but not enough that it felt natural. It still felt like I was trying to chomp rocks between my teeth, and I never attempted to do it with anyone else, not even Mama. He'd taken it too far and broke the fragile trust between us. This absolute hussy of a woman on my bed, on my sheets. He'd smirked when he saw me, like he wanted to get caught. But of course he did. He did it in my room. Yanking the door open, I shouldered past the wall of Tiernan's soldiers and took the steps down. The men were so stunned, they just stood there and watched. I didn't make it 4 steps before my husband scooped me up by the back of my dress, boxing me against the wall between his huge arms. He still smelled of her, a mixture of cloying, flowery perfume and a Victoria's Secret body mist.
She speaks.
He looked like the least surprised man on planet Earth, grinning devilishly.
What a fucking miracle.
I slapped him hard, glad his soldiers witnessed it. Maybe he'd finally hit me back. I hoped he'd hit me, and I'd be able to tell my brothers, and they'd kill him. His face didn't budge a millimeter. His good eye didn't flinch. He was immune to pain, to emotions, to humanity.
I figured out what it is,
he said conversationally, scooping up a tear on my cheek with his index finger and popping it into his mouth. I stared at him with faux boredom, my heart nearly racing out of my chest. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to hurt him back. Tiernan leaned forward, his lips moving slowly.
You're deaf.
All the air left my lungs. No one knew this. No one but Mama and Emma. How did he figure it out?
Your speech was the final nail in the coffin,
he explained, watching me watch his lips.
Though I had my inkling for some time now. You never seemed to acknowledge me unless I was right in front of you where you could read my lips. I tried dropping shit whenever we were in the same room. Mugs, art covers, small furniture, waiting for a reaction that never came.
I gulped. I always found his clumsiness to be out of character whenever I found a shattered glass in the kitchen. Did he find my speech funny? Weird? I wished it didn't matter. It shouldn't matter to me, yet it did. Because as much as I hated it, I cared what he thought about me.
I speak ASL,
he said after a beat.
Tyranny, too.
I reared my head back, surprised. What were the odds? And why on earth did the twins learn ASL? I was starting to suspect they weren't with their father and older brother the entire length of their childhood. He snapped his fingers once. His soldiers evacuated the hallway. The camorrista hesitated for a moment, deliberating, before Tiernan shot him a glance that sent him stumbling downstairs. We were alone. Tiernan signed to me.
Tell me something. Anything. Now.
His movements were smooth, confident. It was the last nail in my lie's coffin. The temptation to speak with someone who wasn't my mother was too great. I raised my quaking hands to answer him. Go to hell.
Grew up there, never going back. Let's try again.
I hate you.
I tolerate you.
The admission seemed to slip from him without permission, because his jaw locked in annoyance.
And I don't tolerate people very often. Third time's a charm. Say something.
Get rid of your whore. It was the first time I saw him smiling with mirth, not sarcasm. All the other times his smirk was tainted with darkness. Still, he didn't blink. I wondered if he closed his eye when he slept.
That's better, Gaelic.
He marched back into the apartment. I followed him. The receptionist was standing outside my room, reapplying her lip gloss, using her smartphone as a mirror. I wasn't a violent person, but she knew he was married with a baby on the way. I was pretty sure I could kill her and get acquitted by the jury.
Brandy.
What's up? She clicked her small mirror shut, batting her lashes at him.
Get the fuck out. You've served your purpose.
Her jaw hung open in shock. Are you serious right now?
I'm always serious.
We didn't even... Wait. She held a finger up. What was my purpose?
Making my wife yell at me.
He tugged his wallet out of his breast pocket, pulling a wad of rolled cash and patting her cheek with it.
Here, use it to buy some self-respect.
I thought you said you aren't together. At this point, I lost my patience. With a huff, I wrenched out Tiernan's gun from his holster and pointed it at her. She shrieked, stumbling backward and hitting the wall. For the first time in my life, I was glad I couldn't hear.
Stop this nonsense, Leela. The paperwork would be insane.
Tiernan touched my shoulder. I gave him a shut the hell up look. He sighed.
If you want to kill her this much, at least let me drive us somewhere secluded.
I swiveled toward him, pointing the gun at his face. Care for a rerun of our wedding night? I spoke out the words. He arched a sardonic eyebrow, posture as languid and laid back as a big cat.
Don't mind if I do. I'm not picky with the way you touch me as long as you do.
When I turned back to Brandy, she wasn't there anymore. Probably ran off while I was contemplating blowing my husband's head off.
My gun.
He opened his palm for me to dispose of the weapon. No. I tucked it into the waistband of my pink ensemble. I raised my hand to sign to him. Next time you bring your whore to my apartment, I'll just assume I walked into a suicide pact. He studied me with an approving sparkle in his eye, a wolfish grin on his face. He almost looked proud. I mean it, Tiernan. No more sluts.
How about you sit your ass down and answer all my questions? If I find them sufficient, I might grant you your wish. If not, get ready to see me fucking the entire Northeast population.
Even though he deserved his other eye plucked out for this answer, I did acknowledge he was entitled to some explanation. Deceiving your lawfully wedded husband wasn't an ethical thing to do, even if he was a bloodthirsty murderer. I walked over to the couch and perched myself on its edge. He joined me on the opposite recliner.
How do you compose music if you're deaf?
His question surprised me. First, because there were so many bigger questions to ask. Second, because he wasn't supposed to know that. You're going through my things? I scowled.
At least once a day.
Why?
You fascinate me.
I contemplated arguing with him, but that'd be hypocritical of me. I did the same thing. Came with the territory of living with a complete stranger. How did Beethoven? I signed. He was deaf too.
He lost his hearing gradually. Did you?
I shook my head. No, but the principle is the same. You study the patterns, follow the cues, and come up with sequences that seem in sync. Writing music is analytical, more than anything else.
Do your brothers know you're wicked smart?
He thought I was smart? I licked my lips, ignoring the heat spreading behind my rib cage. Only Mama and Emma know the truth.
Why?
It's better this way. I've been deaf since birth. When I was 2, they started running some tests to eliminate issues. I didn't respond to my own name and didn't speak a word. Their initial diagnosis was that I was on the spectrum. It was extreme medical malpractice and completely changed the course of my life. Opening up felt like stepping out to the sun and feeling its rays on my skin for the very first time. Oxygen hit the bottom of my lungs. There was freedom in claiming who you were. Mama and Emma loved me all the same. Mama took me to classes and therapists. She dedicated her whole life to taking care of me. Emma taught me how to cook, how to knit, how to bake, how to suture. Our eyes met, and something behind his mossy pupil softened. I was 6 when they found out I had been misdiagnosed. By then, I had taught myself to read, write, do a 300-piece puzzle. Mama kept it all hush-hush. She and Emma were livid with the injustice and initially wanted to sue. But by then, people started noticing me. Powerful men in the underworld came knocking on Papa's door, looking for an arranged marriage when I turned 18. The Cosa Nostra, the Bratva, La M. Mama realized my fate would be as bleak as hers if I went that route. A cheating criminal husband with blood on his hands. Someone who would bring me nothing but trouble and heartache. She decided to spare me the woes of matrimony, so we kept my abilities a secret. Tiernan's face remained unreadable. He continued staring at me silently, fingers laced together. Because my brothers compete over the Don's throne, Mama said they couldn't be trusted with my secret. She worried they'd sell me out to our father to win points with him. At some point during my adolescence, the lack of intellectual stimulation became too much for me. That's when Mama started taking me to Ischia. It was close to our home base of Naples, but still far enough from Camaristi eyes for me to do the things I couldn't do at home. I learned Latin and math and physics every summer, attended soccer games and played tennis. Ischia holds my only good memories. I want to go back. Maybe with the baby. I wouldn't mind living with security if that's your requirement, and we wouldn't have to put up with each other. I just want to be free. He flicked invisible lint from his charcoal slacks, ignoring my words completely.
Your mother wanted to spare you marriage with a mobster. That ship has sailed. Why did you keep pretending?
I pressed my lips together, wondering if I should be completely honest with him. Yes, I was so tired of keeping everything inside. She said if you found out that I'm sentient, you would insist on consummating our marriage, and that you'd try to extract Camorra secrets from me. I don't know any, by the way. Tiernan stroked his chin. Will you? He didn't answer. A born strategist, and he still hadn't made up his mind.
Are you in love with Tate Blackthorne?
He asked out of the blue. No, but I'm fond of him.
Why?
He gave me a dance. My first taste of normalcy. My dream is to listen and dance to music, and he made a part of it come true. Whether he knew how much it meant to me or not, I'll never forget his kindness.
That's your dream. To hear music and dance to it.
I nodded. Surprisingly, I wasn't shy or embarrassed about it, even though it felt like stripping my soul naked, for him to know something intimate about me.
And your art.
Another rush of heat spread across my chest. No one had ever referred to my sketches as art. Mama called them my little doodles. I sketch because it passes the time, but I'm no artist.
To define is to limit.
Tiernan stood up and strolled to the alcohol cart, flipping 2 tumblers and pouring brandy into them. There was a real bullet in the decanter. He returned to our seats and handed me a drink. I'm not 21. I signed, which seemed ridiculous, seeing as giving an underage person alcohol was the least of my husband's law-breaking history.
But you're 18.
Yes?
Legal in Italy. You're Italian. I see no flaw in this logic.
I'm pregnant. I stared at him in disbelief.
You don't have to be.
He took a sip of his brandy, studying me hawkishly.
I won't stop you from getting an abortion. We can tell your father it was a miscarriage. It will free you from the burden of motherhood, from doting over your rapist bastard. The only thing you need to be aware of is that you'll still be bound to me by marriage. I won't let you go. Too much is riding on my Bratva operation to give up the Camorra's alliance.
I swallowed hard as I considered his proposition. There was room for deliberation. The baby belonged to a violent rapist. I was too young.
If you keep it, I'll never love it. Never regard it as my own.
His lips moved, piercing through my thoughts. I swallowed hard. I want to keep it. I placed the brandy on the coffee table between us. I've always wanted a child of my own. He shrugged, tossing his drink back in one gulp and staring at the bottom of his empty glass. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, and I wanted to draw him back to me. As much as his attention unsettled me, it also reminded me I was alive in some strange amorphic way. How am I supposed to sleep in my bed after you screwed someone inside it? Tiernan threw me a distant glance.
I didn't fuck her. Didn't even touch her. She was an interrogation device and it worked. As for your question, as a matter of fact, you shouldn't sleep there at all. Your place is in my bed.
You cheat on me, and you want me to sleep in your bed?
You cannot cheat on someone who isn't yours.
Do you want me to be yours? I blinked in disbelief.
Not particularly.
His words dripped pragmatism.
We're not sexually compatible.
Why?
You require tenderness and warmth. I only fuck women in the ass. And if I'm feeling benevolent, let them blow me instead.
Does this mean I can take a lover too?
Sure.
He motioned with his hand to the door.
Knock yourself out.
I scowled, realizing his game. No one would touch me because I'm your wife.
I wouldn't count on it. The world has no shortage of idiots.
He stood up, unbuttoning his shirt.
But you should know that there's a bounty on the head of anyone stupid enough to look in your direction. Your own bodyguards included. $6 million to be exact. Now, I suggest you move your shit to my bedroom if you want to sleep anywhere untouched by other women. I never let my hookups into my bed, or...
He peered around us.
You can sleep on the bathroom floor again. Avoid the sofa, though. It's the mainest things happened on it.
Ah! I stood up quickly, scrunching my nose in disgust. With that, the bastard sailed toward the hallway. He stopped before disappearing inside the corridor, snapping his fingers as he glanced at me over his shoulder.
Oh, 2 more things. 1, you're never to miss dinner again without a good reason. This is a sacred time between us.
Sacred my ass. We spend the entire duration of it every night trying to kill each other with hate glares. And the second thing?
Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Tragedies are excellent teachers, Leela. Learn, absorb, and conquer, and conquer, and conquer, and conquer, and conquer, and conquer. Chapter 23. Tiernan. 243 days to self-destruction. Deaf. Not intellectually impaired. Not developmentally delayed. Deaf. Sharp. Intelligent. Cunning. Talented. Slightly unhinged, which, let's admit it, only added to her allure. Beautiful beyond words, art, and cultural standards. A mixture between sweet, naive, and good-hearted, yet bloodthirsty enough to put a bullet in someone who crossed her. Thank fuck I had no heart, or we'd have one hell of a problem. I fell into a recliner in my bedroom, rolling my tongue over my upper teeth. I already had another stiff drink in hand, but there wasn't enough alcohol on this continent to numb the fuckery that was going on in my head. The last 48 hours were a disaster. First, there was the OBGYN appointment. She was so small the doctor wrestled to push the ultrasound wand inside her. Beads had actually formed across the old hag's forehead. And I was ready to tear the doctor's head off her neck. When Leela placed those baby blues on my face and held my hand, all the sadist in me could think about was plowing my massive cock inside that sweet little cunt. She squirmed and moaned with discomfort, but it was me who had to adjust myself 7 times, sitting next to her so my cock wouldn't rip a hole through my trousers. The doctor noticed too. I was pretty sure I'd be banned from the establishment if it wasn't for my notoriety. And her body. Jesus. That body would be the death of any straight man. She straddled the seam between willowy and youthfully plump, with a trim waist, long legs and dainty arms, all sun-kissed to perfection. Her tits were heavy and full, the curve of her ass round and bold. The reception bimbo was a cheap plot device on my end. I'd recognized her as a former exotic dancer who worked for one of my establishments a few years back. She'd recognized me as the man who'd once left her a $500 gratuity after doing unholy things to her. I knew she'd be the tipping point for my wife. I'd studied Leela in recent weeks. She was a hot-headed Italian under all those pink frocks and innocent stares. For the first time in my life, my thoughts were scattered in a dozen different directions. I usually prided myself on my ability to dissect the micro from the macro, the important from the neglectable. Until now, there were too many moving parts. First, the baby. Leela wanted to have it. Didn't surprise me. She was incapable of hurting anything innocent, even an unborn fetus the size of a fucking grape. Second, what the fuck was Kiara playing at, making her daughter pretend to have no intellectual abilities, denying her pleasures and opportunities? And why didn't she supply her with means to make her life better? A hearing aid, apps, and gadgets. My wife had been robbed not only of her freedom and choices, which was standard for women in the underworld, but also from education, music, culture, arts, sports. Deaf people lived full, satisfying lives. They became doctors and scientists, climbed mountains and broke glass ceilings. I had no expectations of Velo. Fucker was the level of narcissist who barely noticed there was a world around him. But how could Leela's con gig fly under Luca, Achilles, and Enzo's radar? They grew up with her, for fuck's sake. They were natural-born killers. Their jobs were to observe, learn, plan, and execute. My distaste for them aside, they were capable men. Was Leela that excellent an actress? Or were they simply that self-absorbed? The answer didn't matter. What mattered was, they had failed her, every single one of the Ferrantes. And the bad news was, I was hardly any better. Kerr was right. As soon as her daughter opened her mouth and I listened to her talk, the first thing that sprang to my mind was that I could fuck her now. She was fair game. Fuck Achilles' duffel bags of cash. I saw her at the doctor's. The way her body reacted to mine, those sweet rosy pink nipples were calling for me. It was the first time I wanted to put my mouth on a tit. The first time I wondered what it'd feel like to fuck a pussy. Funnily enough, I too was inexperienced between the sheets in a different, more depraved way, but nonetheless a virgin by some technical standard. Leela was my first kiss, if you could call it that, and if I were to ever screw her, I'd need to do it the right way. I wasn't ready for that, maybe not even capable of it. She drove me mad. I wanted to throttle, kiss, and fuck her, all in the same breath. Not wanting someone to be scared of me went against my own brain chemistry. Fear was my most trusted weapon. I wielded it over everyone, other than Tierney and Fenton. But if I truly wanted Leela's pussy, which I was beginning to suspect was the case, I'd have to tone it down. And maybe no more hookers. Fine, definitely no more hookers. Sex was neither here nor there for me. I could take it or leave it, depending on my schedule, workload, and its availability. Going without wouldn't be a first, or particularly difficult. But this was a headache I didn't anticipate, a complication that wasn't a part of the arrangement. I'd deal with that later, though. I knocked my drink back. I'd handle it. I always handled it. Chapter 24. Tiernan. The next morning, I found my useless brothers-in-law and their cunt bag of a father on the golf course adjoined to their olive orchard. After dropping Leela off at the main house, I borrowed one of their vintage golf carts from the stables and made my way to them, making it a point to run over all the flower beds and knocking down any Mother Mary and Jesus garden gnomes I suspected were pricey. The golf course stretched across 5 acres, boasting manicured lawns, grooves, valleys, and dips. The seaside cliff offered natural ravines along the coastline. The Ferrante men were on the driving range next to a bucket of balls, shooting the shit and hitting balls directly into the mouth of the ocean. I came to a screech, blocking their cart's path, and opted out. Velo was the first to notice me. He straightened his posture from crouching over his walking cane, muttering something in Neapolitan. A heartfelt greeting, no doubt. I casually plucked one of the golf clubs from the leathered standbag mid-stride, a vintage piece that looked expensive as shit. "What's up, man?" Enzo raised his head from his ball, and I used the opportunity to swing the club and break it over the side of his arm. "Stupeur qui merde." He dropped to his knees with a rough cough, clutching his arm. "The fuck was that for?" "What the?" Luca began before I grabbed another golf club, breaking it in half over my knee and slicing his shoulder with it. It was less than a stab, but more than a poke, enough to draw blood but not to warrant stitches. Having realized I wasn't playing, Achilles sprang into his golf cart, tossing his half-dead father behind him on the passenger seat. "Think carefully about your next move, Callahan," Achilles warned dryly. "My sister is too young to become a widow." I picked a third golf club, spinning its base across my index as I paced toward them, my blood bubbling in my veins like champagne. "Don't pretend you give a shit about her." "Callahan," Bella barked out. "Whatever you're angry about, I'm sure we can—" "She's not intellectually impaired, you oversized used condoms." I raised the club, slamming it against the vintage golf cart. Judging by Enzo's wince, it cost a pretty penny. "She's deaf. Smarter than everyone in this family combined." "What?" Luca threw a look of disbelief to his father. "Did I fucking stutter?" Enzo shook his head. "You're saying she has no learning disability?" "She sutures like a surgeon and draws like Da Vinci." Luca's mouth pressed into a hard line, his eyes darkening as he took that in. Achilles said nothing. He simply stared, his sooty eyes as unsettling as a shallow grave. "I mean, it's not far-fetched." Enzo rubbed at his arm, looking between his brothers. "When you think about it, she follows directions, holds eye contact with Mama and Emma, and he's right. She's pretty rad with the pencil. You've seen her shit, it's good. Still doesn't explain why she'd want people to believe she's incapable." Luca locked his jaw. "To throw the suitors off her scent," Achilles said solemnly. "She wanted to avoid getting married to a Mafia prick. Didn't work." He leveled his eyes on me, turning a sharp gaze to his father. "Your response?" Velo looked spaced out. My guess was his pain meds kicked in and slowed his mind. He shook his head. "This is the first time I'm hearing about this." "You think Mama kept a secret from you?" Luca looked skeptical. "Wouldn't be the first time," Velo murmured bitterly. "And she never wanted Leela to marry someone from the trade." He was quiet for a moment. "We could have formed an alliance with the Bratva through her. Their son was interested. The thought of Leela being touched by Alex Rasputin was enough to make me hurl each and every one of these assholes into the ocean." I hissed. "You're stuck with me, I'm afraid." "I can't believe Mama kept this from us." Enzo ran his knuckles over his jaw. "Leela, too." "Leela was persuaded by your genius mother it was for the greater good." "How come?" Enzo frowned. "Because most mobsters look like wet farts and possess the same amount of charm," Achilles guessed. And she knew where this was headed. "We need to talk to Mama," Luca said. "Good idea." I grabbed a fresh club and swung it over my shoulder, advancing toward my cart. "Came to fetch you first before I go to meet her." "Why?" Luca asked. "Because you're the only people who might stop me from killing her." The Ferrantes arrived at their manor before me, probably realizing I was pissed enough to follow through with my threat to shoot the matriarch of the family. By the time I parked the golf cart and walked inside, they were all sitting at the table in the kitchen. Bread, soups, and salads spread before them. There was a soccer game playing on a gilded frame TV, and a blue Forza and a poly scarf draped over the dining chairs. The men were barking orders at the soccer players on TV like they could hear them. I finally met the elusive Emma. She was sitting with Leela, feeding my wife a hearty Italian wedding soup, cooing at her. Chiara was there too. Everyone was already eating, but I didn't mind. We weren't really family, and thank fuck for that. Chiara. A word. I planted myself between her and my wife.
"It's Lady Chiara."
She enunciated through pursed lips.
"And I do not appreciate your tone."
"You can say whatever you want to say to her right here," Achilles informed me, sprawling on a seat and lighting himself a cigarette. I reached across the table and yanked the cigarette from his mouth, flicking it into his drink. "Not in front of my wife. This applies both to your cigarettes and the conversation." "You just threatened to kill her, bro." Enzo pointed at me with his spoon. If we reach an understanding, she'll probably get to live. You'll be 6 feet under if you threaten my wife again, Billo drawled, staring bitterly at the bowl of food he probably couldn't stomach. Your audacity is starting to grate on my nerves, son. Should have thought of that before you invited me into your family. A tug on my wrist made me look down at my wife.
You get more bees with honey.
She signed. Fine. I shook her off. If your mother's pathetic life means something to you, I guess she can keep it. Chiara put a hand to her diamond-decked neck, staring at her daughter with anger and betrayal.
You speak to him now?
She does. As she should. I'm her husband.
Mama, please.
Leela's eyes were begging. Chiara looked the other way. Something happened in my body, something that didn't even happen when I watched my sister almost get shot to death in a game of Russian roulette when we were kids. Rage. Potent and red and inescapable. Mama, you told us Leela can't understand us. Luca kneaded his temples. You said she is mentally 4 years old.
I said what needed to be said to keep her safe.
Chiara straightened her back primly. All this time we could have talked to her. Enzo's lower lip curled. You dodged a bullet. Achilles turned to Leela. He didn't seem any more rocked by this revelation than he was by tomorrow's weather forecast. Asshole would have talked your ear off.
Achilles.
Chiara chided. You started it, Achilles said gravely. Look at me. I'm the picture of a good brother. Enzo gestured to his baby face. How did I start it? You were born, Achilles deadpanned. Does this mean we'll all have to learn ASL now? Enzo swirled his tongue over a spoonful of soup. Yeah, Luca growled. All of us. Non-negotiable. I suck at languages. You suck at everything, Achilles comforted him. Luca turned to Leela, his scowl softening. I'll take up ASL immediately. In the meantime, if you need anything, you text us. Leela nodded, offering him a warm smile. This is madness. Billo glared at his wife. You cost me a good business deal. We'll have words later. Hold up. Enzo raised his palm, turning to me. How do you know ASL? Grew up in a military school. They only let us speak 1 hour a day, and we were chatty bastards. They skimmed the truth without really revealing it. Billo motioned to his daughter, who turned to look at him. Leela, come here. She tore herself from her soup and gingerly shuffled in his direction. My eyes never wavered from them. I didn't trust anyone who was willing to hand his daughter off to me. He put a hand on her cheek. My fingers curled against the back of her empty chair, squeezing. Bambina mia. He tilted his head. You sneaky little shit. I always knew you weren't an idiot. No child of mine can be stupid. My nostrils flared. My wife's face drained of color. Leela, I clipped out. That's enough, come finish your food. But my wife seemed to have enough of people bossing her around. Giving me the middle finger, she stomped out of the kitchen. Enzo stood up and followed her, muttering, Nice going, Stronzi. She'd have never done this a month ago. Achilles pointed at me with an unlit cigarette, deducing he could smoke now that she was gone. You're spoiling her, Callahan. I wasn't doing jack shit other than not standing in her way to figure out who she truly was. She'd been kept on such a short lease here. Her family naturally assumed she was a docile little thing. Mama, Luca turned to Chiara. What you did to her was inexcusable. Did you really think you could get away with it? Chiara opened her mouth to talk, but at this stage, I was past my Ferrante family quota for the year and wanted to get out of here. I turned to her again. Either we have words, or I'll just assume you want me to break the happy news about my wife's incredible wits on a Times Square billboard. I withdrew my phone, making a show of it. If I move quickly, I might be able to get Post Malone to make an announcement at his Madison Square Garden show tonight. Life seeped out of her face in real time as she considered my ultimatum. She knew I'd follow through. I'd done a lot worse for a lot less. Kiara tipped her head up, a gesture that reminded me of her daughter, rising to her feet.
Follow me.
We entered the second family room, tackily decorated, full of gold frame paintings and shiny fabrics.
Should I call for Emma to make coffee?
She asked, about to take a seat on an upholstered sofa. No need. I intend to make it quick.
Very well.
She stood up and waltzed over to me, keeping her features schooled. You robbed Leela of living a normal life, which is a bare fucking minimum. You made the entire world think she isn't capable, when in fact, she's the only child of yours I would let use heavy machinery.
I gave her everything she ever needed. My only sin was trying to protect her from men like you.
Men like me are unavoidable. I straightened my cuffs.
And what would she have done? Go to school? Find a boyfriend? Why dangle a normal life in her face if she could never truly have it? She'd have been miserable.
Her life was miserable. You've cut her off from everyone but yourself.
She had Emma too,
she said defensively, hugging herself.
And many tutors. Summers full of culture and fun on Ischia.
Nothing to prepare her for married life.
If my plan had worked, it wouldn't have been necessary.
Her hands balled into angry fists.
She wasn't supposed to marry a psychopathic monster.
Yet here we are.
Not for long.
A smile stretched across her lips.
This marriage won't last.
Glad you brought up this subject. I stepped forward, getting into her personal space. Because the next time you try to conspire to take her away from me, we'll be doing less talking and more shoveling dirt over your body. We stood toe to toe. She was small but fierce, like her daughter. Under the coiffed mane, designer dress, and delicate features was a beautiful demon Vela was too much of a coward to unleash his loss. I wanted to drink from Leela's darkness in big gulps.
You want me to believe you'll hit a woman?
She tipped her chin up in fake bravado. My mouth twisted with a lazy smirk. To keep my wife, Kiara, I wouldn't only hit a woman. I'd chase God himself with a fucking baseball bat.
You told Velo you wouldn't kill me.
I lied.
You'll spark a war.
This is an incentive, not a deterrent. I stared deep into her eyes. Anything else?
Stop pretending you care for her.
She pushed at my chest in frustration. I didn't budge. Why? Sore spot. I tilted my head sideways. She was clearly nothing but an expensive uterus for the dawn. She ran a shaky hand over her hair.
Hard to believe Jesus died for your sins.
No one asked him.
You walked into this family 2 minutes ago, and you already think you know what's best for her? Tell me, do you have her best interest in mind, now that you're planning a full-fledged war with the Bratva?
She had a point. Leela wasn't my top priority, but she pushed her way somewhere to the middle of the list, before getting my dick wet, but after taking out the Bratva.
Don't pretend. You have her best interest in mind.
She pressed on.
She means nothing to you.
You're wrong. She does mean something to me. She's my best business deal by a long mile, and I intend to keep my end of the bargain.
It's the same business deal Velo made with me, and we all saw how it turned out.
Tears rimmed her eyes.
She deserves someone who loves her.
She'll settle for someone who protects her. Oh, and I'm taking Emma today if I have to pry her from your cold dead fingers. Emma! I snapped my fingers loudly. Emma appeared from the hallway, sticking her head through the doorframe. I knew she was eavesdropping because her face kept poking through the crack in the door when she thought no one was looking.
Somebody called my name?
Emma asked in faux innocence in a strong Italian accent. Pack a bag, I ordered, not breaking my stare off with Kiara. You're coming with us.
Where are you going to house her?
My mother-in-law feigned amusement.
Your shoebox apartment can't fit a mouse.
She'll take Leela's room.
Right. And where would Leela sleep?
With me.
What makes you think my daughter would stoop this low?
The fact that she already has. Leela tossed, turned, and didn't sleep all night, but she never left my bed yesterday. Kiara's jaw swung open. I reached with one finger, closing it for her. Game, set, match, 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 match.
Chapter 25. Leela. I'd really done it this time. Mama wouldn't even look at me. Didn't acknowledge my existence the remainder of the evening. What did Tiernan say to her? It made my stomach churn with panic, guilt, and something else. Something I didn't think I was capable of. Hate. I hated that she crumbled like a sandcastle when the going got tough. That she took a step back from me because I did the most natural thing in the world, communicated with my husband, and opened up to him. That night I slipped into my husband's bed again. I didn't hate it as much as Mama told me I would. I actually kind of liked having a firm, hot body next to mine. It made me feel secure. And now I had Emma in the next room. She would keep me company, fill all those daytime hours I'd used surfing the internet. I found myself choking up with an unfamiliar emotion toward my husband, somewhere between lust and affection, with a heavy dose of frustration thrown in. I tossed and turned, as usual, until sometime around 3 o'clock, Tiernan turned me around to face him. He looked wide awake. He was still wearing his eye patch, even though I suspected he normally took it off at night. It seemed uncomfortable, and he often adjusted it, revealing the imprint of the string that held it together.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I don't sleep much at night.
Always? Or since the rape?
Since the rape? I'm afraid he'll come for me again.
Wish for it, Gaelic, because if he does, I'll find a way to kill him 100 times over.
I gave him a slight smile. He was still insufferable, but as bizarre as it was, he felt safe. I hadn't realized I was waking him up, though. If you want me to move back to my bedroom... He caught my wrists, stopping me from completing the sentence.
Forget about the other room. This is your new bed now.
Okay.
Anything I can do to make you less fucking jittery?
Well, I realized the only reason I could read his lips in near-complete darkness was because I found them the most fascinating thing on planet Earth. I wanted to draw them 1,000 times over and ink them into my memory, to touch them, to kiss them, even. Sometimes. He was beautiful, and I had a feeling he found me attractive too. I even found sick pleasure in realizing he dressed up Becky in my clothes to pretend she was me. Tiernan gave me a quizzical look, still waiting for my words. I don't know anything about you. Maybe if I did, it'd make sleeping in your bed not as weird.
What you want to know?
He turned to his nightstand, flicking the soft light on. Favorite food?
Beef jerky.
Favorite color?
Don't have one.
You must have one. Everyone has one. He studied my eyes in the dark for a beat, then finally said,
Blue.
When did you arrive in the United States?
14.
Have you been with anyone else since Becky? He curved an eyebrow, scanning me.
Does it matter?
It does to me.
Why?
Because if you're not true to me, I won't be true to you. And it doesn't matter if you kill him after. I spent my entire life being overlooked and disrespected by my family. I won't repeat the same mistake with you.
No.
A muscle jumped in his jaw.
There's been no one else.
Relief flooded me. When did you lose your virginity?
12.
What? I asked, smiling awkwardly. Surely I misread his lips.
12.
He signed with his hands.
Although it was hardly sex in its traditional form, I was forced to sodomize someone at gunpoint.
I sat up straight with my back against the headboard, staring at him in shock.
They wouldn't let me stop until I came. Whoever came last had to drink the content of everyone's condoms. I was so repulsed by the idea I forced myself to do it. She bled all over my cock, but I managed.
He flashed me a cordial smile.
Still want to know things about me, Gaelic?
I did, actually. More than ever before. Who did this to you? He gave me a wry look.
Next question.
Is this why you prefer anal sex? I had time to Google what he did to Becky. Apparently, it was intentional.
That's the only thing I know.
My eyebrows shot to my hairline. Do you enjoy it? He contemplated the question.
I taught myself to disconnect my body from my mind when I do it. It's low-stakes sexual interaction, for pleasure only. Plus, it's a fuck you from me to the people who forced me to do it. I now do it because I choose to, not because I have a gun to my head.
He was silent for a moment.
It reminds me of who I am.
And who are you?
A filthy beast concealed under impeccable clothes.
I considered his words, offering him a confession of mine in exchange. I don't remember much of the rape, but I do remember it hurt a lot. Not just the blows to my head and the punches to my body. The part where he entered me. It felt like he was ripping me to shreds.
Rape and sex are not the same thing, Leela. Sex can be great.
How do you know? You've never had that kind of sex.
I have my sources.
I was starting to suspect he was telling the truth, but since he didn't offer to have sex with me, I did not volunteer myself. I did file it in the back of my head that Mama was wrong about sharing a bed with a man. She said Papa stank of sweat and his slutty mistresses, and that he snored. But Tiernan only smelled of Tiernan. Leather, musk, danger, dark woods. And even if he snored, I couldn't hear it. What's the nickname you call me?
Gaelic?
Yes. What language is it in?
Irish Gaelic.
What does it mean?
Wise ass.
That's not very nice.
I'm not very nice, Gaelic.
What if the Bratva kill you? I readjusted on the bed, not so accidentally brushing my arm against his warm skin. Who will protect me then?
My brother, sister, and the Camorra.
He reached to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear, staring at the golden strand with a faraway look on his face.
You'll never be without protection. Your father won't send all three of your brothers with me because he still needs a new dawn, and...
He grabbed another tendril, this time rubbing it between his fingers.
If I die, you'll be a widower. Your pregnancy will still be legitimate. You'll give birth, and down the line, can marry someone else without any stigma or prejudice.
Though this scenario should appeal to me, I found myself sick with the prospect. I didn't want anyone else. I wanted him to want me, even if I wasn't sure if I was ready for what it meant. This conversation is silly, because you won't die. His gaze rode up to meet mine, and instead of his usual shark-like dead stare, there was a boyish expression, almost hopeful.
Why? Would that sadden you?
Why wouldn't it sadden me? You are a person. A life lost is always a tragedy. Whatever flicker of hope shone in his eyes died a quick and violent death.
That's a very nice thought to have about a man who contemplated raping you on your wedding night.
He pulled back from me. Mockery dripped from his expression. I didn't believe him, but it still stung. I turned around sharply, fluffed my pillows, and slammed my head against them. I felt his bare, muscular chest rumble against my back as he scooped me from behind, his body engulfing mine to keep me anchored and stop me from tossing about. He waited for my muscles to unclench, for my body to relax against his and accept his touch. His breath skittered over the back of my neck, a heady mix of mint and whiskey. It was the latter that made me wonder if surrendering to affection, to the basic need to be held by another human, was not only difficult to stomach for me. It took 20 minutes before I was able to regulate my breath and stop feeling like I wanted to jump out of my skin. By then, I thought he was asleep again.
Leela.
His lips shaped my name over my ear, slowly, sensually.
Leela.
My stomach bottomed out, heat spreading inside it, traveling to my groin.
I'm an excellent marksman and a terrible enemy. Go to sleep, sweetheart. Nothing can hurt you now that I've laid claim on you. Chapter 26. Tiernan. What I needed to do right now was read the files Sam Brennan sent me on Leosha's adventures in Moscow, then try to gauge his next move. What I did in practice, however, was streamline the entire night of Luca's wedding to figure out which guest had followed her, Angelo or Tate. Tate's motive was flimsy at best. He was happily married, his wife had just given birth to their son, and judging by the fact that he had almost set the entire city on fire when I kidnapped her, it seemed unlikely he'd jeopardize his relationship for a quick shag. Then again, Angelo was a member of the Chicago outfit. Touching the Camorra princess was a war declaration, one the New York-based Mafia would win by a landslide. I was hitting one dead end after the other. The crime scene was contaminated now, and my suspects were high-profile enough to refrain from conducting themselves sloppily. Their phones and computer records all came back spotless. It's not Angelo who did this, Achilles said. He's my best bet. I cracked my knuckles. Let me spell it out for you in case I wasn't clear enough. Achilles stacked his feet on my desk at Fermanus, sitting back leisurely. I'd be fucked and damned if I let you drag an outfit and family member into my dungeon and watch you shred off his skin with a kebab slicer to interrogate him based off your hunch. It's not a hunch, Fenton said heatedly. He disappeared right after she did for an entire hour before he came back. He's also the single childless one between the suspects, so fewer strings attached. So did the 14 other men, Achilles pointed out.
13. Seeing as we crossed off oxygen tank fella.
Tierney was keeping score. Shut up, Piccola Flamma. The grown-ups are speaking now. Piccola Flamma, I arched an eyebrow.
Little flame?
Tierney rolled her eyes coquettishly.
He has a slight obsession problem. I tried to gift him an autograph and a pair of used underwear, but he's relentless.
I scowled at Achilles. I didn't appreciate him shutting my sister up. I appreciated even less that he seemed to haunt her no matter where she went.
Oh, and no one's asking for your permission to talk.
Tierney skewered him with a glare.
Mr. They haven't built a condom big enough?
I've good news, sweetheart. The condom's been built. Want to give it a try? I could do without watching my sister and brother-in-law engaging in verbal foreplay while we work. I returned my attention to the suspect list in front of me. Let's stick to the subject. Luke is in Chicago, so I'm speaking here on his behalf, Achilles said. And I'm telling you, he won't be game to interrogate his wife's brother unless you come to him with a concrete piece of evidence.
Okay, can I play devil's advocate here?
Tierney paced along the small office. Doing the devil's PR is actually the perfect job for you if you weren't too lazy to hold one. Achilles mused. Tierney shot him a deadly glare, but continued.
Angelo is basically family to the Ferrantes. He's going to be seeing Leela socially for decades to come. Why would he run the risk Leela would snitch?
Out the bleeding hell can she snitch? Fenton frowned. She's nonverbal. Achilles shook his head. It was a misdiagnosis. She is hard of hearing, but intellectually astute. What? Fenton's eyes nearly bugged out of their sockets, and he turned to look at me. You knew about this? I nodded. When did you find out? Pretty much on our wedding night, when she tried to kill me several times. She confessed a few days ago. She speaks.
ASL, yes. It was obvious from the get-go intelligence wasn't the issue.
Tierney stopped at the open-space kitchenette, pouring herself a 3-hour-old coffee.
Jury's still out on her brother, though.
I'll have some of that coffee. Achilles pointed at Tierney with the hand that held a cigarette. Everyone in the room, including the coffee pot, knew the order wouldn't fly. Astonishingly, Tierney poured another cup. She strutted her way to Achilles' side of the desk, raised her arm, and poured the dark liquid over his head. He snatched the paper cup quickly, no more than a few droplets of coffee grazing his attire, inflicted on Tierney's dress. She sucked in a breath, staring at him in rage. Her miscalculation surprised me. He was, among other things, an assassin. Killer instincts were what kept him alive.
You asshole!
Tierney, get out, I ordered.
What? Why me?
Because you'll end up hitting him. And something tells me he'll hit you back. And then I'll have to kill him, which will derail all my plans.
He should be the one to go.
I need to negotiate Angelo with him.
You know what? Screw all of you.
She stomped away, slamming the door so hard the walls rattled. She'd get him next time. My twin shared my uncanny ability to turn rage into power. Achilles flaked drops of coffee from his Tom Ford shirt, turning to me. As I said, Angelo's motive doesn't add up. Neither does Tate's, I responded. Why isn't Leela solving this predicament? Fenton frowned, gathering the documents in front of us into a stack. Surely she could point the attacker out for you if you showed her pictures of all the men in question. That's the problem. I tapped the pin to my desk rhythmically. She remembers what happened and has vague flashbacks, but she doesn't remember his face at all. Probably blocked it as some sort of a coping mechanism. And since Achilles cares more about saving face than about his sister, bring me a shred of proof he did it and I'll help you gut him alive, Achilles said. You've got the wrong guy, Callahan. If I didn't know any better, I think those pesky things called feelings are clouding your judgment. I'd be lying if I said I don't want to kill the bastard myself, I conceded. But it had nothing to do with feelings. I needed to bury the secret with him. Stand in line, fuckface. Achilles tossed his phone between his fingers. I don't think I'll even be able to get a few kicks in with the way Enzo and Luca are consumed by it. You still keeping your filthy hands off my baby, sis? He was talking about the nice duffel bag full of cash he disposed of at Fermanagh every first of the month. Not for long. For now. Mama said you sleep in the same bed, is that right? Yeah, I ran a hand over my hair. Your sister has trouble sleeping. It's better with someone around. And you don't mind spooning? Achilles snorted. I said nothing. It was none of his goddamn business what Leela and I were doing at night. Suddenly I had less need for that duffel bag full of cash. Fenton stood up, knocking his coffee cup over the documents I had printed out. Shite, he hissed. Achilles rolled his eyes. How do you let him work with you? He's a useless drunk. And Enzo is a fuckboy who likes making coats out of his victims. I hitched one shoulder up. You don't choose family. But if I could, I'd choose Finn all over again for the way he walked through fire for me. I'm not drunk, Fenton mumbled, gathering the damp papers and taking them to the nearest trash can. Just tired. Anyway, I jerked my chin toward Achilles. All the other suspects are low on my list after reading Brennan's report. Tate and Angelo are at the top. I suggest we start with bringing Tate in and take it from there. Might require a little legwork. He's in England now, fawning over his newborn. Achilles collected his wallet and cigarette pack from my desk, standing up. Guess we'll have to lure him back in the good old-fashioned way.
Chapter 27. Leela. I sat crisscrossed on Tiernan's bed, examining my treasure. As promised, he bought me everything I wanted from the internet and opened an Amazon account for me, where he taught me how to order things. It was a fairly simple process, which infuriated me even more, because why did Mama cut me off from such a great invention? There was a mouth-watering number of books about arts and music in front of me, a new Kindle, connected to the internet this time, a vibrating alarm clock, a bed shaker, sound field speakers, and a Bluetooth microphone. I also splurged on new sketchbooks and pencils. I picked up my phone and checked if Mama answered my last message. Leela, are you really cutting all ties with me because I speak to my husband? Do you understand how utterly deranged that is? The message was read, but there was no reply. It had been a week since her showdown with Tiernan, so I gathered she made her decision. I was dead to her. With a sigh, I opened a new message bubble and texted Enzo. Leela, how's Mama doing? Enzo.
Still butthurt? Fuck her, though. It's for her to work out with herself. You did nothing wrong.
Leela, it's a huge change for her. Enzo.
Nah, it's a huge change for you. If she can't be there for you, she deserves to stew in it until she comes to her senses.
Even though I knew he was right, talking about it made tears sting my eyes. Leela, and how's your arm? Enzo.
Better. Even managed to rub one out yesterday.
Leela. Rub what out? Enzo.
Oops. Nothing. Is Tiernan treating you well?
I googled the meaning of rub one out. Gagged. Reopened our text window. Leela, no complaints here. I was downplaying it, of course. The truth was I liked my husband. I liked our dinners. I liked his dry sense of humor and sardonic smirks, and that he spooned me from behind at night just to make me practice being touched. I still couldn't sleep at all, but at least I could be in the same vicinity with an intimidating muscular male without recoiling. Enzo.
I still can't believe you can talk. The amount of gossip sessions we could have had about our messed up family. Frowny face emoji.
Leela, we can always play catch-up. Enzo.
Don't worry. I have a feeling we're about to get some fresh material soon between Luca and Achilles.
I smiled, shaking my head. My phone vibrated, alerting me through a special app that the front door had opened. It was one of the many gadgets Tiernan had installed for me. A moment later, my husband appeared at our bedroom door, parking his shoulder on the doorframe. For a moment, he just stared at me. Hi. I smiled. He didn't.
Have you slept any tonight?
I'm fine. But I wasn't. I knew he was disgusted with the baby growing inside me, and I had a feeling he was going to find a creative way to get rid of both of us once I gave birth. He avoided touching my belly completely when he held me at night, sticking to my shoulders, my rib cage, my waist, as if my midriff was radioactive. My husband pushed off the doorframe, advancing toward me.
Get dressed. We're leaving in 15 minutes.
News to me. His penetrating gaze told me he did not appreciate me lipping back. I sighed. Where are we going? It couldn't be the OBGYN, because I switched to someone else and booked my own appointment online, so I knew exactly when it was. The prospect of seeing Brandy again gave me the hives, and I didn't trust myself not to bash her head against the reception desk.
The shooting range. I'm going to teach you how to use a gun, since not knowing how to use one doesn't stop you.
My spine straightened. His words from our wedding night tumbled back into the forefront of my mind.
If you were a real Callahan, I'd have taken you to the shooting range to work on that aim. We have a reputation to uphold.
Did that mean I was a real Callahan now? I decided to get dressed and do what I was told for once. I made my way to the walk-in closet in my old bedroom, and Tiernan followed me. We both stopped in front of my messy shelves. When I gave him an annoyed look, he explained,
Can't wear any frilly pink dresses or tutu skirts. Go for comfy jeans and a tee.
Got it. Would you like to watch me put them on? I asked sarcastically, since he wouldn't budge. It was so liberating, being sassy and daring and me. Being me. I spent my entire life wondering who I truly was under the facade my mother made me put on, being the girl she wanted me to be. And Tiernan let me find out who I truly was. As it turned out, I had a bit of a temper.
Yes.
Simple, unapologetic, cold. Nippling on the corner of my lower lip, I considered it. He'd already seen me naked at the doctor's office, and his gaze felt so good on my skin that just thinking about it made me want to moan.
It'll be good practice for you, if you ever want to try sex.
He slipped his hands into his front pockets. With you? Butterflies exploded in the pit of my stomach.
I'm your only option.
But I don't want to do it the way you do.
I know.
His answer was loaded. My heart beat in an uneven staccato. So you are saying you are going to take me the way you take other women?
No.
He tore his gaze from mine. suddenly exhibiting acute interest in the ceiling.
I'm saying you're not the only one who's growing up here.
I chose a pair of skinny jeans and a tight riding shirt and put them aside as I slowly stepped out of my pajamas. Tiernan stood at the doorway and drank in my every movement. A few weeks ago, I'd have a panic attack from the prospect of him being so close to my naked figure. Now, I resented him for not walking over to me and kissing me, like in the movies. Stepping out of my pajamas, I stood before him in nothing but my white cotton underwear. I had a little baby bump. It was small and hard. When his eye moved over me, head to toe, he took his time touching and caressing every inch of my body with his gaze. But when it reached my lower abdomen, his eye skated over it quickly. I gulped, putting my clothes on. Bitter disappointment exploded on my tongue. When we slipped into his car, I noticed there weren't any soldiers with us. I found it peculiar, but not unwelcome. Whatever happened to only teaching your real wife how to shoot a gun?
Got to renew my own permit.
He adjusted the rearview mirror.
Figured you could use a class or two.
He infuriated and confused me. One moment he offered me sex, the other he looked disgusted with my belly. His behavior gave me whiplash, and the worst part was, I couldn't discuss it with anyone, because Mama disowned me and Tierney's loyalty was with my husband. We arrived at the shooting range 20 minutes later. Tiernan got out of the car and rounded it, opening the door for me. It was a massive black building that looked like a gym from the outside. The first floor was a weapon shop. Tiernan placed his hand on the small of my back and steered me to the second floor through the stairs. The upper floor was the actual range. There was a lobby manned by a guy with a backward baseball cap and a black Henley, firearms and earmuffs on display behind him. There were also stalls, divided by black walls. A few people were practicing, and the scent of gunpowder and hot metal slipped into my nostrils. Tiernan and the guy at the lobby exchanged bro hugs.
Callahan, my good man, how's it been? Jace, is my wife's gun ready?
Tiernan parked an elbow on the counter. What? Jace nodded, reaching under his counter and taking out something that looked like a luxury brand shoebox. He dragged it across the counter toward me. My eyes darted to my husband. He jerked his chin.
Open it.
I popped the lid hesitantly, my mouth breaking into an involuntary beam. It was a hot pink gun, studded with diamonds around the muzzle. The trigger was covered in pure white silk. It was ridiculous, over the top, and completely me. It was also the first gift Tiernan ever gave me.
Wilson Combat SFX-9.
Tiernan's lips moved in my periphery.
Custom made.
Before I could stop myself, I flung my arms over his shoulders and pulled him into a grateful hug. He froze between my arms, his arms at his sides. It reminded me that Tiernan had his own issues with intimacy, and maybe embracing me from behind was all he could offer me right now. He touched people only on his terms. Still, I didn't step back. On the contrary, I hugged him even tighter, wanting to suck in all of his trauma. Eventually, he defrosted, his posture relaxing against me. He didn't hug me back, but he didn't push me away either. I took that as a small win. After a few moments, he pulled back gently. He cupped my jawline, peering into my face.
You like it?
I love it.
Good, because you'll be carrying it at all times starting today. Here, I'll show you how to load and case it.
I spent the next 20 minutes with Tiernan, who familiarized me with the mechanics of the gun. Most of it I recognized from seeing my brothers practicing their shots as teenagers in the backyard. After Tiernan was certain I knew the ins and outs of handling and operating my firearm, we picked the farthest booth in the range. He put eye protection and earmuffs on me. He placed himself right behind me in front of the shooting target, a printout of a faceless man, and engulfed my hands from behind, lacing my fingers into the gun to put me in position. My heart kicked into high gear at his proximity. He was so much taller than me. He had to crouch when he tugged one of my earmuffs behind my ear and placed his lips close so I could feel the shape of his words on the shell of it.
First things first, you always treat your gun like it's loaded. You never shoot until you're sure of your target and everything beyond it. Nod if you understand.
I nodded. I did understand. But I was too busy with the sensation of his body pressing against mine to actually comprehend.
We all have a dominant eye. Mine was taken by Achilles. Yours is your right eye. Its pupil moves first when you read lips. This is the eye you'll always keep open. Nod.
Another jerk of my chin. I felt his erection digging into the curve of my lower back. He made no attempt to shift away, but also didn't draw any closer. Would it really be so bad if we had sex the way he preferred? It wasn't like I had anything else to compare it to, and something in me wanted to please my husband.
Your goal is to form small groups at the same point to check your accuracy. Choose a spot on the target.
The center of his chest, I answered verbally. He nodded, his stubble brushing against the side of my neck. His scent, his touch, his very existence made me drunk.
Pay attention to your wrist. Here.
He adjusted my hands.
This will help you avoid jams. Watch your stance, baby.
He kicked my legs apart, and the movement was so confident and erotic that something inside me clenched and heated. Baby.
The wider your legs are, the firmer your core. Now I want you to show me a good, steady grip. Yeah, just like that. You're ready?
Evidently, I wasn't. My first shot hit the target's head. My second, his shoulder. The third one got his throat, and the fourth finally got the center of his chest, through sheer luck rather than technique. Tiernan walked me through my many mistakes. He had good input. Too bad I couldn't concentrate on anything when his body was glued to mine, his hands encasing my own, his scent wrapping an invisible hand around my throat, squeezing erotically. Desire. Just like that, I understood perfectly all the Roman legends and Greek mythology stories about empires falling and heroes sinning for lust. The session lasted for another hour before Jace knocked on the side of our booth.
Callahan, you're up.
Tiernan nodded and motioned with his hand. A clean target sheet was placed in front of us. This one was rolled all the way to the back, twice as far as the length I trained with. Tiernan unloaded my gun, emptied my chamber, and handed it back to me. He nudged me aside, the loss of his body against mine leaving goosebumps across my arms. I stood back and watched as his target started moving, jerking from side to side on its cord. Tiernan raised one steady hand, and in 2-second increments, shot the target in the head, 18 rounds, with chilling accuracy. By the time they rolled the target toward us, there were only 2 bullet holes in the center of the forehead, and nowhere else. He basically rammed through the exact same spot over and over again.
Legend.
Jace slumped against the wall, a post-orgasmic look on his face.
Fucking legend.
Tiernan turned toward him, tossing our earmuffs into his hands.
Out.
Jace floored it out of our booth.
What's wrong?
Tiernan swiveled to scowl at me. Why do you think something is wrong?
You've been staring.
Blush crept up my cheeks. I was completely taken with a man who did no more than tolerate my presence in his life so my family could help him. He didn't choose me. He was forced into this union. I'm just annoyed with myself for doing so poorly. I lied. Explaining I was daydreaming about him kissing me silly was out of the question.
Seen worse.
Tiernan unloaded his pistol.
Your brother Enzo couldn't shoot an elephant if it sat right on top of him.
I gave him a chiding look. You're lying. His stone-cold expression remained stoic.
Why do you think he prefers knives?
You're jealous because he's good with his hands.
And I'm not.
I wouldn't know. You haven't touched me much. His smirk was mocking, amused.
Are you flirting with me, wifey?
I pushed at his chest, my face unbearably hot. Hardly.
Looks to me like you are.
He cocked an eyebrow.
Don't worry, it's working.
Maybe guns aren't for me.
Guns are for everyone.
He threw me an incredulous look.
Especially the wife of a man who just killed the Russian pecan.
Is that why I have so many bodyguards? Because of the dead Pahan?
Why the fuck else?
Because of what happened to me.
That won't ever happen again. You're mine now, Leela.
But the Russians can still hurt me. Maybe the answer is not to be married anymore. I gave him my back, stomping out of the booth. I wanted to escape this feeling, this urgency, the need to touch him, to conquer something inside him I wasn't even sure existed. Tiernan clasped me by my wrist, yanking me back to him. My body slammed against his, my full, tender breasts colliding with his abs. He glowered at me, a hint of disgust pulling the corner of his lips down.
You want me to kiss you?
He stared at me abhorrently, like I was deranged. I barked out a laugh, snatching my wrists back so I could answer, "You're delusional."
You're more fucked up than I suspected.
How could he read me so well? It drove me to madness. I just might kill you.
I just might let you. Why?
Why what?
Why do you want us to kiss?
Because... I spluttered, dying of embarrassment. Well, forget about it. I spun again, but he tugged me back to his body, grabbing my jaw and tilting my head up.
I may not be good.
I huffed, wanting to strangle him. This absolute idiota. I think we can handle one bad kiss. My hands moved clumsily. We both survived far worse.
Whiskey in a teacup.
He muttered to himself, staring at me in fascination.
Unassuming to the naked eye, but so sharp. And oh, that bite.
I didn't have time to ask him what he meant. His lips fastened over mine. We both stilled, holding our breaths. Tiernan was the first to put his hand on my face, snaking his other one around my waist, drawing me in. It was cautious and exploratory, like treading into a foreign body of water. At first, it was so soft, I second-guessed its own existence. A tentative brush of the lips, a breath that passed between us, where I couldn't tell who inhaled and who exhaled. But then he applied more pressure against my mouth, and the decorum and elegance my mother taught me all flew out the window as I pressed all of me against all of him and opened my mouth, darting my tongue to trace his lower lip. It was plump and warm. My toes curled inside my shoes. His deep groan of surrender echoed inside my body. His mouth opened over mine, his hand sliding into my hair. He tugged on the elastic holding my hair in a ponytail, letting the yellow tendrils fall across my face, deepening our kiss. It felt like slowly drifting into a sweet dream while slightly drunk on the finest wine. Our tongues touched for the first time, and fireworks exploded in the pit of my stomach. All my blood rushed between my legs. I clawed at his chest, rising on my tiptoes, demanding more. His mouth became frenzied, greedy, nipping and biting and kissing and tonguing. We kissed for a few minutes before he ripped his mouth off mine, staring at me feverishly, a stunned glint in his eye. We were both panting hard.
Shit.
He wiped his mouth with the back of his arm.
Fuck.
My heart bottomed out. Did I do something wrong? But then he grabbed my face roughly and kissed me again, even more wildly. I locked my arms around his neck, moaning into his mouth. He hoisted me up to wrap my legs around his waist, pressing me against the cubicle wall. I could feel the thuds of gunshots popping against my spine each time someone took a shot in the range, and the vibration seemed to hum in a tiny, secret place in my core, wild and fast like my heartbeat. My husband tasted so good, like coffee and mint and absolution. His cock was nestled in my opening through our clothes, pulsating against it. I pulled my mouth from his, gulping a quick breath, and released my hands from around his neck to sign, "Do you think we're doing it correctly?"
Don't fucking care.
His teeth caught my bottom lip, sucking it into his mouth.
I want more of it.
We kissed again, This time our tongues danced together, and I dished it as good as he served it. I was putty in his hands, hands that knew how to shoot the same target down to the millimeter, hands that killed, tortured, and destroyed many lives, hands I knew would never hurt me. My husband, my protector, my macabre fantasy. Rubbing my breasts over his torso, enjoying the friction against my nipples, I traced the tip of my tongue along his lips, and then kissed him more deeply. He groaned against my mouth, sucking my tongue ardently. The fabric of my shirt teased my skin, begging to be ripped. It took everything in me to tear my lips from his, and I only did that because it felt like I was wetting myself. My underwear was damp, even though I didn't feel like peeing. I pressed my palms to his chest, and he immediately set me down, releasing me from his hold. But whereas I was panting like a rabid animal fleeing a predator, he appeared to be unaffected, save for his swollen pink lips and the erection in his slacks.
Okay.
I nodded.
You look terrified.
My cheeks flamed with heat. Something happened.
Yeah, no shit.
Not that. He wiped his lower lip with his thumb, searching my face. I think I had an accident. God, this was excruciating to admit. But what if that meant something was wrong with the baby? I knew nothing about childbearing.
You think it was an accident?
I felt him retreating back to his usual sullen mood.
Well, we don't have to do that again.
No, not the kissing part. I think I wet myself. I felt my eyes glass over with unshed tears. How humiliating. How utterly unbearable that this was how my first kiss had ended. I hope it's not blood. My panties are all wet. I need to check. He stared at me, in disbelief at first, then with something else altogether. Hunger, delight, and amusement. I had a feeling he wanted to laugh again, and that made me furious. Even if he didn't want this baby, that didn't mean he needed to be happy about it. I pushed off his chest, scowling. This is serious. Where's the restroom?
Gaelic.
He scooped me up by the waist, spinning me once, as though I was a child, in a moment of heartbreaking gentleness.
Nothing's wrong with you. We got a little carried away in your body. Your smart, healthy, functioning body got itself ready in case we were going to have sex.
What do you mean? I glowered. He put me down.
Nothing is wrong with the baby or with you. Your body self-lubricates when it gets turned on because your brain tells it you're about to have sex. It's natural.
Oh, thank God. I collapsed against the wall, crossing myself. I thought something was seriously wrong with me.
Get used to it, Gaelic.
He pushed forward, leaning down to capture my mouth with another kiss. He held my face up so I could see his lips when he spoke.
You're going to be very wet for me, very often, and you're going to love every fucking minute of it.
A few minutes later, we were in the lobby with Jace, who was hunched over a pile of paperwork. Tiernan watched as Jace stamped his concealed carry permit. Then my husband quietly slid my ID across the counter to Jace and jerked his chin toward it.
Process this one too.
Jace froze on the other end of the counter. His eyes landed on my birth date, and his throat bobbed with a swallow.
She's,
He coughed into his fist nervously.
not 21 yet. You saying I can't math, lad?
Tiernan raised a perfect eyebrow. Jace rubbed at the back of his neck.
What? No, man, not at all. My bad. I'll get that permit handled straight away.
When we got into the car, I decided to needle him again. It was my favorite new pastime. Why wise-ass? He twisted his Rolex on his wrist. My nickname. Why did you call me wise-ass the first time we met, on the fountain? The night you almost killed me. I didn't complete the sentence.
Because calling you hot ass didn't seem appropriate at the time.
I grinned as I stared out the window, watching the scenery wilting as we left the pretty parts of New York, and entered Hunt's Point.